What's good, guys? How are we all doing? Now, the reason I started the stream early is I've just realized the Tekken Talk is on. I forgot that the Tekken Talk was going to be on today. So we'll watch that so that we can get more of an understanding about Clive. I believe it's starting any second now. So yeah, it should be starting any second now. We might as well watch it, right? And then I'm gonna bring Blackheart in afterwards, and whoever else wants to jump in have their say. But I'm gonna save my opinions until we start the debates. But I forgot that Tekken Talk was on. It's starting now, so. Nightmare for Tekken 8. Yeah, we might as well just put Bugs Bunny in Tekken 8, right? We might as well just put Bugs Bunny in Tekken 8. Let's put the whole Acme Foundation. Let's put the Looney Tunes in there. Let's put Tex Avery. Because it will sell units. This is the first time that I'm multi-streaming with Twitter, so I don't know if the Twitter comments are going to come in here as well. I'll just wait for that music to turn off because I hate it. Yeah, it feels like there was a lot of missed opportunities, but I'm going to let everyone have their say. You know, I don't like talking into echo chambers, so if people want to jump in, I'll give them the stream key. They can come in here and say their piece about Clive or what they think about my opinions. After the Tekken Talks, I didn't know that Tekken Talk was now, so. Man, I was really hoping for Kiryu, man. But Virtua is coming out, so Virtua is here. It's being done by the people that do Yakuza. They've got a new Yakuza game on the way. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, the anime stuff is going to be appealing to some people, 100%. Some people are going to really enjoy the anime stuff. It's two different types of Tekken players now, I think. Blackheart, let me just tell you something. Yeah, let me talk to you. When you come into the stream, I'm going to add you in after the Tekken Talk. Don't start shouting into the mic, okay? Because it cuts everything out. I can't hear nothing when you're shouting. You could talk aggressively if you want. You can talk aggressively. You can swear at me if you want. You can call me names, but don't shout because I've got headphones on. Okay, my hair is still wet. That shit will piss me off. All right, can everyone hear? Everyone hear the sound? I assume the sound is okay. Tekken Talk yesterday was shambolic. It lasted half an hour and we saw one move.
リートのモデルくださいって言われた時にマジか本当扱いやすいキャラっていうのね
全部の召喚術アクションを入れて
剣影剣を落とし込むんだったら
あくまでもクライバー剣術師
ここだけ見たらほぼ原作するいやあかんやろ反則ですよ結構思い入れを持って魂込めて作ってるのもあったので
いろんな鉄拳ってゲストキャラクター制作してたんですけど、間違いなく過去一番、僕自身4、5年ずっとクライブ磨き上げてるんで
遊びやすく作るっていうのこだわりが随所に考えられるそこのこだわりがやっぱりこちらも伝わってきたから自分たちが生み出したキャラクターでもあるそれが出るっていうところでそれ以上に幸せないぐらいです
じゃあ、こっからはちょっとバトルの方も見ていきたいんですけども、高橋さん、鈴木さん中心にバトルフォーカスしてお話聞いてみたいと思います。じゃあ、鉄拳8でのクライブの キャラクター、コンセプト、そして戦闘スタイルについて紹介お願いします。
今回、原作のクライブの、バトルの、テーマでもあるんですけど、召喚獣の力を用いた、バトルアクションっていうのを、メインに据えて、クライブ自身が、強いっていう印象ではなくて、クライブ、剣術師として強いクライブに対して召喚獣の力が宿されることによって、すごく強いキャラクターなんだっていうところをすごく大事にしてますね。で、そこの、バトルの方針を、お伝えして、今回それがしっかり、ゲーム中で、鉄拳8でしっかりそれが再現できているので、はい。
そうです。あと、自分から、毎回コラボするときには、そのコラボ先のキャラクターの最高の状態にしたいと思って、今回で言うと、全部の召喚獣アクションを入れて、調整しましょうっていうところは最初に話しております。
はい。実際、そのクライブに関しても、バトル中に関しては、この手に持ってるね、鉄の剣が、鉄拳のキャラクターはみんな拳で、鉄の拳で戦う。
鉄の拳だけど、鉄の剣です。
クライブ兄さんは右手になんかやばいものを持って
ますね。だいぶやばいですね。
なんでも、このクライブは、中距離が得意なキャラクターにするだろうと。で、かつこのね、
結
構、パワー寄りのスタンダードキャラみたいな感じで、コンセプトとしては、ちょっと、この離れた周りから、このね、ロングソードを届ったりとか、フェニックスショーに近づいたりとか、こんな感じのものをやったりとか、で、ちょっと懐に入られるとね、やっぱりこの接近戦強いキャラクターとかに対しては、原作でも頼りになる相棒が出てくれてくれたり、トルガル。いやー、トルガルがこうやってね、フォローしてくれたり。
おー、素晴らしい。すごい
イカスなトルガル。
かっこいいな。
原作でも親にね、この召喚獣だった。
これやっぱりアッパーだった。
みんな見てるでしょうねっていう感じの。それから、原作とオリジナルのものもあったりとか、こういうマジックバーストも使えたりとかっていう感じがあって、あとはさらにその鉄拳8とか新システムで、ヒート状態です。一定時間キャラクターパワーアップするのがあるんですけれども、クライブをこのね、鉄拳8に落とし込むんだったら、これはもうどうするか。
He's an install character as well.
ブレイクで。
己で受け入れた。
権限してブレイクですね。で、この状態からイフリートの力を使ったラッシュをガンガンして
気持ちいい。
これはいい。
どんどんこれで押し込んでいくって感じができるというふうにしていて、だから中距離強いです。で、この寄っていってラッシュも強いし、この面にヒートモードになってね、そのイフリートの力で相手を KO してやるみたいな、そんな感じのイメージで作っていくと、形にしてますね。
バハムートもね。
バハムートもそうですね。バハムート
になったりとか。
この状態から、ギアを打って、ここから接近したりとか、やってきたりします。
トルガルも来てコンボ。これ開発者目線になっちゃうんですけど、最初、1キャラの
If any of you ever say to me again, we've had shit like this in Tekken, I am personally going to send you a strongly worded email.
ちょっと変な心配してたんです。
This is ridiculous.
全部使いますよって言っていただけて、たら本当に全部使っていただいて、
そうですね。
あとトルガル出ていいんですねみたいな。本当にありがとうございます。
結構だからエンジニアやビジュアルアーティスト、アニメーターもみんなやっぱり原作は原作のやっぱりその思いとか、そのクオリティを感じて、これはやっぱり全部出したいよねってところですごい頑張ってくれたんですよ。
ありがたい話。もう本当に頑張ってくれたんだなっていうのは、見てて多分我々はすごいわかるよね。作ってる方だから。
明らかにアクションとかモーションのアニメーション数とかもう他のキャラに比べて爆発的に多いんだろうな。
アーティストが一番割を食ってて、やっぱり召喚獣の分だけエフェクト作んなきゃいけないってことで、鉄拳の普段エフェクト多いキャラクターの最終的にどれぐらいだったって聞いて、いや、4、5倍でしたね。すごい死んだ目で、4、5倍ぐらいの労力かかりました。
I'll get to your super chats afterwards.
鉄拳ミートで一番エフェクターが重いキャラクターの4、5倍です。
ぜひ開発してから感謝の
本当にお礼を言っておいてください。本当にありがとうございます。
すごいだから、本当にメコピで再現するってことで、しっかりいただいたアセットを、動画を横に見ながら、こう調整して、で、監視のお出しして、OK 出た、よかったって言いながらこう進めてましたね。
で、 ェクトはやっぱりエンジン上で構成するパターンが多いので、
そうです
そのまま動くものをお渡しできないんですよね。だからすごい苦労して移植してくださったと思います。
そこはぜひ遊ぶ時にも見てほしいポイントですね。
そうですね。はい。
先ほどこうすべての召喚獣だったんですけども、じゃあDLC リヴァイアさんも
もちろん。はい。リヴァイアさんの動きも。
いや、これもあれですね。でも最初僕ら知らなかったんですよ。
そっか。
はい。DLC のことは知らずに、そのアクション設計をしてたりして、で、こういろいろこう考えていく中で途中で高橋さんの実はもう一つありまして、もう一つあるんですよ。
これ最初に僕も記憶ちょっと曖昧かもしれないんですけど、今回リヴァイアさんいないんですねとおっしゃられた。
言いました。
言ってますよね。その時はいるって思いながら。
いるんだけどなんだと思うんだけど。
で、こちらも DLC の情報とか一つずつこう、オープンになっていく。そろそろ黙っているわけにもいくまいみたいな。
あいつら全部入れるって言ってたしな、みたい
な。長細いのが出ますみたいな。
長細いのってもしかしてリヴァイアさん
出ます。
4、5倍かかってんだったら、もう 0.5 ぐらいみたいな。
もう一つ積んでいただけますか。
そうです。それでまた、DLC の配信前に、我々が、開発のログを遊びに行って、触らせてもらうって機会を設けていただいて、そこで高橋とあともう一人のバトルの担当の方と一緒に行って、全員がリヴァイアさんの大改修で全滅するっていうのをなるほど、リヴァイアさんこんな感じで
なるほど。
リヴァイアさん今回DLC で登場させるときに召喚獣戦の中で一番高難度で難しいキャラにしようってもうギリギリを攻めた挑戦にしてたので、ただプレイしていただバージョンだとクライブが持ってる装備武器は初期武器だったっていうのでどんだけ強いんだこいつに。
それは確かに難しいはずだな。
っていう。
最初で勝ったんですか？
それは僕らは勝てませんでした。
だけどそうやって遊ばせていただいて、ちゃんとその中でも、この鉄拳の世界においてもちょっと上級者が使うような技に設定してリヴァイアさんのアクションも入ってます。
そうですね。原作でもジャストリロードみたいなのがあったと思うんですけども、こちらのリヴァイアさんもタイムが押すとこの攻撃がパワーアップするみたいな。出ました。
出ました。青い光が出たらジャストリロード。
上級者向けの召喚獣って伺ってたんで、鉄拳にどう落とし込むかって考えると、目押しとかそのあたりはもう使いたいなってところで、作らせていただきましたね。
そういうところの上級者向けにしてくださいとか、そういうのも鈴木さんからのなんかリクエストとかアドバイスってあったんですか？
そうですね。もともとリヴァイアさんのバトルスタイルとして、近接ではなく遠距離を得意とするバトルスタイルにしようっていうのと、あとちょっとした技術介入性でジャストリロードだったりとか、そういうところの要素に関してはぜひ取り入れてほしい。
I see your questions. I'll answer the questions after the live stream.
それが綺麗に鉄拳のシステムに
after the Tekken talk.
落とし込まれてたので、そういう意味ではもうリヴァイアさんを制作しているスタッフ側もみんな満足しているぐらいのクオリティになってたんで、そこに関しては結構早い段階でそれが上がってきたので、もうこれだったらもう問題ないわ、バッチリ感じでしたね。
あとはその全召喚獣のアクションの割合に関してはアドバイスいただいたんですよ。鈴木さんの方からイフリートとフェニックスを中心にしてほしいっていう。
そうですね。ベースがやっぱりフェニックスからスタートして様々な召喚獣を取れるっていうところでもやっぱりベースがフェニックスからスタートしてはいるので、そこを基軸にしていただいて、アクションの中で入っていくっていうような感じにしていただけたらなっていうところはお話ですね。
指導技とかにやっぱりフェニックスとか入ってくるんですね。
そうですね。あとはフェニックスはフェニックスシフトがいろんな技からこうやって移行できるようになっていて、フェニックスシフトから原作でもおなじみのこのあれですね、ライジングブレイン出したりとか、それからですね、動画出したりとか、あとはですね、一番これ作るの苦労したのはスカーレットサイクロン。
これ苦労した。
これね、大変だったんですよ。原作だと後ろから見るとかっこいいんですけど。
めっちゃ回ってるしっていう。
これ最後まで結構なかなか OK が一番多分難航したやつですね。
そうね。そうですね。
That was not this is animation. I saw that.
そういえば鈴木さんに
It's fine if they're reusing animations. I expected that much.
もう鉄拳8のクライブは原作にない動きっていうのもやっぱどうしても出てくるとは思うんですよね。
そうですね。
そういうのってこうどう意識して確認というかなんでしょう監修というか調整って。
設定面でFF16 のバトルの構成する上でも先ほどちょっとお話ししたんですけど、あくまでもクライブは剣術師であって、はい、で召喚獣の力が宿されることによって強いキャラである。でクライブ自身は別にゴリゴリの格闘家ではないので、例えば蹴りだったりとか、はい、パンチだったりとかをするときに、格闘家っぽすぎると、ちょっと良くないなだったりとか、だからといってその素人が行うような蹴りだったりとか、パンチとかになると、やっぱりちょっとそれも不格好にもやっぱなっちゃうので、そういう意味で、原作でも蹴りだったりとか、行うときに、あんまりこうキメキメの格闘技っぽい感じにはしないようにしようだったりとかっていうところがあったので、そこのニュアンスで、その、鉄拳ならではのそのパンチだったりとか、キックだったりとかっていうのを、同じようにチェックしてましたね。はい。
どうですか、そのあたりはやっぱりしっかりとこう、出ていますか？
そうですね。なので、衝撃のパンチの裏剣だったりとか、最初見たときに、おって思って、で、クライブがやってもおかしくなさそうな攻撃でありつつも、それでいてかっこいいってところがあったので、かなり
2年間意識して頑張ってやってました、本物の格闘家っぽすぎると、やっぱどうしても特定の流派になってしまうので、やっぱりクライブの原作のアクションのテイストをこう感じながら、ちょっと荒々しさを出すとか、そのフォロースルーで少しその荒々しさを感じるように周りを変えてみるとか、そうやって結構出来上がってて、違和感なくできたってところで、結構体術に関しては、多分原作のファンの方が見てもクライブこういう動きするかもなっていうところまで持っていけたんじゃないかな、
もう違和感なく、クライブだったらこういう攻撃しそう、でも逆に言うとしなさそうな攻撃に関しては本当ないので、
良かったです。
そうね、っていうのが、
I want to see a match against a good player.
鉄拳ってこの、アーケードゲームの中で、技面つけてなきゃならないっていうところがあって、それこそおっしゃってた体術みたいなのってないんですよね。
そうですよ。原作ないですもんね。オリジナル技だから。
そっか。そう。っていうのが、ある日、ダーって。
技名のリスト監修お願いします。ザッて。
山のようにやってきて、しかも、やべえ、これ前半体術ほぼほぼねえぞっつって、必死にその場で考えて、打ち合わせさせてもらってっていうので、今回全部技名こちらで見させていただいたんですけど。
前田さんが全部見ていただいて。
はい。ちゃんと世界観に落ちるように。
我々じゃ考えつかないような素晴らしい語彙力がある。
僕も感動したのが、この蹴りからの振り下ろし切り。これがマースナリカットっていう。でもこれ、なんでこの技名になってるかっていうと、この普通に蹴りから切るだったらもう、ナイトだったら普通やらないでしょ。だから、もうこちらからナイトっぽい技名提案したら、もうそれじゃなくって、マースナリ傭兵にしてくれと。それがクライブがガンブレックの方で、ワイバーンとして戦ってた時代に身につけた技なんじゃないかみたいなところまで、クライブのストーリーまで考えて命名されて、この技一つにそこまで考えてくれるなんて。
それはね、うちらからね、何十個も監修来たら、うわ、これ一個一個全部考えなきゃいけないんだ。
これを全部入れて。
だからこういうちょっとね、動き地味だけど僕のお気に入りはこれなんですよね。
動きと名前と。
そうなんです。
思い入れがある。
そういえば池田さんに聞きたいんですけども、FF16 に登場する、もう先ほど何度か出てくるトルガルと、鉄拳8にもやはりいろいろ動物登場したりもするんですけども、特別演出とかどうなんですか？
いや、もちろん演出はかなりこだわっていて、クライブがやっぱり鉄拳の世界に来て、初めて、例えば、キング。これちょっとモンスターのように見えるけど、これはなんか、新手のクワールかみたいな、そういう発言をしたりするところ、ちょっと、面白い要素を入れさせていただいたり、あと、トルガル、今回しっかりバトル中にも登場して、実はヒートになると、ヒート中もこのトルガルがしっかり原作通りフェンリル化して出てくるのが、 それがすごい大事にされてるし、動物っていうものに対しても結構愛着持って接していただいてたので、鉄拳の世界にリロイっていう
そうです
で、シュガーっていうピットブルを連れてるんですけど、そのシュガーとトルガルがこうちょっと交錯するような瞬間をバトルの中でこう入れたいなと思って、そこは結構個人的にちっちゃいとこだけどこだわってトルガルが主人公。
Look, I'm going to address this in this live stream because people keep on saying this, and I really don't think they know this. When this ends, I'm going to go
ところ
over
と
that.
かは結構細かいけど入れさせてもらったポイントではあります。
そこ使用確認来た時に、ちょっとトルガルが走る演出が変更になりましたっていう使用確認をして、その時に、走ってトルガルが画面にはけていくっていうのは全然、そうなんだ。でもなんでトルガルこうはけていくのかなと思って、よくよくリスト見てると、シュガーも走りますって書いてあって、重ねられないもんね。オッケー、丸って。
ありがとうございます。とか、こういうのをやらせていただいてました。
どんだけトルガル好きなんですかね。
すごい大事にされてたんです。配信を見てても、やっぱりぬいぐるみとか含めてトルガルすごい大事な存在なんだな。
やっぱりプレイヤーの皆さんがトルガルだいぶ気に入っていただいた。そこは裏切りたくないな。
僕も一プレイヤーとしてすごいお世話になりました。道に迷った時。どっちに行ったらいいの？こっち教えてくれるんですよ。
作中トルガルが一番大人ですから。16の中では。
さあ、ということで、鉄拳以外のキャラクター、鉄拳らしいアタックアクション、駆け引きを落とし込んでくるっていうのは、先ほどもいろいろな話ありました。難しさもあったり、そしてこだわりもあったんですけども、さらに工夫の部分ってまだ話せるところってあったりしますか？
そうですね。やっぱり結構いろんな方が原作の FF16 で、いろんな層の人が遊びやすく作るっていうのがこだわりが随所に考えられていたと思うんですね。で、そこのこだわりがやっぱりもうすごくこちらも伝わってきたから、鉄拳においてのクライブについてもかなり遊びやすさを重視して作ったりっていうのをしていますね。だからこの普通の普段の操作であった、例えば鉄拳って浮かせ技を決めて、そこにコンボを決めるみたいなのがあるんですけども、クライブは浮かせてボタン連打してるだけでももう一通りのコンボが実は普通にできちゃう。
原作再現かつアクションゲームのような手軽さをぜひ入れてくれっていうところで入れてもらえる。
ついてますね。
はい。あとは原作で丸ボタン連打してればフェニックスシュート打って、そこから別のいろんな技が出たりとかっていうのも入っていると。はい。さらに鉄拳8は新要素としてスペシャルスタイルというものがありました。
あります。
はい。この L1 ボタンを押すと切り替わるんですけど、
原作で言うとストーリーフォーカスみたいな。
そうですよね。
優しい操作です。
こちらになるとさらに遊びやすくなって、四角ボタン、ね、プレステーションで四角ボタンを押すと、キーと発動技が出て、半権限になって、その後も連打してればコンボを決めてくれるとか、元からこの三角ボタン連打していれば、さっきのよりもさらにバリエーション豊かなコンボをやってくれるとか、あとは×ボタン、パワーアップタイタンですね。タイタンは原作でも力強さが特徴で強いんですよ。
Oh my god.
相手の攻撃を受け止めながら攻撃してくれるんで、かなり強いですね。
めちゃくちゃこれ、サガになるんですよ。便利な技です。
便利ですね。
あとはこの下段のさっきのリバイアさんのやつなんかも丸ボタン一つ押せば出るようになってますし、またちょっと方向キー組み合わせると掴んで、
投げも出る。
おお
リオンね、ルサージュ教の必殺技が使える。
はい。
はい。これ、ありがたい。特にやっぱり、バハムートなんかは原作でもちょっとね、リオンってちょっと繊細さもありつつかっこいいキャラクターだったんで、こっちでも、あれですね、バハムートウィングになったところでは、相手の下段を原作で避けて、
Oh my god.
あとは空中コンボだったら、空中コンボ決めて、ここから、これも簡単な操作で、ここまでコンボ決めてくれて大ダメージを与えたりとかっていうところで、はい。これも普通の操作もいけるし、このスペシャルスタイルを使っても遊びやすいし、この辺の遊びやすさはかなり、鈴木さんからも遊びやすくしてくれという話をいただきましたので、はい。このあたりはこだわりポイントでもありますね。
ありがとうございます。いや、クラブでも本当、どれだけ召喚術使っても疲れ知らずなことですね。
Black Cart's just on the other side of the screen screaming himself right now.
先ほども格闘ゲーマーという話も出てますけども、実際にこのクライブバトル鉄拳でのプレイした時の手触り感触ってどうでしたか？
やっぱり、原作の方でも、先ほどお話にも出ましたけど、最初の、初見の手触り感だったりとか、扱いやすさってところに関しては、かなり、気をつけながら調整してたんですよね。あんまりなるべく、最初の触りの導入の部分に関しては癖がないようにやったりとかっていうところで、今回、
He's gonna be
テケン
very,
8の
very
最初
easy
に
to
触っ
pick
た
up.
時に、そこの
Okay.
最初の癖
Kind
の
of assume
な
that.
さだったりとか、手触りの良さってところに関しては、原作と同じように忠実にそこも同じ方針で調整されてたので、そこはちょっと最初に触った時にびっくりしましたね。最初の一発目の触りの部分で、
はい
この操作感だったらもう間違いなく、こう原作再現いけるわって思って、でやっぱり、やっぱりモーション1アクションのモーションを追って攻撃モーションで、あんまりこう尺が長すぎると、当然対戦格闘ゲームなのでガードされた後の硬直時間だったりっていうところで、やっぱりなるべく短くした方がいい、調整する上で。ただそれって短くしたらその短いアニメーションの中で入れ込める情報量ってやっぱり少なくなってくるんですね。でただやっぱりこれ16のアニメーション作る時もそうなんですけど、いかにこう短いアニメーションの尺の中に多くの情報量を入れられるのかっていうのが、すごくこうアニメーターさんに求められるテクニックではあるんですけど、その辺もしっかり今回テケン8の、アニメーションの中にそこがたくさんの情報量が詰まってて、で攻撃が当たった時に印象に残るシルエットだったりとか、攻撃を放った後のフォローするのポージングだったりとか、その辺もすごく原作の印象を出しつつもオリジナルの動きが入ったりとかっていう風になってたので、本当今回監修させていただく中で、本当原作を忠実に再現しながら新しいクライブのところに垣間見えるみたいな感じで、すごく楽しかったですね。
実際その召喚獣も原作をそのままの位置づけにはできないってところもあったりするから、鉄拳ならではっていうふうに落とし込むために、ガルーダだったらこういったジャンプを鉄拳のジャンプじゃなくてガルーダのジャンプ、
that's just his jump. Just a unique animation.
ガルーダのジャンプをして最初にかかってから原作にあるエアリエルコンボみたいなところもやって、
I wonder if he can do anything out of it though.
鉄拳でガルータをずっとやり続けるわけいかないですね。
だからガウジの動きも原作と違ってテーブルにしたりとか、そのオリジナリティを出すためのいろんなアドバイスをいただきました。
さあ、そして前広さん、前広さんはもう鉄拳プレイヤーということなんですけども、鉄拳プレイヤー目線とかからも見てみるとどうですか？
監修業務やるときに、触らせていただいて、で、本当プレイヤーとしての大事の印象としては、本当扱いやすいキャラっていうのが、やっぱあってですね、出が早い技からもあれば、そのトルネードだったり、パワープラから拾いやすい技も当然あって、で、というの中でも、そのロマン法というか、その一撃必殺みたいな技も当然揃ってて、なんていうんですかね、万能型ではあるんだけど、なんか全般的に操作をしていて、なんか非常にキレがいい。ちょっとニュアンスがちょっと難しいところではあるんですけど、キレがいいキャラだなと思ってました。
He looks very fluid.
本当鉄拳プレイヤーですね。
僕ら一番大事にしてる爽快感。手触りだったり、打撃を当てた時の爽快感が大事なので、そこは感じ取っていただいて、本当にありがたいです。
いや、本当に満足度すごい高かったですね。鉄拳プレイヤーとしてもそうですし、一開発スタッフとしても、結構な労力と愛情を注いでもらったなって正直思っていて、この一体のキャラクターに。だからそこがすごい遊んでいても見ていても感じられるので、そこはもうすごい、感無量という感じですね。だから早くプレイヤーの皆さんに楽しんでもらいたいですね、これは。
でも本当に想像以上の愛情を注いでくれた感じですか？
想像以上ですね。ここまでやってもらえると正直思ってなかったです。
いや、期待が高くなりますけども。さあ、そして
The stage is really good. I like the stage.
バトルステージ
Pretty cool.
も ちょっと今見せてくれるという。
そうです。僕らこだわったのキャラだけじゃない。
そうですね。はい。
ここも想像以上。
ステージももう相当こだわっていろいろやらせていただいた。
はい。ちょっとじゃあそのステージ見せてもらっていいですか？
はい。
When they showed Kazuya and Jin, it looked like Kazuya and Jin were guests in Final Fantasy.
この2人専用の工場演出も、組み合わせの演出もあったりするので、
そうですね。それは、もう、この高橋がぜひやりたいってことで、自分でコンテまで。これをやらせてくれ。
これはやらせてくれ。
そんなに熱意があるなら、じゃあちょっとお願いしてみようかって言ったら、いいですよって言っていただいた演出が、この2人だと見れる。
そうですね。はい。ステージの方でも、フェニックスゲートのステージの方には、それはそれで専用の演出があったりするんで。
専用だらけだよね。
そうです。もう本当。このクライブのための仕様、新しい仕様いっぱい作って、エンジニアに。
まずここから専用演出です。ここだけ見たら、鉄拳かどうかわかんないですよ。
これ、あれです。
Is this the intro to the stage?
もちろんです。
They went all out on it.
召喚獣合戦に巻き込まれた
The stage does look really cool, I can't lie.
あの脇にいたみたいなね。
すげえ。
もちろん本編では実際ありえないシチュエーションではあるんですけど、まあせっかくのコラボですし、やりたいようにやっていただいて大丈夫ですって言ったらすごいもの出てきました。
想像以上のものがびっくりしましたね。
召喚獣バトルやってる前で
召喚獣合戦だって感じのところがいきなり見られるんで、
At least we got some good music.
今回さっきニューヨークにクライブが立ってるってすごい新鮮だと思うんですけども、このFF らしい中世ヨーロッパの城みたいなところの中に鉄拳キャラがいるのもこれも少し新鮮なので、はい、そのあたりなんかもいろいろ踏まえてこのステージにしていただいたっていうのがありますね。
ここを出したいっていう。
I'll give you my
ステージギミックにこだわって、
Commander Chrome.
この壁ですね、燃えてるところに。
I don't think it's got much longer left.
なんと、
フェニックスが追撃してくる。
いや、
女子はやめてくれ。
女子は何介入してんの？
俺だって。
俺だ。
クライブだ。
クライブだろうが飛んできますから。
はい。こんな感じで、そう。結構ギミックの方なんか。
こういう遊びも入れさせていただいて。
あとは、これステージ、これ前半のステージなんですけれども、さらにこれ、鉄拳って指定が進むと、後半のステージに行ったりするんですけど、そちら行きますね。これで一応決着ついて、次のラウンドは、マッチになると、
はい。
まさか I was wondering about this. Okay, so there's several stages in one. There's a whole cutscene in between rounds.
奥で、
That's crazy. That is kind of cool, man. I can't lie. If you're gonna put Final Fantasy, you may as well go the whole way.
再び訪れてしまったっていう感じで。
赤井さん、いいんですかこれ？
いや、いいと思います。
ありがとうございます。
こういうお祭りごとはやりすぎぐらいの方がね、いいかと思います。
やりすぎぐらいがちょうどいい。
やっぱり前のステージも今のこの後半のステージも原作をプレイされてるユーザーさんほどやっぱりそういう気持ちになるので、僕もこれ見た時にもうびっくりしました。
なんでやっぱり自分がステージとかを考えた時は原作のファンの方が印象に残ってあるところを出したい。
I'll answer the Tifa question after this. I know people keep on asking me what would I have preferred.
フェニックスゲートとここを2つ合わせて出すっていうところをちょっと承諾いただいて本当にいいステージが出来上がったなと思ってます。
ありがたいです。
あと16プレイヤーの皆さんにはおなじみのここは BGM がファウンドザフレームになるんで。
そうなんですよね。
ノリノリで戦っていただければ。
ここに移行する前はちゃんとケンさんのアウェイが。
Have we seen how his install works yet?
前半はジョシュアのテーマが流れて、後半はクライブのテーマが流れるっていう。
めちゃくちゃテンション上がるステージ構成。
はい。
上がるけど嬉しいです。
後ろ気になりますよね。
いやもう原作好きであればあるほどなんだろうな。感動とツッコミが一緒にやってくるみたいな。
さらにこのステージと相手を浮かせてですね。はい。こんな感じで。はい。で地面に叩きつけると。
まさか？
イフリートのね、
ギミックが
あったりします。あとそうですね、その監修の時に結構
ここ結構苦労したんですよ。壁際の表現。
はいはいはい。 そっかそっか。
はい。普通に作るところ壁って鉄拳においては重要だから、壁見えなきゃいけないんですけども、表現ちょっといい方法がなかなかないなと思って、これも高井さんの方に相談させていただいたんですよね。はい。でそしたら、この原作だと、プラクティスみたいな感じの、あれですね、アレテストーンで行けるところのエリアにこういったオーラの壁みたいなのがあるから、これ使ったらいいんじゃないかってアドバイスをいただいて、はい。そんな感じでいろんな監修をしていただきながら、ステージも完成しております。ここだけ見たら、ほぼ原作。
そこだけ見たら原作じゃないですよね。という感じ、ステージも楽曲にもいろいろとこだわらせていただきました。
最初、イフリートのモデルくださいって言われた時に、マジかって思いました。
そうですよ。こいつらなんで出すつもりなのかなって。
次、フェニックスもいただきたいですって。おー、どこまでやる気だろうみたいな。
そして出来上がったのが、
おーっていう。
こちらでご
あとはね、クライブといったら、イフリートってところありますけれども、そこもちょっとね、いろいろやっているので、ちょっとそこもぜひ見ていただきたいなと思います。
Okay, they got more to show here.
下のステージに移動しちゃう？
そうですね。まあ一応、試合進めちゃいましょう。
はいはい。
はい。クライブ専用の仕様として、
はい、
相手をね、最終ラウンドで特定の攻撃で終えると、専用の演出が始まるっていうのもあったりするんで、これ勝利だからこっち勝たなきゃいけないですね。はい。
そうですね。マッチポイントまで、まあ、そのまま。
はい。で、ちょっとこの辺もね、こだわりポイントとして他にもあるんですけど、実はこの、技振ってる中で、オーディンの魔剣が出てきたりしてるんですけど、これね、あるんですけど、これ、体力ゲージの下に、実は2って今あるじゃないですか。
はいはい、ありますね。
これ、いろんな、このオーディンの技を当てていくと、どうやら増えていくの。なんだこのゲージ。はい。
増えていくと？
そうですね。はい。これで、原作の斬鉄ラムとかがあって、どんどん増えていって、この状態で何が起きるんだろうと。はい。で、これちょっと一旦、はい、KOしますね。
そして、これでステージが移動して、
はい。さっきの4っていうのは、これまだ実はラウンド持ち越しになってるんで、1ラウンド終わっても消えません。
Thanks for the super chat, bro. I'll read it just after this Tekken talk.
はい。4になるところで、さらにもうちょっと開ける。はい。これで、はい。で、この状態で、これが、断鉄剣が、
He gets Virgil's judgment cut. Oh my
さらに
god.
もう一個ちょっと殴ってください。はい。いつものが始まります。レイジ状態になって、
どんなだろう？どんなだろ
う？で、決めと、
レイジアーツもすごいこだわって、
そうですね。
レイジアーツ終わった後に、結構、
これもう、いや、あかんやろ？
これもダメですね。
これは反則ですよね。それやってはいけない。
これで占領の勝利率を持って、
Man, we are going to get cooked by this
レイジアーツ
character.
ケオス、ここでファンファーレが鳴ると。
レイジアーツ系のこの演出もね、はい。これも原作にあった演出ですから。
はいはいはい。
これ、ちなみに吉田さんもここまでやってんの？
You could tell the
我々
Japanese
は
guys
すご
made
く
that
嬉しいんで
character.
すけど、ここまでやっちゃって大丈夫ですか？
あなたたち大丈夫です
大
かっていう
丈夫ですかって
感じでは。
心配を。
はい。
本当に池田さん大丈夫なんですか？
僕らは大丈夫ですよ。これが普段からこう、いつもやりすぎで怒られるぐらいやっちゃうのが僕らです。
エンジニアの方にからも、これも専用仕様、新しい仕様ですよっていうふうに言われて、
ここだけですよね。そうです。やりたい。
He has judgment cut.
だってここじゃなきゃファンファーレ合わないじゃないですか。
Oh my god. NBC3 flashbacks.
そこまで合わないじゃないですかじゃなくて。すごいなぁ。ただこう厳密には原作と違う部分とかもあったりして、いろいろとこうなんだろう構成も変わってるところもあると思うんですが、そういうところも含めてこうスクエアエニックスの開発陣としてどうだったのか改めて高井さん聞いてもいいでしょうか。
まず結果だけ見たら非常に大満足っていうのは、今まで言った通りですけど、まあ、このコラボの話が出た当初、まあ、最初に吉田と話した時もいい方に爆発してくれるんだったら基本的には何やっても OK の感じで行くでいいよねみたいな
ありがたい
話にはなっていたので、そういう意味で言うと変な注文はこちら側的にはあまりつけてないかなっていう感じではあるんですよね。本当にウィンウィンになれるコラボになってくれればとにかくいいなっていう。で、 結果、相当いいものになっちゃうんじゃない
And
かな
they
と
clearly
は
put a
思
lot
っ
of
てます
love
け
and
ど。
effort
はい。
into the character. There's no doubt about that.
大満足というところですね。はい。ありがとうございます。鈴木さん、いかがですか？
まあ、僕も今回、監修させていただいて、まあ、非常にクライブの原作再現度と、最終的に上がってきたトータルのパッケージングを見て、まあ、非常に大満足っていう。
さあ、そして、前広さん、いかがでしょうか？
はい、もう、ご覧になったように、めちゃめちゃ凝りに凝った、本当に実装していただいて、まあ、高野が全般見て、で、鈴木の方が全般ってなって、僕は設定周りだったり、監修、その他の監修現場にやらせてもらったんですけど、なんていうんですかね、もう本当、鉄拳プレイヤーとしては、まあ、自分たちの生み出したキャラクターでもある。まあ自分、もう、で、それが出るっていうところで、もうこれ以上の幸せないぐらい、心持ちでした。で、実際癖があるキャラクターとかで、皆さんが伝わらなかったのはあれなんですけど、やっぱすごい使いやすいキャラクターでもあるので、結構皆さん使っていただけるんじゃないかと思ってます。それでなんかこう、ライブロスフィールドっていうのが、まあ、広まっていければなっては思ってる感じです。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
Okay,
チャラチャラした感じのチャラい。
俺たちの知らないクライブがたくさん見る楽しい。
G の100年の恋の3年。
もうこっちの世界ってハメ外せてよかったなって。
かつて鬼と呼ばれた男が。
So there's going to be one tomorrow, so I'll probably live stream that as well. All right, that's the end of the Tekken talk. So let me quickly read the super chats. I'll give you my opinion and then I'll bring Blackheart in here so we can begin this argument because I know he's got a lot of things to say to me. Firstly, Tom $10 donation. I don't exactly hate Clive, but some people saying that the only reason people wanted Tifa was for Gooning is insanely hypocritical considering Anna is coming back season 2. Yeah, I don't co-sign the whole Gooning thing. I'm not a Tifa fan. I've never been. I don't dislike Tifa. I just don't want her in Tekken. But constantly saying people are Gooning is obviously a very childish response, and it's not something that I've been saying. And then Eric with the $5 donation. Thank you, bro. I realize that Tifa versus Clive is such a big conversation because they represent Tekken 8's future. Let's go! They are perfect metaphors for design philosophy. Yeah, I suppose you're probably onto something there, right? So I'm going to bring Blackheart in here now. Before I do want to say that there's clearly a lot of love that went into designing this character. There's clearly, they clearly put a lot of effort into it. And for everyone that keeps on saying that you need to play Final Fantasy 16 and go through the story to appreciate it, it's not true. Because I've played Final Fantasy 16. I got to the part where like that guy was getting primed and he went to attack Clive, the bald dude. It was ages ago. I need to go back to it. But I think Final Fantasy 16 is a really, really good game. I think Clive is a really cool character. I like Clive. But I like Jotaro as well. And I like Goku. Doesn't mean that I want him in Tekken. So I'm going to get to the whole Negan conversation as well. Nicodamus with $10 donation. Tekken 8 has devils, lasers, guns, swords, unblockables, guard breaks, forced 50-50s, heat smash, unbreakable flows, but Clive doesn't fit Tekken 8, right? Okay, so let me answer that question then for you. Tekken 8's obviously come under fire for its decisions that they've been making recently. The forced 50-50s is something we've spoken about on the channel before. They've kind of set Tekken down this road where a lot of people that have been playing it for a long time find it unrecognizable in a lot of instances. As for the devil lasers, Kazuya and Jin's devil lasers, specifically Kazuya, has basically been rubbish since the game came out. It's essentially a gimmick, right? People that don't know how to play Tekken get hit by those lasers. They're not a part of the gameplay. Devil Jin has built-in combos with his lasers, but you're not getting hit by his 1+2 laser, are you? Or whatever the notation is now. It's not a massive part of the game. So yeah, there's devils in the game, but they're still using Mishima Karate for the most part. They're not summoning, they're not opening the gates of hell and having shit fly on screen at them. They're still using karate for the most part. Guns in the game, yeah, I agree with you. Guns in the game is stupid. When Nina got announced in Amsterdam, I was sitting in Amsterdam for the Tekken World Tour, and I turned to my friend and I said, "This is dumb." Just because there's one dumb thing in Tekken does not mean I'm going to close the shaders and be like, let's just accept all the dumb things. I'm going to continuously keep saying this is dumb. If they put another gun character in the game, I'll say it's dumb. I really don't understand this talking point. Swords in Tekken, really, it was only Yoshimitsu for a long time. He was the only one that was kind of accepted, and for a long time, Yoshimitsu's sword play was very, very tame compared to his Soul Calibur iteration. The Tekken 8 version of Yoshi, yeah, it's a bit more crazy, like the entire game. But swords was not something where it was like, oh, Yoshi's got it, so give it to everybody. Yoshi was an outlier, and then you had Kunimitsu with her little knife. And that was it. It doesn't mean give everybody a sword now. Just start dropping. Let's drop Chrom, Marth, Ganondorf. Let's drop Ichigo in there. By the way, the people that were saying Ichigo is going to be in, what were you smoking? What were you smoking? You want Ichigo from the other side of the screen shooting Getsuga Tenchos at people. Is that what we're saying? Guard breaks in Tekken. That's gameplay. The new gameplay they brought into Tekken 8. I don't like it. Again, force 50-50s from here. I don't like it. Unbreakable throws, those are very like situational. They're usually from stances like what Negan had in Tekken 7. So that's neither here nor there. So yeah, Clive still doesn't fit. Just because we've got dumb shit in the game and people have said, hey, we don't like this stupid shit, you don't just keep adding to it. Now, again, I like Clive, but I also like Goku. It doesn't mean I want Goku in Tekken. That's the low IQ talking point people keep coming up with. Not that you're low IQ. I'm just saying in general that you must hate the character and that's why you don't want him in Tekken. Doesn't make any sense. Right, I'm gonna bring Blackheart in here because I'm sure he's got things he wants to say. Blackheart, can you hear me?
Well. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mike. Hello, what's up?
Yeah, I'm good, man. What do you want? I know you got a lot of things you want to say to me, so floor is yours. I'll let you say your piece.
First of all, maybe why don't we discuss about the dev talk we just saw? What do you think?
I think that they've clearly put a lot of love into this game. I'll just play it here for people to see in the background. I think they've clearly put a lot of love into the character. And for anyone that's donating, I will get to your super chats in a second. I think they've put a lot of love into the character. It's very obvious that they've worked on him for a long time. This is not something that happened overnight, right? So I can appreciate that the developers going in for the character. I understand that he does look cool. It's just that there's loads of characters that I think are cool that I don't think should be in Tekken. For everyone that keeps on bringing up Victor,
okay,
be here either. The characters on the other side of the screen shooting at you and then teleporting. So just because Victor's in the game does not mean that I want other characters doing that.
Yeah, but okay. Let's start a conversation. Maybe, of course, this is gonna be only a show. We love each other, right, Mike? This is gonna only be a show. Most of it. The talking points are true, but I don't hate Mike. Of course, I'm gonna take it as an opportunity to have fun with you.
Yeah,
but of course, we disagree on most of the Clive drama. But I have nothing against Mike, of course, or the Clive haters. Let's call it that way.
Wait, hold on,
hold
on.
No, the Clive haters in Tekken. In Tekken.
Become a Clive hater.
No, in Tekken only. Are you these are the ones who don't want Clive in Tekken.
Okay.
So let me understand. Okay, your points about why you think Clive does not suit Tekken. Let me understand better why.
Oh, are you asking me to answer?
Yeah.
I've pretty much just given.
Let me understand why in detail you think Clive does not belong in Tekken. I wanna hear your point of view a little bit better because I saw your video, but I couldn't kind of understand still why. Because you said he doesn't belong in Tekken. Okay, right? But I didn't understand why. Why doesn't belong in Tekken?
Okay,
what do you think Tekken is in terms of a fighting game?
Well, we'll start at the beginning then, so that you get a better understanding of why I don't like Clive in Tekken. This anime bullshit started back in Tekken 6, right? With Alyssa. It was kind of with Lars as well, but Alyssa was the egregious one, right? A robotic
That's also debatable in my opinion.
Oh yeah, we can debate it, but I'm going to give you my stance, right? Alyssa with her chainsaws was the first time that I saw something where I was like, the gameplay is being impacted here. A lot of people are bringing up Alex and Kuma and all that. And a fighting dinosaur is stupid, right? That is a stupid concept, a dinosaur with boxing gloves. But Alex was just boxing. He wasn't using the Jumanji board to summon anything. He wasn't getting other dinosaurs on the screen. He was still partaking in a martial arts fight, right? As dumb as the concept was. And then you've got Alyssa, right? Alyssa is a robot that is bringing out chainsaws, and or that kind of. I looked at that and I was like, that is. I've never seen anything like that in Tekken. People were using Ogre as an example as well. Ogre, the humanoid form, I don't see the problem with that one. And True Ogre is a boss character. And True Ogre is stupid. Don't get me wrong, he's stupid. But what I don't understand is using Gon and Ogre, these outlier characters, to make the point that we should just add more stupid shit to the game. Like using Gon as an example is dumb because that is the most extreme. Who the hell wants? No, I didn't want Gon in Tekken 3. He was just there. I saw him and I was like, what the fuck is this dumb shit? So because there's been dumb shit before, now when we get to Clive and you've got this guy throwing a wolf at you, you've got him shooting at you from across the screen. Apparently he can fly. He's got an install as well. It's like, if you look at Clive and you think we've had this before in Tekken, you're lying. There's not been shit like this in Tekken before Tekken 8.
The point is not about bringing single arguments about single characters being in the saga during the years. The point is about thinking about what Tekken is for you. Because if, and I say if, you think that Tekken is a fighting game only based around martial arts, a realistic, I don't know, fighting game about martial arts, you're, I think, wrong. Because that's not what Tekken is. Like, for example, like, I don't know, Virtua Fight or other fighting games. Tekken has never been, like, maybe the story wants to be serious sometimes, but it's a fighting game. It has never been.
No, I'm not talking about the story. I'm not interested in this. I'm talking about gameplay.
Gameplay-wise, it has never been. It has never wanted to be realistic. It always had anime things, even in Tekken 3, even in Tekken 2. That's my point. It's not about single card. It's about how you view Tekken as a fighting game. Do you view Tekken as a fighting game, as a serious martial arts only fighting game? Because if you think that, you're wrong, in my opinion.
Let me explain to you my stance then. I think everything has a limit, right? Do you think that people would be out of line for saying that they're pissed off at seeing Goku in Tekken?
I mean, for how Tekken 8 is, even he wouldn't seem out of place, in my opinion. For how Tekken 8 specifically is. Maybe if we think...
Okay, let me ask you another question then. Do you think people would be pissed off if they saw Spider-Man in Tekken?
I mean, it's obviously out of place, obviously.
Right, so there's limits to things. Tekken's always had silly gimmicks in there. It's always had weird characters. It's always had some anime stuff. But people saying that this has always existed, that's not true. And part of the reason
in some forms, yes. It's not in some forms, yes. In some forms, yes. Not at this level.
This is a different level, is it not?
This level is different, of course, but it's also they're experimenting. They made, and again,
they're experimenting, but I'm giving my thoughts on it. This version of a Tekken character in Clive, we've never seen anything like this before. They've basically taken what Noctis was and they've turned it up by 1,000. Now let's say that they add another Final Fantasy character in and they turn it up by 1,000,000. People are going to continuously keep on saying, oh, but Tekken was never a martial arts game. Tekken was predominantly a martial arts game and it had anime gimmicks in there and it had weird, wacky characters. But it's walking away from that slowly, especially with the gameplay changes. I mean, you yourself even said that the way they've changed Tekken 8 and the like anime-esque road they've gone down pisses you off.
Yeah, but it's not like, I mean, if someone wants to experiment and even exaggerate, I don't see that as wrong.
You're gassing because it's a
no, you're not. It's not forcefully wrong. Maybe some people can like it or not, and you cannot like this decision they did. Yeah. But it's not like it's something that's wrong, period. It's something that it's a choice. It's their choice. It's a choice they made, maybe risky. We can call it risky, but we have to see how he plays out in the end. We didn't see much of his game. Like, we saw some of his flashiest gimmicks. Maybe he uses these gimmicks in game one time. Maybe We don't know how he plays yet. It's too early to say still, in my opinion.
I
Like,
think
we didn't see anything,
there's
basically.
enough that has been shown, and if anyone wants to jump into the conversation, you can just add me on Discord, and I'll send you the link to jump in. I think that what I don't like is that people are trying to misconstrue the conversation. I don't mind if people like Clive, because I'm very aware that there's two sides of the fan base now, right? You like Clive, that's okay. But people making out like there's not a reason for people that have been playing Tekken for a long time to not be happy with this character doesn't make any sense to me, because a lot of the time people are saying, oh, you know, they have to innovate, they have to change things up. And so if you're saying they need to innovate and change things up, that means that Clive is a change from what we're used to seeing, right? So existing players are going to look at that and be like, what the hell is this?
No, I'm not saying they need to change. I say it's good if they experiment, I guess, because, I don't know, seeing more of the same, maybe it's a safe choice. At least now they are experimenting something new. And either you can like it or not, again. But I like, for my personal view, I like this experimenting new things. Because imagine if Tifa was added, it would be more of the same. You know, martial arts with some things different. Now, instead, I see a fucking wolf tornadoing your opponent. And again, it's over the top. Yes, of course, it's over the top. But for the game, it is. For Tekken 8 specifically, I don't think it's out of place because of how Tekken 8 is designed. If it was Tekken 7, maybe I could have said, okay, maybe this is too much. But since Tekken 8, with all the hit things, with how over the top everything is, it doesn't feel like it's so bad, in my opinion.
Okay, like, so then what I'm saying to you then,
the game design just allows even those characters to exist. Yeah. Again, the Tekken 8 has never been more anime than this.
Yeah, okay, that's exactly my point.
Yeah. Again, and you can like it or not. Again, maybe you don't like it. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't.
But like it's not wrong. It's not forcefully wrong. It's maybe you don't like it, but I know it's a decision, marketing decision they did. It's a direction they are going to. But Tekken has never been this serious, I think, as a fighting game like others. I think because we've had characters like, I don't know. Again, to say. To express that this game has never been serious, not to say that this has no character, no Tekken character is like Clive in terms of gameplay. We agree.
Okay,
Clive is always very over the top, but these levels of not seriousness, it's always been in Tekken. Like
no, I disagree with that completely. I don't think this is another level. I wouldn't say Tekken has been a like serious, and I'm not talking about story. I'm just talking about the game as a whole. But the fact that people are saying this is the next level tells you that Tekken has never been here before. This is completely new. And when you're looking at this gameplay, like if I started on Tekken 1, if young me went into the future to look at this, I wouldn't even realize it's Tekken. If you take Jin off the screen, there's no way for me to tell this doesn't look like Tekken to me.
But even if you pick Tekken 8 Jin though, and you compare it to Tekken 1 Jin, or Tekken, I don't know, Tekken 3.
Yeah. I mentioned that in the video as well, though. I mentioned that Clive is not the only issue here. Tekken is just going on the anime road.
Oh, that's the point. The point is not Clive being the problem. At this point, we can discuss about how Tekken 8 is the problem at this point. It's not about Clive. It's about Tekken 8 at this point.
Right, I want to answer this, right? I want to answer this because the people keep on saying this and it baffles me. They keep on saying you had a kangaroo in Tekken. It's not about the character itself. I need to stress this to people because Negan was in Tekken. The reason that I don't care about Negan is that when we all saw Negan, we all went, what the fuck, right? Even so, I'm a Negan fan. Negan was my favorite character in The Walking Dead. But when I saw him, I was like, why the hell is Negan in this game? And then we saw his gameplay and we were all like, okay, he plays like a Tekken character. He's just doing Tekken shit. He plays kind of similar. He looked kind of similar to Miguel to me. When you look at Roger and Alex, they're just boxers. It's a stupid design, but they're just boxing. So yeah, they're stupid character designs, but
it's still stupid.
No, my arguments are around the gameplay and how they interact with the gameplay. Clive's gameplay is unlike anything we've ever seen.
But we don't know. I think we don't know yet to say.
No, we don't know. We just saw him flying, shooting ice balls at people.
Okay, but what if the flying is actually useless in the gameplay? We cannot tell yet, Mike. I think maybe if we actually play the card and maybe I'll tell. Maybe then we can say something more. We have to wait how he plays because we are just
okay. Let me ask you a question. Assuming let's just make an assumption.
I'll just wait. I'll just say another thing and then you'll Even Noctis seemed not Tekken. Okay, but when you played Noctis, okay, I don't know if you ever played Noctis, okay.
Yeah, I played Noctis.
Apart from the one projectile, okay, he played. I think at my point of view, apart from maybe a little bit of range issues and so on, I think he played Tekken. I think.
You think Noctis was playing Tekken?
Yeah, most of times, yes, because I am a Noctis main, so I can say, of course. I think apart from some. Things, okay, some range things like the rage drive, the projectile thing. On the neutral, he played Tekken. A little bit of range issues. He had a little bit too range, but he played around. Listen to me. He listened to me. He played around. Counter hits, defense, punishment, with punishment, movement, and so on. Okay, he had some bullshit, but there was actually counterplay to his bullshit. Okay. It was not like completely destroying Tekken mechanics around with punishment, movement, and so on. Okay, apart from projectiles and apart from this bullshit, okay, there was nothing that was not Tekken in Noctis gameplay. The same as Negan, we can say.
No, I don't think Negan and Noctis can be compared at all.
Okay. It's okay.
I don't think that can be compared at all. I think Negan, out of all the guest characters in Tekken, was the most like a Tekken character out of all of them. My problem is not Clive himself. For everyone that keeps on getting that confused, I like Clive and I like Final Fantasy 16. I actually think Final Fantasy 16 is one of the better Final Fantasy games in my opinion. But I just don't think he fits in Tekken. It's like I said earlier. I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's one of my favorite shows. But I don't think I want to see Jotaro and his stand in Tekken. And if I turned around and said that, the first thing people would say is, you've never seen JoJo's. You've never watched JoJo's, you hate anime. I'm just like, you can't be this dense, seriously. You cannot be this slow to think that just because somebody doesn't want the character in the game, that they hate the show or something, or that they hate Final Fantasy.
No, that is a stupid argument. I will never say something like this. Like, this is beyond the conversation, I think. I'm actually trying to get some points with you about the general gameplay, about Tekken as a whole, and so on. But saying that you don't want a character in the game because you don't like the saga, it's stupid. I
don't like the what? Oh yeah. Like, just watching his gameplay here, this looks like Soul Calibur to me. But even for Soul Calibur, it would be pushing it. And Soul Calibur and Tekken are very different games. They're not the same game. People keep on saying, "What's the big deal?" It's just Tekken with swords. Those people ain't played Soul Calibur. I'm sure you've played Soul Calibur, Blackheart. They're not.
No, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They look the same on the surface to people, right? They look the same on the surface because they're a 3D fighter and you can move around and you've got access to all of your limbs or whatever. But they're not the same game, and merging them is going to take away from Tekken's identity. And if people like it, that's completely fine. I ain't got a problem with that. But not everybody's going to like it. It doesn't make them a hater to say, hey, this isn't really for me, which is fine as well. Like, I'm okay in saying that Tekken might not be for me anymore. It might be for the newer generation.
No, but I'm not like shifting the blame on someone. Like, I think you're right in saying I don't like it. You're completely free of saying it. The only thing I don't agree is that I think this Clive doesn't really not fit in Tekken 8 because of how Tekken 8 specifically is designed around. Because so I think in this game, I don't know, every character is as anti-Tekken as Clive, I think. Like, in the mechanics and in the gameplay. Every card is as anti-classic Tekken as like at this point. Let's talk about Tekken 8 as a whole, as a game. Tekken 8 is anti-Tekken for me. Tekken 8 at this point. Okay.
So guys, one
more game. It's a general problem with the game.
Finn, here. Finn, do you wanna say your piece?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you for adding me, Mike. Like, we already had some small contact with the Tekken 8 video and shit. But like, I would rather ask Mike, how much? So for everyone who doesn't know me, I have a small YouTube channel. I only do this since a month, but it's chill, guys. So my question is, how much happier would you be with, for example, let's say Tifa? I think Tifa would have made probably everyone insanely happy, like the Kumas, the Tekken players, everyone. How much happier would you have been with Tifa?
Tifa, the character herself, I don't care for her. I don't want to see any fancy characters in Tekken. However, Tifa's play style makes more sense for Tekken. So if I was watching a gameplay trailer of Tifa, it would fit more in line with the style of Tekken that I'm used to seeing. But the character, I'm not a big Tifa fan. So I know people were saying, people are like throwing the Guna argument out there, which I think is childish. I think it's just people on Twitter being silly. But Tifa would have made more sense, A, because she was more requested. Pretty much everyone kept saying Tifa. I might have been one of the only people that didn't want to see her. And B, she's actually a martial artist. You know, she's actually throwing hands. We've seen her in multiple different iterations of Final Fantasy, as well as like fan-made stuff like Dead Fantasy, and everyone knows she's a martial artist. So it would have made more sense, in my opinion.
Who would you have liked to see then, Mike? Who would you have liked to see
as a guest character? My picks for guest characters in this game, again, I wanted something more grounded, not entirely, because even in these animes they do ridiculous things, but I would have gone Kenshiro, I would have gone Kiryu, I would have gone Baki or Yujiro, or I would have gone Oma from Kengan Ashura. They're all characters.
Kenshiro
is a good one.
Kenshiro, Mike, also doesn't feel. I don't know.
I think.
Yeah, I mean the graphic style would be really weird, right? How do you get the graphic style of Kengan Ashura, right? How do you get this? I mean, it would look awkward, wouldn't it?
I don't know about how it looked graphically, but just those style of characters, I think that you could probably make something work. I mean, we saw Baki in that fan-made thing, and it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, okay, that's true. It's true.
Yeah, I think the developers could get something. But if you were to ask me for one character, I would have said Kiryu. Kiryu in Yakuza has heat mechanics as well. It would have made perfect sense.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, those are the
thing
characters I would have picked.
The thing is that there's actually
wait, Blackheart, what would be your wish character? Let's just quickly, maybe we are right in the coming years. What would be your character? Just to
honestly, I don't have one. Honestly, I don't have one.
Okay, I give you my pick. If anyone in the chat knows the game, you know immediately I'm correct about this. This is the best character. It is Jean from God Hand. If you don't know God Hand, it's a PS2 game. Google it, and you will immediately know I'm right about this. That's
God
my
Hand.
pick.
God Hand would have been a good pick, I think.
Yeah, you know God Hand?
Yeah, I know God Hand. God Hand would have been a decent pick. I still would have gone a Yakuza character. It just makes sense.
Yakuza is fitting, absolutely.
Like in my case, I prefer Tekken characters. Like I don't like guesses in general. I know I play only guests basically, but because I like the gameplay, not because for example I don't know anything about Clive. I don't know Final Fantasy. I don't know the game. For example, even the same with Noctis. I don't know his story. I don't know Final Fantasy. I just like his gameplay when I picked Noctis, for example. I
also played Noctis.
The way he played, for example, in my case. When I want someone new, I always like Tekken characters, but first. If I have to choose about, I don't know, a guest character, maybe would be cool, but again, I don't think it will feel a lot. But I like Kratos, maybe like fighting with Kratos in Tekken. But it will feel out of place like everybody else because I don't know. The point is that I think every guest character in Tekken feels out of place. I think most of I think at least most of guest characters will feel out of place in Tekken. I think because first because first we are not used to guest characters. It's something we had since Tekken 7, so it's still something new. So most of the Tekken families is not used to guest characters.
I think that when they ask people for guest characters in Tekken, they just throw out their favorite characters, and I think that's something that people are not understanding. When I am against Clive, it instantly turns into a hate thing. But I think that you should probably look at the history of Tekken, because again, I understand that because I've been playing Tekken since the first one, I don't have the same perspective as somebody that came in at 7, because to them they're thinking, what's the big deal? Like, this was going on in 7. Whereas I have like all those other games to reference, and I'm slowly seeing Tekken move into a realm that I don't really like anymore, which is fine. You know, I'm getting older and the fan base is getting younger, but I wouldn't just throw my favorite character in there. Like, I wouldn't put Mewtwo in here just because Pokemon's a big franchise and it will sell loads of units.
Okay,
I think we'd all look and be like, why is Mewtwo in Tekken? Now, he'd probably be the most bought Tekken character if it's a Pokemon franchise, but it doesn't mean that it fits.
Yeah, but they made the decision of Clive, I think, with a reasoning. I think
Is my mic
they
okay?
made it with a reason. In fact, we are talking about it right now.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying, Finn?
Is my mic okay? Like, is it okay? Like, does it sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay, I just want to ask, like, you guys, like, what do you like? For example, obviously, Blackheart, I already know, like, you are quite fond of Clive. Like, you want to give him a shot. You're not having the biggest problem, obviously. What do you guys both think? Like, Mike, do you think the community is split down the middle, or do you think we have here a clear like majority minority case of like dislike in regards to Clive? Do you think it's does one side dominate the other? Like, do more people dislike him?
If you go on Reddit, everybody's
if you go on
fine.
Reddit, then fuck Reddit. I want to know.
Yeah,
your
I haven't checked Reddit. All I've checked is YouTube, and I understand because of my community, we might be in a bubble. Because a lot of them were saying they don't like it. There was some that were saying they do like it. On Twitter, it's hard to say again because I put a post up and there's a lot of positive reaction to the post, but there's a lot of negative reactions. It might be split down the middle because Final Fantasy is a super popular franchise, so you're going to have people run to defend it regardless. I don't know how big the Tekken core base is anymore, like the more hardcore players or the players that have been around for a long time. I don't know if too many players that are still playing Tekken from Tekken 1. They've kind of all moved on. I mean, even in one of my group chats, I've got a lot of friends that are like, they're in their 40s now, and they were playing Tekken from way back in the day, and they've all moved on. They're on Virtua Fighter, or they're just not playing fighting games. So maybe there's more people that are okay with this. I guess we're going to see what happens in the long run. It's hard to tell right now because the tweet that I put up was very, very down the middle. There was a lot of Final Fantasy.
You made a poll?
No, I put a tweet up and I said that this seems very disconnected. And I had quite a lot of people going to me, you don't know what you're talking about. But I also had people commenting saying this is stupid. So I can't really tell.
Because I'm just asking this because...
I think
wait, just one thing.
Hold on, Blackheart.
Just one thing. I'm asking this because I saw someone made a poll at a tournament, and he asked like 150 players, and you would be surprised what opinions quite a large amount of audience of players have. Like, for example, like 40% wanted Rage Drive added to the game, like on top of the heat and on top of like Rage and shit. They wanted Rage Drives in the game in Tekken 8. So there is actually, you know, sometimes we are completely off. Like, I mean, you were surprised about like the season 2, right? You were Mike. You were surprised about like, oh wait a minute, where they are adding more heat, right? I mean, it surprised you a little bit that like, you know, maybe we are legit off. Maybe the majority of people doesn't voice their opinion and they just enjoy the game. Like I would like to know. Actually, this is why I asked these questions. I would like to know where we actually are. You know.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that I could be in the minority. And even where I've said that there's a disconnect between the player base and the developers, that could very well just be me speaking in my bubble. I'm willing to accept that. Again, because I interact with a lot of older Tekken players, that's the perspective I get. And when you go online and you hear about heat, everyone hates heat, but there's a wider community of people that don't go on Twitter and play online, and maybe they do like it. So I'm willing to accept that I'm completely wrong on this, but again, this is the opinion of an old Tekken player, right? So it's my channel, obviously. I am willing to correct myself and say, hey, maybe I'm not the audience anymore. Maybe I was talking shit and it's not a disconnect and they're just disconnected from me. So I don't know. We'll see when the game comes out. We'll see what the Steam numbers are saying.
No, I just wanted to say that from what I know, from the people I talk with and so on, most of them are not happy with the adding of Clive because of most of the points we've seen before. But they said the same about Noctis when Noctis was revealed, and it was actually one of the most sold DLCs in Tekken 7. So
is it
again,
the most sold or is Armor King?
It was very popular. It was like one of the most played characters in Tekken 7, but especially in the end. So again, we are speaking about different opinions, but at the end, we just resemble one part of the truth, as always, either one way or the other. For example, again, I've not come here to say you're wrong, you're a piece of shit, I hate you. So we are just discussing about different opinions. And in the end of the day, both of our opinions represent just a minority, basically. So in the end, we'll see how it sells. We'll see how Clive sells, I think, to the public.
I do want to say that like I'm gonna speak to like people in the crowd now that are listening. I do think that if you see somebody make a statement and say that they don't like something, if you instantly jump to crybaby, and you're probably the crybaby. I gotta be honest with you. Like Twitter's a space where people speak, and YouTube is a space where you listen to people voice their opinions. If someone says they don't like something, and your immediate reaction is stop crying or get wrecked or something, I assume that you're not all there in the head or you're a child. It's okay for people to not like something, but the crybaby thing over and over again, first of all, people don't talk like that in real life. So I don't know why people do it over and over again on Twitter. It just dilutes the conversation. It's okay to not like something. It's just an opinion, guys. It doesn't mean that I hate you for liking Clive. Some of the comments that I got on Twitter, I was like, wow, I don't know if Twitter brain rot is a real thing. It's very, very bizarre to me how adults respond that way when we're just talking about a game. I mean, in my post, I didn't even say anything that would even insinuate that I was angry.
There is a limit though there is a line. It's not your case, but there's a line between saying I don't like this decision and I don't know, and going to the line of which saying I don't know, we are not happy with the decision, or like insulting the the developers, or saying I don't know, we wanted Tifa, like speaking for everybody. I don't want Tifa personally. I don't care. I don't give a shit about her. I wanted a fun, flashy new character, and I got what I wanted. I'm happy. I'm genuinely happy with Clive. I'm genuinely happy with Clive.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like I hear this a lot. Like people say, "Who wants to play this game like this? Who wants this character?" Like you are right that
they speak for all the community.
Yeah. They do that. Is true. And at the end, the problem is we don't really know, because like think about this. Let's say this character is actually really, or like let's say Clive is actually really, really successful, and he brings in a lot of new players. At the end, we get new players playing this game. Mike, would that be like, is it worth it to you when developers expand, or like in your basically worldview, like dilute the identity of the game, the aesthetic identity? They dilute it to such a point where you are not happy with it, but in the end it brings like in new players, a new audience. Is that worth it for you, or would you say no? Then you have to stay true to it, because like the core audience matters more. Like, because at the end you have money versus identity, right? Money versus expanding the audience and your core player base who's unhappy. Like it's really difficult. I don't know.
Yeah. So my opinion on that is that I understand the argument that you're trying to expand the audience. I don't know how retention is going to work with this game. I don't know how long these new players are going to stick around to actually play Tekken after they've got their fill with Clive. So it's a gamble. I think that you can look at Mortal Kombat 1, for example, and Mortal Kombat 1 has got a lot of problems, but I think it's safe to assume the abundance of guest characters has not helped that game, and has actually ended up pissing off enough. They've pissed off so much of the MK fan base, where it's like, where are our mainstay characters? You've added Conan in, you've added Ghostface, you've added Omni-Man, John Cena, Homelander, and soon we've got the T-1000 coming out. It's like, okay, cool. These are all popular characters. I know you're trying to bring people in, you're trying to retain the older audience, but at what point are we like, all right, like this isn't helping anymore? Tekken's not there yet. I don't agree that this character is going to. Yeah, I don't agree this is going to kill Tekken. I've never said that. That's not something that I believe.
And some people have said it. And some people have said it. By the way,
some people say it. I can't speak for everyone, but I do believe that if you continue down this road and you alienate too much of the core fan base, the most powerful form of marketing is word of mouth. And if people start hating on this game and a hate train starts on YouTube or Reddit or whatever, and it really picks up steam, yeah, it can start to negatively affect it.
Yeah, but the problem is this. The problem is I don't think choosing characters to add in a game, fighting game especially, if the character is maybe flashy but still stays in the rules of Tekken, is the problem. The problem is about, like, they're not seeing the point. It's like they're pointing at the moon, but they're seeing their fingers. It's a popular Italian say. I don't know if that's popular in other countries too. But the game right now is so filled with problems that, trust me, Clive is the last of these problems. Like, Tekken 8 will not die because of Clive. Some people are saying Tekken 8 will die because of how bad the balancing is and how bad the characters are balanced right now. Tekken 8 will not die
but
because of one single guest character.
you have a point, but you have to also see. I mean, Planted Meduse, for example, right? These like hardcore purists, we have a lot of those, and they are already unhappy every time they see I'm fucking -17 in this game. Every single time that happens, these people are already fucking pissed, and then they see Namco Bandai in their. I'm not saying this is my opinion, but in their view, using this game, the game they spend years with identifying, right, loving the characters, loving the gameplay. And they take this game, Tekken, this franchise, and use it as an advertisement space for shit they do not like. And this makes them really fucking angry. And I get it. I get it on an emotional level, right? I get it. But I still think people should voice it maybe in a more delicate way, because this is why we have these two camps where people call you. I mean, you already talked about it probably, right? About like, you are a fucking idiot. If you like him, you're a fucking idiot. If you dislike him, it's I don't know. It's really brutal right now. It's really
that's because
brutal.
second players are often also childish. Like, they cannot have a conversation like me, you, and Mike right now. Most second players are just childish. Either you agree with me or you're trash, you're stupid, no, you're wrong, and so on. So it's not even worth questioning with most of these second players anyway.
Well, that's the word I used. That's what I looked for. Bastardized. Yeah, bastardized is the word I
Oh, that's why I come here, because I know that even if I disagree with Mike, I still at the end I still can have a conversation at least. Even if we disagree, that's the point.
Yeah, it's very difficult to open up dialogue about Tekken and the direction and its history, because I don't know if it's Twitter, and for some, I think AI might have. There's a guy in the chat called AI. Thought I was talking about this chat. I'm not talking about people in the chat. I'm talking about the conversation that's been going on as a whole. It's been very difficult to have conversations with people because they can't hear your voice, so they probably assume that you're talking to them the way they're talking to you. But there's no anger. I don't hate people that like Clive. I just think that the direction that Tekken is going down, I think that Clive adds to a growing distaste that old school Tekken players have for this game. And I don't know how much weight old school Tekken players have anymore. If it's a case where Clive comes out, if it's a case where this character comes out, he does stupidly well, Bandai Namco see profits like they've never seen before the DLC character, then yeah, I will sit there and say, okay, this game, this franchise is not for me anymore. It's moved away from what I recognized it for, and it's gone into a different role. And that's fine, because I'm 32 now. I've been playing Tekken for ages. It doesn't have to always be for me. But I don't understand people where it's like they want you to shut up about it and not speak about it and not give your opinion. It's like, you guys are never happy. It's like, well, we still play the game, so clearly we're happy about something. But we're gonna voice our opinions. I'm not the kind of person to get on my knees and guzzle whenever someone says so. If I don't like it, I'll say it. It's as simple as that.
Until you say respectfully, like you, yes, I'm speaking more generally right now, because I've seen a lot of comments on Twitter, Reddit, and so on, really dooming this game because of one marketing decision. It's not like,
this is also you're right.
It's not like the developers do something like this in one day. There have been months and months of discussion. Actually,
didn't they say 2022?
There are some rumors. There are some rumors they actually tried to get Tifa in the game, but it was, I don't know, a lot of cost. It was a lot of problems, but they actually tried. So they went to something related to the same franchise. It's like, I don't know, I'm angry because it's Kazu instead of Heihachi in a game. It's the same franchise.
Yeah, it's the same franchise, but this
they play differently and so on. But why are they upset about this? Oh no, Tifa, we got the Clive. Okay,
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair, to be honest with you. Tifa's a very different character to Clive. That's like saying, That's like saying, that if they were gonna include a One Piece character and everybody was asking for Frankie, and then they went and got, I don't know, Hell Meppo, that it's the same franchise. No, they're separate characters. Yeah, like, can you imagine? So they were asking for Frankie, you got Hell Meppo.
But it's not like Tifa. But it's not like Tifa is only martial arts, though, from what I've seen. Like, she would have had her own bullshit. It's not like she's kicks and punches only.
I think she would have been like Josie style, no?
I don't think so. I think Tifa would have been a brawler. I think Tifa, from what I've seen from Tifa, she's quite acrobatic and she throws a lot of hands. Tifa, from a gameplay perspective, I completely get it. I just don't like the character very much. She's not someone that is on the top of my list. If I had to go for an RPG character, if I had to go for a Final Fantasy character, I don't know. I think I'd probably go like Auron. I think I think I'd probably go for a character in Final Fantasy. But again, he's not going to sell the way Clive is going to sell because he's irrelevant now. That's just a personal thing.
A quick thing about the Duma shit you brought up, Blackheart. I mean, that is clear, right? It is because we now have since the very moment they showed in the very first demo, where they showed you are fucking able to heat engage into plus 17. That is the moment since that very
when
moment
Tekken died.
Yeah, exactly. That is the moment we had people who said, I will never accept this shit, and I will not accept any decision Namco does, and I will doom it, right? Like I said, I will doom this decision. I will say, this is going to kill Tekken, this patch is bad, this is bad. And yeah, I can get emotionally behind it. Let's say some studio releases a game you find disgusting. Yeah, some people find Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, I know many Final Fantasy 15 players who say, I find Final Fantasy 15 to be disgusting. And they will doom this game until you can't. If you dislike someone emotionally, you're not reasonable anymore. Obviously, you doom, right? It's just human.
Yeah, but that's why I think if the game fails, it will be on the long term because of different bad decisions. Like I think the game was about to die much more harder when they did all the bad decisions in the previous seasons before this announcement, with all the stage drama and so on. That was a period of really crisis for Tekken. But this over a character, I don't know.
It's just the voices. The numbers speak a clear language here. The numbers are 3 times as much as we had in Tekken 7 at that stage. And also, but do you know what is interesting? Madara once said, Madara, the German Leo player, good player.
Yeah.
He said he's also not happy with the game. He said, I don't want to play this game anymore, blah, blah, blah. I'm not motivated to play. And then he said, no one. Also, look at Twitch. No one is watching it, and that is interesting. That is something I did forget in the video. In the video, I upplayed Tekken 8 a bit, right? With facts, it is true. But what I forget is on Twitch, you can actually see the numbers on Twitch. You can actually there's like Steam stats for Twitch basically, and you can go back and see. Tekken 8 legit has way less engagement on Twitch that you would expect. You obviously would expect also 3 times more the numbers, right? But it is not. So you have way less. This speaks for Mike's theory completely, that it is a more casual audience that doesn't dig the game the same way most core players, for example, also in the chat right now do. They are not engaging with the game in the same way the core audience does. So it literally is a way more casual fan base. They don't interact on Twitter. They don't interact on Reddit. You don't see them, but they play the game. They buy the shit. They give money to Namco. That is the reality. I think that is the reality. And this is something we have to address because you don't see these people. You're not aware of it.
For you that are saying in the chat, after all this yapping, that I'd actually play the character, and most people know me and are stubborn I am, I will not be playing that character.
I don't think
your bottom dollar, I will not be playing it. But we've got Sun Dripku in here. I just want to hear what Sun Dripku
wants to hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Sun Dripku. Small-time YouTuber, Dragon Ball YouTuber, as you could tell by the name.
Oh, Dragon Ball YouTuber. Hello.
Yeah. I wanted to bring in the perspective of a new Tekken player because I started with Tekken 8. I didn't play Tekken 7. I didn't play any of the other Tekkens. Maybe like Tekken 5, 6 when I was like really, really young, but that's like whatever. Like I didn't really play Tekken like that until Tekken 8. And with Clive's introduction to the game, I just don't like it, man. When I bought Tekken 8, when I first started seeing trailers in like December and like early January when it was still getting promoted, I'm just like, bro, I need to buy this game. This has like a perfect balance between fighting and anime for me. Because my previous fighting game before was Dragon Ball FighterZ. That's like the only other fighting game that I took really seriously. And so it was like, oh, there's a perfect balance between like really ridiculous anime stuff, but also really cool grounded fighting. Like Jin's karate, but he has like, his heat smash, throwing niggas up into the air. Kazuya transforms into a devil, but he actually does really cool karate moves. Like it had that perfect balance for me, and just Clive being in the game, I don't know, man.
But it's interesting like what you say as someone who is used to like anime, like 2D, like insane degen mix. Tekken 8 is not that bad, right? Someone who played like I also played insanely degenerate games, which is why Blackheart. This is also interesting. You said you only play Tekken, right? So you have naturally a very different, very different relation to this. Like even if you play Street Fighter 6, throw loops in Street Fighter 6.
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, because sometimes my microphone goes off. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, keep going.
No, it's good. I just wanted to like state this also, that many players only play Tekken. I know a lot of people who only play Tekken. Tekken players play Tekken. And 2D players, for example, NYC Chris or something, they are multi-champions in like multiple 2D games. Like 2D players play more, right? They play Street Fighter, they play Marvel. But Tekken players play most of them, they play only Tekken, which is why it is so important to them, because it is unfortunately true. There is nothing like Tekken. If this shit goes sideways, a lot of people, this is why they are dooming. This is why they are legit afraid, because if this goes too much sideways, these people, or like, let's say, I want to be more neutral. I said this, right? But like everyone in chat, we don't have anything to go to. Like what? Fucking Soul Calibur? Are you clowning on my ass? Or like the Virtua Fighter who is coming out? What is going on? Like this is the problem, right?
The problem is this, that I think with this game, they don't know the direction to go towards to. And so whether you try to appease a type of audience or another type of audience, you're gonna be wrong, basically. Because if you try to go more anime, the core audience is gonna say, oh, no. If you go into
the core audience will always be more important, though.
You know, it's very hard, because Tekken 8 it doesn't know where to go, basically. Like for example, I don't know, people
actually they could
about
go Soul Calibur, no?
People complaining about this game not being martial arts enough, you know. Think about they trying to appease different kinds of audiences. For example, Azucena, the new characters, Azucena, Reina is more martial arts, you know. Azucena is mixed martial arts.
Yeah, I guess it's true, yeah.
Or like, I don't know, Reina is basically a new Mishima, new karate, new stuff. But then you also have Victor and now Clive. That's more like anime stuff. So, and then you have Heihachi and Eddie and Lydia too. That's also martial arts. So again, they're trying to appease different kinds of audiences. So it's not like they're not trying, at least. Like
I want to say something that Son Dripke was saying. I also want to make just a point watching this trailer. Like what he was saying there, where it had like the perfect mix between anime and grounded martial arts. That's kind of what I was getting at earlier. I always saw Tekken as more grounded, but it had anime gimmicks in there. And obviously, when you look at the story and the fact that the main characters turn into devils, it's obviously got those anime elements to it. Even when you look at the endings in Tekken, it's got very like shonen style endings. But I always saw the gameplay as predominantly more grounded than it was gimmicky. As time has gone on, especially with the introduction of Rage and Alisa in Tekken 6, it started to dive more into anime. And now I feel like we're at this like weird place where even the traditional characters like Jin and Heihachi, they're starting to do like more anime type shit. And I do think that the core fan base is just worried that Tekken is going to become unrecognizable by Tekken 9. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that with Clive, it's fair to acknowledge that he looks amazing. Like the design is incredible. The stage looks incredible. The music is incredible. And so with that, Tekken might be able to get away with it now, where Mortal Kombat couldn't, because Mortal Kombat's designs look terrible. Clive genuinely looks like amazing. It's just that I'm worried that he is a bad omen for what is to come, and not a bad omen in that they're going to design the characters poorly, just a bad omen in that Tekken is not going to be recognizable by the time we get to the next game. That's where I come from.
Oh, so now
he's probably correct. You're probably correct, but at the end of the day, the sales, I mean, even Tekken 6 didn't sell insane, and then Tekken 2, and then Tekken 7. And I don't know, it's now with Tekken 8, if my numbers are correct, which they are, this is full price sales. This game makes money. Everyone is using the shop. Everyone, you know this as well. Everyone has DLC. Everyone has to buys the battle pass. This game is making money. You don't. You really don't. You don't even the battle pass.
I've shown everyone proof. I do not touch the Tekken shop. I made a hard stance against it when the game came out. I thought that they lied to players. I thought that if you're going to announce a shop, do it before the game comes out. Don't hide it from people so that you get better reviews. So I said a long time ago, I don't care if it's even Jinpachi and they give him the greatest costumes in the world. I will not buy it. I bought the Genmaji stage because I was one of the few people that read over the whole pass situation. I do think they should have told people straight up, because people are not going to read the fine print. But I wasn't surprised that they charged for Genmaji, so I bought that. I didn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
But
I quickly want to address. Yeah, sorry.
The Tekken shop itself, I thought that they pulled wool over the players' eyes. I think the fact that you could earn so much money so quickly and then basically buy nothing after the first day, I said, I'm out. So I am not one of those people that partake in the battle pass bullshit.
I mean,
I
if
just
they
want
need
to address
500 points to buy the Battle Pass.
very quickly, last thing from me for a while. I just want to address. Someone said worst argument ever, bro. I have to say, it is literally the most important argument for Namco, the company who makes this game, and this Big Suits who makes the decision. Money is their most important argument. Like, this is, if this character sells really fucking good, it doesn't matter that you didn't buy it in chat. It doesn't matter that you are a Tekken proist. If this character sells like crazy, you can bet your ass that the next character who's the guest character will be also as flashy as this one. For sure.
I wanted to say something. So, Mike, you basically you got my point when what you said with your last sentences.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is not about the fact that Clive is the problem at this point. I'm defending the fact that it's not him the problem. The problem at this point is about the general direction of this game. But this is something that started with Tekken 8 day one, not with Clive. That's my point. There is a far more general discourse at this point. Because we cannot say that this game is, I don't know, failing because of Clive. This game is failing because of all the decisions they made. And someone can say Clive is one of those decisions too. For you, yes. For me, no. Because it's about Tekken 8 the problem, not Clive the problem. That's my point.
I think Clive exasperates the problem. And I
but
don't
the problem is still there. The problem is still there.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. He exasperates it. The problem was there from day one. He's just another problem added on top of it. He's like the cherry on top. And in terms of the characters, what I was saying earlier, he seems like a bad omen. It seems that this is the anime direction they're going to go down. But when I say problem, I don't want people to interpret that as I'm saying Tekken 8 is failing, because obviously from a monetary standpoint, it's not. But I'm talking more from like an old school player and why people have like reacted this way, why people have seen all those comments on Twitter. I'm by no means saying that this is bad for business, although we're going to wait and see how far this really goes. I'm just saying from the design aspect of Tekken is starting to become a little unrecognizable. They already started doing that with Heat when the game came out. I remember when we all saw Heat for the first time. I was in Amsterdam when they showed off Nina shooting people, and I turned to my friend and I said, I want to go home. I've seen enough. And I've had that stance since the beginning. I still like Tekken as a whole. They haven't lost me yet. If they had lost me, I would have had the same stance as I do with Mortal Kombat, where it's turned off and that's it. So I still like the game. I'm just pointing out things that I think they're moving away from things that I found special with Tekken.
And what is that? What is that? So maybe I can understand better why you have this thing.
Well, exactly what Sundritku said, that I thought it was more in grounded martial arts with sprinkles of anime and goofy shit all over the place. Now it feels like it's more anime and goofy shit with the martial arts in the background. I feel like
but again, this is a common problem. So we're talking about Tekken 8. And that's fair. That's fair. I agree on that. Even we can say on that I agree. The only thing I didn't agree is about Clive being the problem. Clive is not the problem. The problem is about how this game is designed at this point. Because
sorry, guys, I want to highlight this from RMG Gaming. This is not true, okay? Because Tekken's not the only game that we all play, right? A good example of this is Helldivers. Helldivers is one of my favorite games. I've never once moaned about Helldivers. Never once. But there are specific games that come out that people have been playing for a long time where they see something that they don't like. It's not uncommon for people to be legacy players and games start to change and they don't like it. And that goes for movies. That goes for music. I don't really like the way rap music has gone these days. I prefer old school rap.
For real.
It's not that everyone's whining all the time. It's that people have opinions. And some people like to hyper focus on negative ones, but you get it on the flip side as well. I made a video the other day praising Sparking Zero for its new patch. And I said to everyone, oh, the patch is amazing. What do you think people said to me? You're a glazer, Mike.
They said, fuck you. Yeah,
of course. But for the week before,
I don't even think the patch is good.
The week before what do you think they were saying to me? You're just jumping on the hate
extremes of the internet. Those are extremes of the internet and never should be taken seriously.
Okay, but then I will take you seriously, Blackheart. You said the game, you said for like 2 minutes ago, you said the game is failing.
No.
You said the game is failing. In what metric do you mean?
No. Wait.
You did say that.
I don't recall saying the game is failing.
You said the reason the game is failing is not Clive, but that means it's still failing.
The game is not failing because of Clive. This is it. Yeah, for me, the game is failing in conveying what it wants to convey, because right now it doesn't know the direction it wants to go. I think.
Okay, but you don't know financially, right? Because I will die on the hill that this game financially it is printing money.
It's not. I mean, what I meant. It's not failing financially or in terms of success. It's failing in terms of conveying what it wants to convey, because right now it doesn't know the direction the gameplay wants to go.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just want to say to the chat, if you think like I'm someone who wants this, you are wrong. I don't want more of Tekken 8, but I'm someone who, if you don't acknowledge reality, you will only be extremely fucking disappointed.
Yeah. I do want to bring in another. So I want to get more casual players in here to get their perspective. I don't.
Okay, let's get Roos. Let's get Roos. Let's get Roos.
It's actually not for a while.
Not Roos. I'm gonna get Hated Wolves in here. He's one of my friends. He
I'm
plays
joking.
Tekken
I'm
on
joking.
a casual level. So
I will quickly be silent for a while and let you talk.
Yeah, John, if you want to go ahead and give your take on this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wow.
All right, cool. Hey guys, Hated Wolves, a friend of Mike's. Been introduced to Tekken since Tekken 3-4, I think, but probably started getting into it since Tekken 5. So I've been following Tekken predominantly since Tekken 5 onwards. So from my perspective, I do play Final Fantasy games, and I am happy for this because obviously I do like 16, I do like Clive, but from someone who did play Tekken originally years ago back on PS2, PSP, it's kind of the same thing I got with Noctis. I was gassed that, oh snap, Noctis is coming into the game, or like Clive is coming into the game. I've got like a Final Fantasy character that I can play, even though I never really bought and played Noctis. I played Master Raven, and I stopped with Master Raven. I never really bought the DLC for.
Almost Noctis.
Yeah,
it's not almost Noctis. It's not almost Noctis. It's not almost.
It's but like yeah, I had the thing right, but it was something that I kind of understand where Mike was coming from, whereas like I kind of you know, I was kind of more into like, oh, you know, Bruce and all these characters back in the day. I wanted these characters to come back, and not like, it's for me, it's like a lot of flashy stuff, which is obviously how the game is for 16. But I wouldn't have I would have preferred someone like I don't know if anyone has seen like God of High School.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it.
I would prefer some of the characters on there. Like
I don't know, is that an anime? I don't know.
That is a manhwa. I think it is from a manhwa adapted, right?
It's Korean.
Yeah, so it's a Korean manhwa, and it's a bunch of people who have different fighting styles. Like for example, reverse taekwondo. I would have liked to seen that in the game. That would have been.
I mean, we have a Warang for that, but yeah, we have a Warang.
I don't know. Yeah. But you know, all these different fighting styles and stuff in the anime, I would have really liked to see that in there. I don't know. Is something that I'm happy for, but I'm kind of like on the fence, since I do want to see a lot of like the old Tekken characters, or probably not someone as flashy.
Who would you like to see?
Back from the old Tekken.
Yeah.
I did play Bruce in Tekken 5, but I don't think he would have come back ever. But yeah, I would have liked to see him Bruce. Bruce would have been really cool for me.
Yeah, it's a very cool character. Yeah, I agree.
You know, I wanted to agree. Yeah, I wanted to say something what Wolves and Finn was saying, that Clive is actually very good for Tekken. It's good for Bandai. It's good for business. It's going to sell players. And I think I saw someone in the chat now, Brian the World, something like that. He said, yeah, Noctis, Clive, all these characters, all these guest characters will bring in new players. All of these people, all of these characters will bring in new players. People will play, but like, how long will people stay is the main question. How long will
they
people
stay right now?
They'll stay right now, but in like season 2, season 3, they're going to add more Tekken characters. But, and also, I was also going to add on to the fact that when Finn said that, oh, it's good financially, they are different anime style characters that could have been added into Tekken with all this flashy stuff without being as flashy as Clive from Final Fantasy 16. I mean, one of the best examples is Baki. Like, I don't know why. I've talked to so many people about this. I don't know why people don't think Baki has motion like that. If Baki was added into Tekken, everybody would be gassing it up. I don't care who it is. Baki has motion like that. Baki would sell. Baki would sell.
Agreed.
I don't care who it is. Baki or Yujiro. So there are just other characters who would do the same job as Clive, but also not go overboard with people like Mike who've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1, with people like me who look at Tekken 8 and be like, you know what, I was fine with Heat. Some of like the balancing behind it is like kind of crazy, but like I'm fine with it. You know, it'll get better over time. But now I just see Clive in the game. I'm just like,
will it get better over time though? Because we've just seen like, is there like a full crouch dash into Heat now? It seems like they might be making.
I wanted to get to this. I wanted to get to this.
Yeah. All right, let's go one at a time so we don't speak over each other. So Blackheart, what do you think about the direction of Heat potentially?
That's. For fuck's sake!
No, I gotta let you go on a monologue.
You speak about Clive. We have a fucking Heat that goes into full crouch mix up, and you talk about how Clive destroys Tekken. This destroys Tekken. You imagine Shaheen, Heat Engager into full crouch, and LEMME into.
Is that confirmed? Like, is that real?
Into slide up for one, Heat smash and so on. Do you imagine that? That's what we'll get in season 2? Let's go, baby.
I mean, we have
Clive
to
is the problem.
Right now, right?
Clive is the problem.
Blackheart, let Finn speak though.
For fuck's sake.
We are all right here. The assumption is literally, know that everyone is on the same page, right? The assumption right now is when season 2 drops, we will be able, out of a Heat engage with, let's assume, plus 17, able to enter full crouch, right? That is the assumption here, right?
Yeah, that's the assumption that they're gonna run into full crouch.
No, not that. No, that's not the assumption. That's what it happens. That's what is happening.
Okay, you say it. Okay. No, it's okay.
What did you say?
Nothing. I wanted you to go on with.
No, it's not an assumption. It's what is happening. We've seen it in the trailer. Okay, I think that thing destroys Tekken far more than Clive. Do you see that thing? Like, now imagine Yoshimitsu for one moment, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody. Imagine Yoshimitsu for one moment. Oh my god. Heat Engager into full crouch, unblockable low sweep at -17 for you. What do you have to do?
But let's be real. If you are ready for
no,
this,
Clive flying is the problem. Flying is the problem.
Wait, hold on.
Yoshimitsu is not a good example. Yoshimitsu sweep unblockable. You know, it's if you are ready for it, you can react to it. You should take a character with a legit full crouch.
Oh my god! No, you cannot react to it. No,
you can. Come on, bro. I've seen your block rate on down 2. I know you.
I don't buy it.
I can react to it.
I don't buy it. Imagine reacted to a unblockable low at -17 for you though. At -17.
Yeah, okay. But then they can't do it. Then it would just be guaranteed, right? Like they can't do it.
What?
If you are right about that at -17, that unblockable low would be guaranteed, basically, wouldn't it?
If you can react, you can make an hop kick. So you should do a hop kick at -17. That's what we're going to.
How fast is that low? 24 frames? You can't.
I don't know.
It's 24, right? It's 24. You can't hop kick that at -17, can you?
I don't know what can you do. I don't know what can you do.
Okay, I don't know as well. Let's ask the other ones what they think. I'm sorry. Let's ask the other ones.
Yeah, go on, Sundrip. What do you think about it?
The new Heat system. If we're going under the assumption that you can do full crouch moves, I just think this game is going to be finished. It's going to be trash at a competitive level. Not actually, but like it just is going to seem like a problem. More 50-50s into mix. I have seen a lot of people say -17 out of Heat should be removed. It should only be +5. So if it is +17 Heat Engager full crouch mix, then there's literally nothing that most characters could do about Yoshimitsu sweep or about a lot of things like now all of the Tekken moves that I know just disappeared from my head. But like a layout would be very broken. I don't think it would be very healthy for the game at all.
Yeah, they need to remove that. They need to remove that thing immediately. It breaks the game much more than whatever Clive is doing here. Much more, I think. Much more.
Yeah, we don't know where they're gonna take Heat. One thing I don't like about Tekken 8 that is like it's basically riddled all over season 1 is this install mechanic that every character has now. It's really bizarre that they're going down that road where everyone can do that.
True. Yeah.
I don't know if that's like a season 1 theme and then the season 2 characters are gonna have their own theme, or all characters that are coming in now are gonna have their own installs. It's I don't like it personally. I'm not dooming when I say that. It's just a design choice that I'm not in favor of.
Yeah, it's okay. I on this, I mean the installs right now most of the times, like for example, add this one, add some gameplay, but it's not game breaking. For example, Ayachi's one is far more interesting. To not say broken, but it's balanced because it's one round only. Balanced, and all Lydia's, like every install has its own properties at least. That's interesting in my opinion if it's balanced well. The problem is that for example, I think Ayachi's one, even though it's for one round only, it's not balanced properly. For example, even though it's one round only, Eddie's one is okay. Lydia's one is I don't know. Not particularly game breaking still, just more damage basically. That's all it does. Nothing too substantial. So these installs don't add absolutely broken gameplay into the action apart from Ayachi. We have to see Clive's one, because Clive's one is kind of interesting if you saw the trailer, the dev talk number 2, because Clive does, when he reaches to 5, I think 5 installs, he gets to a fucking, I don't know, the 10,000 damage move. I don't know what he did there. That seems interesting. That seems interesting to say the least. He did a fucking 50,000 damage move. That I don't know what is that, but it's basically another rage art. Basically, I don't know.
Can I quickly just one thing because of the full crouch stuff? One thing, Blackheart or Mike, both, or everyone here. Do you really think that if they do this, that Anna still has her full crouch mix in that form, like in Tekken 7? Because I don't believe it. I don't believe she has that if they do this.
No, she will.
They can't do this.
No, she will.
You are convinced she will have the double launching?
Absolutely.
I mean, okay, that would be, if that happens, I will buy you like a pizza, bro. A pizza.
Pizza. No pineapple though. No pineapple.
Mike, do you think?
Anna is known for a full crouch mix-up. It's what she does best.
She is known for it, but do you, Mike, also think that if they do the full crouch stuff, that literally Anna will come into this game with that full crouch mix-up from a Heat engaged? Both options are launchers. Because that...
It's very, very hard to say because that would be absolutely ridiculous. For people that are new to Tekken that don't know about Anna, because I know some people that see Anna, they think she's a palette swap from Nina, which she's not. She's not. And if anyone thinks that she is, go back and play Tekken 7. But if Anna comes in to Tekken 8 in the state that she was in Tekken 7, which was not a bad state for Tekken 7, but transferring that over to Tekken 8, people are going to be screaming into their pillows.
Yeah.
Because Anna is a 50-50. Yeah, she's a 50-50 character. And in a game that already forces 50-50s, yeah, you're going to have a long time. Sorry, John.
Personally, I think that.
Sorry. Let John speak.
Yeah. Personally, I really do think that Anna's gonna have the move, because like when it comes to like characters that have, obviously when we went from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, a lot of the characters that we've had have those we've had our signature moves, if not altered differently in terms of like frames or whatever. But if this is happening and we are getting this, in my opinion, Anna will most likely have this. And with the whole Heat for full crouch option, is going to be, I wouldn't say a scary place. Like, it's going to be all types of fuckery for like a lot of people. And I'm personally not ready for it, but like they need to address or sort something out in more detail in the upcoming future about this stuff, because from looking from an outside in, it's really ridiculous.
No, but the problem is not about Anna's full crouch mix-up. The problem again is about this hit dash into full crouch directly. Because because right now, if you get an engager and you run towards your opponent, basically, and you duck, the duck comes after you run. So actually, you lose some frames. Advantage. You lose some frames in order to duck and then put your full crouch mix-up. So you actually risk something. That's good. That's the way it should be. Because full crouch mix-up of some cards are very strong. Very strong.
Yeah.
So right now, instead, they want, at least from what we've seen, that you run and directly dash and duck directly. It's a smooth transition. That's stupid with some characters. Like, imagine, like, I don't know, again, with Anna, you get to the full crouch mix-up. Yoshimitsu, Dragunov. Speaking of Dragunov, as always, but my dear Ruse, you go into full crouch down 4-1-4. So again, it's
it would be so
you
crazy.
Enhance.
They can't do this. They can't do this.
You enhance. Yeah, you enhance heat mix-ups. You enhance even more heat strength. I don't know. This is a problem.
I have to say, I have to give Blackheart completely right here. Until this trailer, I was like, okay, let's stay realistic. Let's stay chill. I was like under the impression maybe I am wrong because I predicted this a little bit, but I didn't thought they were gonna drop something like you can go into full crouch out of this shit. Like I didn't expect this.
Yeah, we don't know how they're gonna balance it. It's all speculation right now. My only issue is that, because of the road they've been going down, I have no reason to believe they're not going to continue down this road. And if what people were saying was true about the heat being more favorable amongst new players and it won the poll, then there's no reason for them to be like, okay, they like it, let's add more to it. But I do think there's a line that even with casual players or people that don't care as much, that they'll cross, much like we saw with Mortal Kombat, where a line was eventually crossed and people said enough's enough. So it's a balancing act. We're going to see. Tekken's never really done this before. People have always known Tekken to refine its mechanics and not really innovate too much. I think the biggest innovations came in like Tekken 4 with Walls, and then Tekken 6 had Rage and so on and so forth. But I wanted to let the Jean say his piece on this.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mike. Thank you for letting me in as usual.
Hello.
So I wanted to say something, especially when you pull out the installs. And I was surprised you said you don't like them that much. Because for me, the installs, and as I play Brian, I play a character that works a lot around this install, especially when he gets to the wall. I think they would have been the perfect plus to Tekken 8 without counting the hit, the way to bring the mechanic a bit forward. And I was thinking about this and how there is a part of me seeing the pattern of every DLC character having an install, that maybe not in Season 2, but in Season 3, we're going to have the big update where they're going to give one to every single one. And this is something that is a thought that I had. I think it was earlier when I was watching the live and I saw that at the end, Clive has an install as well, so everyone had one. And it looks like, I think, something that would not surprise me too much. And about the full crouch mix-up is honestly, I really hope it's something that they really thought about balance. They reduced some of the frame advantage, but even that, just having characters like Low or Yoshi, it engage you directly into full crouch is something that I really don't see bringing, I don't really see it as throwing water into the fire from the more hardcore community that is actually speaking loud about how the game is just scrambly and just takes away ability into the equation as much as it can.
Yeah, I think it's also worth considering that they might actually add to what you can do in full crouch, because a lot of people are saying it limits your options, but there's no telling that if you run in, maybe you don't get extra plus frames.
Exactly.
It's not just that. I had a bad thought, right? I thought that there was a situation where you get more mix-ups when you go into full crouch because characters can do all sorts of things from full crouch. But what if they give you extra, say you go for a move and that particular move is maybe launch punishable, but in full crouch, because your moveset, figuratively speaking, becomes limited, what if they give you extra plus frames? So if you don't land that hit, you're still at advantage or you're still neutral with them, so you can continue your pressure.
Yeah, that would be horrible. But
no, but the problem is this. The problem is this. Going into full crouch, it's a choice. It's not. I guess it's a choice. It's not forced to go into full crouch.
Oh, you mean it's? Oh, you mean you can?
It's a choice to go. I think that's what I did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's a choice to go into full crouch. Maybe I typing down, maybe, and you go into full crouch.
Yeah, with tapping down or something. Yeah.
It's not something you're forced to go into. That's why it's not a limitation, but it's worse. Because I think at least it will be a choice to go into full crouch.
It has to be a choice.
So either you stay standing and apply your standing mix-ups, or you go into full crouch and your full crouch mix-ups. So it's not a limitation. It's making the things
that
work.
Would be horrible.
If it is like this. If it's forced to go into full crouch, then better. Let's say better then.
I don't want to scare everyone, but imagine this: there are characters that obviously have great full crouch mix-ups, and there are characters they don't have much, but every new character is gonna get a new moves. What if these new moves go to implement and cover these holes into bad low mix-ups on some of these characters that have weaker
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I see that.
because this is as well another pattern with Tekken that has been since probably Tekken 6, which is the homogenization and the loss of archetype identities and clear weaknesses into the characters.
Yeah, you are correct about this. For everyone in chat who doesn't know, like for example, Bob in Tekken 7, they completely patched out the holes. Like he's completely correct about this.
Look,
like you can't debate this.
I speak for my main. He didn't have a strong 13 frame full crouch punish. No, the Brian full crouch down forward to 3. What they did, they gave him a strong one.
Yeah,
Fang didn't have a great wall carry.
Broken. Sorry.
Hey, calm down.
Sorry.
They didn't. The Fang didn't have great wall carry. What did they give him? Down forward for 3.
Yeah.
Best crew, best wall carry.
Yeah.
You don't even need to learn combo routes. It's just used to be.
And what did they give Raven last patch? 15 frame launcher.
Yeah, because they didn't have one.
Yeah.
So it's always been like this. They always going for this thing.
What did they give
to someone
Nothing.
that worked without breaking the character was when they gave the Lars what was silent entry 4/3 in 3+4 in Tekken 7. Because the character was so weak that after the move, at least the greatest wall carry still being weak.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. That was it. Yeah, you're right.
So that's the point. That's the direction they've always been going in Tekken, and I really hope it's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. I really hope that the new moves will not be so impactful into the full crouch mix-ups if this is the direction they're going for, because this will basically be a step back after 1.05, because in my opinion 1.05 has been a massive step forward, and then it's been very little steps, and then you can do all the balances adjusted that you want. But if you just leave this kind of frame advantage after an engager and you give a full crouch mix up and you just make it strong, not equally for every character but strong enough for every character, I mean it's gonna be
I hope it won't be like this.
Yeah,
I hope it won't be like this. I really hope to be the death of Tekken.
I just
I still can't believe they're adding new moves.
Someone said in chat they gave Raven the 15 frame launcher, same with Heihachi. Heihachi only in heat. Heihachi doesn't have a neutral 15 frame. They didn't do that yet. They didn't give Heihachi yet a 15 frame launcher.
Yeah, it's this scary issue.
I mean, if you are good with electrics,
it's fine. Good enough. It's good enough.
That's already for how much they simplify Heihachi. It's good that they left him the electric for launching.
June doesn't have a 15 frame launcher. Please give her one, please. It's about time.
No. True, yeah.
Please.
No, fuck June.
Fuck you. No, fuck.
No, but that's the thing. Having those kind of things don't make necessarily a character bad. It's like,
you mean crouch? Okay, sorry.
In my opinion, is great. If they start to give everyone every single a good punish, it's like okay. Brian doesn't have a good punish. He doesn't have a great punish apart for his
poor
jet
Brian.
up, which is a
poor Brian
frame launcher. No.
Oh, poor Brian.
No. So give him better punish. Give him a but that's my point. I don't want him. Fuck
Brian now. Fuck Brian.
So
fuck
people will say to me,
I will say this. Mike, clip this. Clive is more Tekken than Brian. Clive is more Tekken than Brian. Fuck Brian.
I don't agree with this.
Somebody kill him.
No, I don't care.
Somebody
I don't
kill him.
care. Cancel me. Cancel me. Cancel me. I don't care. I don't care.
Who's your dealer, bro? This is a lot. I need to understand.
Wait a minute, you don't even know Clive yet. You are completely out of your mind, bro.
I will say Brian is overtuned as hell. Brian is crazy overtuned. I will say. I will kind of agree with that.
I do think it's important that they find a good balance between the defender and the aggressor, because it's all well and good having heat and you're using heat on your opponent. It's fun, but I've heard from pretty much everybody, almost unanimously, that then when they are under attack from heat, they're not having fun, and that is not good balance in my opinion.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to have. It doesn't matter. Sorry.
I think that you need to find a good balance there, and I think Tekken 8 is lacking that right now, especially because it forces you into situations that you don't really. There's this whole sequence with Feng that I can do where you have to just block. You're not sidestepping. There's nothing you can do because his 3+4 makes you fall to the ground even if you don't get hit, right? So the next thing that I do, you have to block it. That's it. And I don't think that's fun. And I think they need to find a good balance there. My only worry with Clive is that Clive will enforce these things even more than the pre-existing characters. So everyone that's saying, oh, heat's the problem, don't worry about Clive. No, Clive is an issue because Clive can introduce things into Tekken that we might not have seen before, and he might be able to utilize the heat mechanic in a way we've never seen. And
but you don't know yet. You don't know yet. He could be the worst card in the game.
That's why I said he could. I didn't say he is.
Oh, could.
Yeah,
could.
I said he could, not that he is. So we saw he's got a judgment card, right? I mean, it's all speculation.
Trust me, guys. Clive will be the worst card in the game. Panda, and then Clive. Trust me.
It is like something.
Hopefully he's bottom tier.
I'm with Finn, like,
oh, sorry.
I kind of like agree with him. Like, oh yeah, in heat, like you are supposed to not have fun, but in a way, there needs to be something that can be used to, like, oh, if an opponent is using is like mashing or whatever with the heat or whatever, there's something that I should be able to do to counteract their nonsense. Or there needs to be, there would, like what Matt said, there needs to be some sort of like defense balancing that can be had. But for me, I kind of wish they didn't add new moves with the situation that they're doing with the whole heat and all the stuff. But with these new moves, they need to address some of like the, let's say, what characters are kind of like missing. So for example, maybe some characters need like, a bit more of a defensive move to help with their, defensive issues, or some with their offensive issues, something like that, just to help improve those characters that aren't really doing well, even though you can do well with with any character really, but just to help with their like gameplay.
I think it all goes back to Planet Meduse. Planet Meduse was the one who really sat down on this point. It goes back to -17. -17 is the big point of this, because you can give me any defensive move, you can give me the sickest backdash, you can give me teleport as a movement option. I'm not gonna do shit at -17.
Exactly.
Or the heat smashes. Some heat smashes are ridiculously plus. This is the thing. You can give this. Okay, I want to ask every single one here. Let's start from top. Mike, do you think they will ever touch -17? Do you think they will ever touch -17 heat engage?
No, based on what you said earlier, with people being more favorable to heat, I can only see this getting worse.
Same. I agree. They won't touch -17. No, it's not true. -17. Yeah, you can guard at -17, but it's a very huge mix-up. No.
Yeah, it makes newer players, or it makes people in the situation feel like they're more they are more in control. And as you can see from people that are playing the older Tekken games, where we all know you had much more free reign in the combat than you do in Tekken 8, it's frustrating because there's no skill that is needed with that particular scenario. The game is forcing that situation.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, Tekken's always been known for being very, very difficult to get into, and if you're playing somebody that's even been playing for like a couple of days more than you, you kind of get mopped, right? People didn't like going on ranked, and what Heat has done is it's made it so that you've got a Super Saiyan mechanic, which basically makes it so you can enforce your game plan. Doesn't matter really what happens in that particular moment. So no, I don't think they'll take that away, because then you'll be taking away this hand-holding system that they've given to people that has drawn more people in, because more people are playing the game now.
Yeah, they don't want it to become useless, basically, because that's what they think. Of course, they think that if they nerf it too much, it becomes useless.
I will say just before we move on, that in that trailer that we got for season 2, if you notice, Feng Wei's heat smash changed, and originally, no, I'm for it. I think it's good. I don't think heat smash should also be wall splatting. I think that if they add a heat smash animation at the end where it's like, okay, it's just it's a cinematic, and he hits you at the end and you don't get a wall splat, I think that's great, because the fact that Feng Wei can do heat smash into Kempo mix up or splat you against the wall, as a Feng Wei player, I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why has he got all of this and plus frames? So if they change that, I think that's
not
good.
only splatting you from 10k kilometers.
It's one of the longest range wall splat heat smashes. I've been playing Feng recently as well.
I think it's top 3. I think it's top 3.
It's very sidesteppable. I think they're way better.
I hope it's the same for Jin. I hope it's the same for Jin.
But does anyone think?
No, leave my goat Jin alone.
They will
leave my goat alone.
Say something. Wait, I wanted.
Sorry, I just knew. Is there anyone here that thinks -17 is going to change, or is everyone saying it will stay this way?
I genuinely do think they might tone down -17 to at least like -10.
Yeah.
Because I've just seen so many players, at least, like bare minimum -10. If it goes lower than that, I'll be very surprised.
Okay,
I'd be happy, but very surprised. I see so many players, K-Wiz, Arslan Ash, so many like pro players, so many like intermediate pro players, not like the ones that you heard of, just like people like that are very good at Tekken, that are just saying like, yeah, -17 plus 17 heat engager is like one of the dumbest things ever. I remember watching, first 2 weeks of Tekken. I picked Jin. Jin is my main character, and I'm just like, oh, I'm having fun with Jin. Let me go play his father. Let me go play Kazuya. Pardon?
No, I said I'm sorry for you.
Oh, what that?
Bro,
what?
I think Joker literally said he wants heat engage. Like, we all know Joker here, right? Joker literally said he wants heat engage to be +5 basically, and heat dash on block to be like +1, +2 or some shit.
That's what something I wanted to add.
That's also too much reduction, I think. That's also too much reduction.
Don't speak over each other, guys. Go, John, go first.
So apart the +17 heat engagers, which is a super big reward, but at the end of the day a reward because it's a hit you need to land. The just general +5 on hit dash, I think, is even dumber, because then +5 is not a stupid number, because if you playing Tekken hardcore, the +5 is that number that doesn't allow you the sidestep. No, it's not +4. It's +5. Is the tilting point? If it was +4, it's a big difference. Would have been a big difference. And having every single moves that become +5, which is a move that is neutral on block becomes +5 on a hit dash, or a move that is launch punishable becomes +5 on hit dash. That's as well something that I think this is something that I'm going to take more in consideration for me to change. Than the -17. The -17, they might tone it down as well a bit if they make this change, because then it would be too much of a big discrepancy in this gap between the two groups. But I think as well is the combination of the two that makes it this massive oppressive machine, because you get an hit engager, you're +17, you start to mash, you start to mix, and then when maybe your opponent stops and we manage to reset the neutral, he lands a small punishes and he pushes it away. I'm playing Fang, I shoulder you hit dash, and then what? Maybe you are in the arena stage, you are again at the wall. Good luck with that. I can just start to plus frame you, because at the end you are +5. You are scared of sidestep. You might think of sidestep, but you're scared of doing that because you know that even a non-homing move might catch you. So it's the whole collection of being so positive, and I think that the way to get around this is toning down these things, but as well giving character clear weaknesses. When they announce the hit, I'm sorry if I'm taking a bit longer, but this is probably the instance we want to make. When they announced hit in Tekken 8, everyone got afraid of Warren, because we all remember Warren in Tekken 7. Now, I personally, for me, playing Warren, it doesn't feel as bad, even when he's in it, as playing other characters. Because at the end of the day, if you manage to read the attack, you can destroy him. There is a counterplay to the guy. No. Some of these characters don't have this counterplay. They don't have these weaknesses. They can just destroy you like nothing. And this is where the real problem resides as well. like characters being too complete and not having clear weaknesses. Partially, and the hit being too strong.
Like for example, let's give some examples. Like for example,
Jin Kazama.
Exactly.
Jin is the best distance.
My main.
Sorry, but you can see how Dragon of the Nerf, everyone said it was a slap on the wrist at the end, was very impactful at high level.
Yeah. What again?
Dragon of Nerfs, that everyone thought it was a slap on the wrist. And I still think it's not too much. It's not enough.
He's still the top 3, of course.
It's still very strong. It's still very strong.
Yeah,
but you can see already, even on the numbers, he's losing way more on high level, not on competitive only. On high level, he's already losing way more because you need to rely a bit more on down to track your opponent's sidestepping. And now he's very weak to sidestep. Still strong character, but with a clear weakness.
I mean, a little bit more, but yeah, a little bit more. Let's say. He still tracks like crazy with some moves, but yeah.
So I'm gonna bring in Avatar Yaya to say his piece on this. I want to get his perspective on it. So what's going on, Avatar?
Yo, what's good, y'all? So
how you doing, bro? Yeah, give your perspective.
I saw the stream, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I knew 2 days after the game Final Fantasy 16 came out that he was gonna come to Tekken. Because I had made the tweet, but I was like so serious because
I saw your prediction. I saw it.
Yeah, and I literally was like, it's so funny because a lot of people have been getting on me about the Clive thing. Like, don't get it twisted, right? Like, I wanted Tifa, you know, but I'm not gonna lie and be like, I didn't just play 100% 16, right? Like, I've bought it so many times. Now I get the Tekken perspective where like we don't want this here because I had to sit back and think about it. Smash Bros killed it for a lot of people with Steve, Minecraft Steve. And the way he comes to the game, this is why I can't really argue the gameplay side of things like that with y'all, especially like the people that have been veterans and stuff like that. Because Steve in Smash, fundamentally, when he came out, he was so overbearing to the neutral of Smash. Like, he just excused himself from the rules of it, building platforms when he wants to, stopping people from recovering with blocks. And you know, and I've been playing Smash for context for people that don't know me, y'all. I'm sorry I just come in like this, but I'm Avatar Yaya. I cover like fighting games, anime, everything else in between. I've been playing Smash since Brawl. I usually play in a lot of locals, and I don't go 0-2, but even majors. But I will say I understand the frustration from that perspective of like, all right, we got this character Clive in the game. He gonna fuck the game up from like how crazy it is. And I see where y'all are coming from with like Tekken's usually based on the concept of the characters having this martial arts element to it, and with the characters they choose and things of that nature. And I think when it comes to guest characters though, right, like the idea of the inclusion, is he good for it? Is he bad for Tekken? Like, I think, and I highly respect Bandai for doing this because of the Tekken talk, but it seems very similar to what Capcom did while everybody else is upset with Street Fighter 6 with the Terry and my picks. They took 2 slots, right? Imagine if it could be way worse than Tekken. They could have put Clive and Jill. You know what I'm saying? And then would have been like, yeah, I would have been like, this is this. I already think it's already a bad season's pass, like off rip. But I think guest characters are supposed to be honest with you, random, right? A lot of the times guest characters are random and it's not necessarily supposed to be what you want, right? I think a lot of games are trying to capture what Smash Bros does. Being in a Bandai game, right? You could tell like they kind of follow some similar patterns from the legacy of Ultimate when it comes to like inclusions and DLC and trying to make things a certain way.
Can I ask you a question then, based on that? How do you feel about Cristiano Ronaldo potentially being in City of the Wolves?
I instantly pre-ordered it.
Based on that?
Yes, the reason why is because I'm
He's
a
the
big
GOAT.
look. I just got into like soccer recently. In the front.
Oh, I think something might happen.
Oh yeah.
I'll
be right back. I'll be right back.
No worries, bro. I was very, very disappointed when I saw Christian. Don't get me wrong. When I saw it, I was like, "What the fuck, Cristiano Ronaldo?" And it does make everyone go, "What the hell?" And I understand he's the most like followed man on Instagram or whatever. I get that there's gonna be more eyes on the game, but from somebody that is, I'm not gonna say and pretend like I'm like an old school KOF head. I've got some of the KOF games. I've got some of the old Fatal Fury games, but even as someone that plays fighting games, I was like, what the fuck? Cristiano Ronaldo? Like, are we just putting anyone in it? You might as well just put Bambi in Tekken and fucking, put Vladimir Putin in Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, let's go. Yeah, I wanted to
Twitter, and I was like, it was crazy. I thought it was like a whole meme. When I saw it on Twitter, I was like, nah, I woke up too early, I slept off. But then I looked into it and I was realizing, is it really that, did he pay to get in? Or does he really like the game or whatever? Like I didn't understand why they'd pick him to be in the fighting game franchise. So and I was really confused. I was
makes
really
no
confused.
sense to me.
Imagine saying,
yeah, I wanted to.
Please no.
Please. I actually wanted to say.
My bad. The cat was going crazy.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say what Yaya was saying. I actually completely disagree with what Yaya was saying of how guest characters are supposed to be random. Of course, they are, yeah. In nature, they are supposed to be random. Just, a random character from a series like how Mortal Kombat does it, like Ghostface. I don't know why the hell Ghostface is there. I love the scary movies.
Don't get it
I
twisted.
love the scary movies, though.
Mortal Kombat does it bad.
Mortal Kombat does it bad. No, I agree with that. But I love the Scream movies. I like when Ghostface appeared, and I'm just like, oh shit, Ghostface. But I don't think I agree with the random nature of it. That's the reason why Ghostface got into Mortal Kombat. And I was actually, when people kept bringing up Negan and Tekken, I'm just like, Negan seems more of a Mortal Kombat character from the series he's from. And this is the pattern that a lot of guest characters follow with Mortal Kombat specifically, is that these characters are from gory series and it fits Mortal Kombat's aesthetic. It fits Mortal Kombat's whole thing. That Mortal Kombat is these people ripping each other's spines out of their bodies and ripping each other's heads off, like quite literally. So for Clive to be in Tekken, yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
So
let
me fight that point. So I understand, but the point of guest is supposed to be surprise, right?
Yeah.
And in the element, I don't mean random, that loosely, like okay, like we're watching the Game Awards, and the next thing you know, a Teletubbies in Tekken, right? Like I'm not even lying to you. Like, and if y'all could probably clip this, if season 2 happens to have Fortnite in there, I'm just saying. I'm just letting y'all know, because like Tekken, the way they're adding stuff to, if y'all been paying attention to like you could tell by how they're adding stuff to the fight pass, and I'm telling y'all right now, pay close attention to it. The stuff they're adding, right? I'm a fan of it because I just like meme shit, but in reality, it's Zoomer stuff, right? Like the phone pauses with the Chipotle, the FGC like Chipotle, the jackets with the glasses, like that's a lot of stuff that's very popular, right, with a younger audience. And I think Tekken is trying to find a middle ground will appealing to everybody. I honestly think Tekken 8 wasn't supposed to come out this year. I think Tekken 8 is supposed to come out in 2025. That's my biggest take because of the season's pass. There's no way they got away with giving us Eddie. Lydia was at the end of the DLC and she's the second character. Why wasn't she first? Heihachi, I knew he was gonna come. I just knew he was gonna come because I was like, people was complaining about it. Once I saw Bison and Street Fighter, I was like, he has to be. I'm at Evo with my homies. I think I got the record and I was like, bro, it's about to be Heihachi, bro. Like, y'all, I don't know why y'all getting hype. And then it was Heihachi, and I just looked at him and stared because I hate Heihachi so much.
Honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but I didn't expect Heihachi to come back. I don't know if it's just me, but I honestly didn't think Heihachi will be back. At least not so soon. Not so soon.
So the big thing about Tekken, if you've been paying attention to like, this comes into a deeper of like how they operate with Bandai. Bandai in some areas have been going through it. And if you watch the Tekken talks, they talked about like, all right, we adding these monetization options. You know, they telling us this to support the game and however you feel about that, whatever, right? Believe it or not. But like things that they're doing in this first season is to solidify they getting paid. Like at the end of the day, why would you not put Heihachi? Especially with Street Fighter. Of course. It's like, why would you not put Bison? To be honest with you, even though I don't like Heihachi, I just don't like the old man variant of Heihachi. But literally, if you don't like Heihachi, you know it feels weird that he's not in the game, right? Yeah. He's almost in the case of like Street Fighter not having Akuma, but we know Akuma's DLC because everybody buying Akuma.
It's literally the most popular character in Street Fighter, yeah.
Right.
People are asking for these characters as well. They were like, "Where's my man Heihachi? Where's my man Bison?" Like,
okay, but this is where I want to say something. When you said people don't ask for this, so this is where I really have to remind every single one here and every single one in the chat that do you remember the VDX video of "I trust the Tekken team, but I don't trust Namco Bandai"? And if you remember this title, everyone here in the chat. Do we all remember that they already, I have to stress this really explicitly, they pissed in our faces when after launch, like 2 weeks after launch, they announced, you know what, guys, by the way, now that the game is launched, we are putting in a Tekken shop.
That's what I spoke about
after you said it, right? You already said, but we should, okay, Mike already said it, we should stress this again. And then a few months later, they tried to sell you a $500 dog shit sunglasses. Are we, you know what I mean? And they are bringing this on in the Tekken talk. And this is where VDX is right. This is not the Tekken team's doing. This is Namco Bandai's doing. They don't feel comfortable sitting there selling you a $500 dog shit monster whatever fuck sunglass. And this is the problem. This is the problem. They don't want to do this.
I don't see that as a problem. If someone is stupid enough, I don't see that as a problem. Like if someone is stupid enough to buy those glasses, it's on them. It's not on Bamco.
You cannot buy them anymore.
They're just offering you things. If you buy them, good. If you don't buy them, it's good.
Yeah, but now they're offering you. Yeah, but now, bro, they're offering you.
I'm pretty sure the glasses were free though.
No,
guys, I want to
the shop.
We are digressing
like the actual glasses, like the actual brand ones.
But I mean, who do you think makes those decisions?
The gentle monster glasses.
The gentle monster glasses. Who do you think says at the end we give money for Clive? It's these guys.
Which is fine. I agree with that. But I will say that, for example, like Tekken got me. I got all the phone posits, right? It already was easy because I already wear phone posits. So saying Tekken phone posits, that was easy 400 out of me, right? Like. I'm gonna buy things I'm playing. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I buy shoes, right? But yeah, a lot of these decisions are. That's how it is with Sparking. I'll give you another example. Yeah.
Can you give us a review? Are they good?
Yeah, they good. They're literally just the phone. They're literally the normal phone posits.
Oh, the shoes.
But yeah, the actual shoes. They're literally normal phone posits. They're not cheap quality. And the color works because, you know, Tekken color scheme, if you know how the black ones are, that's the main ones I usually put on. Literally, they just work because it's a black color, black, bluish, navy bluish, and it just works with everyday wear. So it's like, it's nothing really like, you know how we got like clothing in the FGC and they just slapped a big ass picture of like Bison on it. I hate that shit. Like make it like vintage or something like that. Let me have some like.
But it's iconic though.
I mean, I know it is, but like, I don't want it. Like, I want to be able to walk outside and be like, and somebody not look at me and be like, "Damn, you got cami titties on your chest." Like, I don't want people to see that. Like
guys, I wanna transition the conversation. I want to get you all involved in this to answer one at a time. So I want to go through the super chats, and I want you guys to answer them from your perspective because I don't want it to just be my voice. So I'm going to read them out. I'm going to start with the first one that we got. And we'll start at Blackheart, and then I'll basically bring in someone to answer, okay? So Tonton said that he doesn't exactly hate Clive, but some people are saying that the only reason people wanted Tifa was for Gooning is insanely hypocritical, considering Anno is coming back in season 2. How do you guys feel about the whole conversation around Tifa, Clive, and the Gooning thing? We'll start at Blackheart, and we'll work our way through.
I mean, I think it's stupid to say that someone requests a card only for Gooning. I think it's a very stupid point, whatever it may be. Like, there may be people that want Tifa only because they play with the pad with only one hand, but there are also people that actually like the card, and it's good. That's good. You know, that's nothing wrong with that. But the whole Gooning argumentation is just stupid. For example, I don't care about Tifa, whether she gets added or not. But if someone generally wants Tifa because he likes the card, there's no problem with that. And there is no connection also to Anna, because again, Anna has a lot of fan base, and most of Anna fan base actually is most. I'm not saying anyone, but there's a lot of girl people playing Anna, or also I don't know. There's not many from what I saw, but from what I know at least, there are not many like women. I think Anna appeals more to the female fan base. I think most of it. So the Gooning is stupid argumentation, whatever the point is. I think like you don't want a character only because I don't know, you like them and so on. For example, a lot of people actually play Anna because of her play style, because she's very good. She can. I don't know. She is very good in the neutral. She's very good in Tekken. She has a lot of mix-up potential. In this game, she will be crazy to play. In fact, I also played Anna in Tekken 7 sometimes. Like, it's not about sometimes it's a far more deep conversation than just saying Gooning. Gooning doesn't mean shit, I think.
Okay, let's get Finn's take on it.
Okay, make it really short. Everyone who says Gooning is a stupid argument is obviously correct, but it is still reality. If you go on Pornhub and you search like Overwatch, you will quickly see that what gamers are to a huge degree are Kumas. It is just the reality. So yes, there are a lot of people. Like, yeah, just Rule 34 shit and stuff, right? Like, they go on Overwatch and stuff, Fortnite. Like, we all know it. Like, let's not try, like, none of us knows this, that, like, Fortnite and Overwatch and shit, gamers gobble that shit up. It is literally, I'm sorry. And the fact is, this character would have, I have to say this character would have fit better into Tekken, because she is more of a martial artist. Mike is correct about this. She is more of a martial artist, a brawler type. And it would have been also, people would literally think about it. If it would have been Tifa, guys, can you believe it? People would have bought this game to be a Tifa player. I mean, it is what it is. Clive is cool, but people, I'm just saying, yes, Kuma Guna shit is not the only argument, but it is part of it, and it's true. It is true. That's my take.
Okay, John?
I really didn't think the whole Overwatch analogy would have come through, but that's besides the point. In my opinion, like, yeah, the whole Gooning like search thing is a whole like a loud voices of like the Twitter player base. In my opinion, like what Finn said, about like what Mike said, I do think she would fit in. Like, she is a brawler, and it would have been a better choice. Me personally, I feel like this has just been a big meme that has been run on for like the longest time, ever since like the whole Tifa running for like Senate and like this whole court thing. Yep. And it's been running on since then. And I know in the beginning I was like, yeah, I would want Tifa in, but then I realized there's other characters that are like better in the game. Why the hell am I want Tifa in the game? And then I realized, oh, it's been this meme since years ago, since that whole initial thing, and people have just been running, oh, Tifa for this, Tifa for that. And I don't know, personally, a small part of me is saying, is the meme is still ongoing? But yeah, there are people that want Tifa in the game, and there's nothing wrong with having a female character. It's not Gooning, but like, you know, it's fine. So there's no issue.
John?
Well, I think that Tifa in general as a video game character is going to be requested in every single game that brings up guest character, even in Fortnite, and it's just not going to be for Gooning. But you're talking about a franchise that is so big that it detached from its main franchise, because Final Fantasy VII is not Final Fantasy, it's Final Fantasy VII, and it's a standalone thing. And that's the strongest female character that there is in that game as a character itself. So everyone is always going to be requesting that character. And if you want to make the argument about Gooning, I mean, especially with the next update, you can put whatever waifu character you want in bikini into the main screen. So you really don't need Tifa for that, guys. Because I don't think like we all see how female looks in Tekken since ever. So no, it would have been a better pick because even almost my grandfather knows who Tifa is now. Right now, everyone knows who Tifa is. It's been around since 1997. So I know, and it would have fit better the Tekken game because she's a brawler, so it would have been a more natural. But Tekken 8 is different Tekken game, so I don't think it's just about gooning. It's just about how strong at the end, especially when you pick about a guest character, you think about how the guest character is strong as about gaining people in. Now it should be so. It would have been better for the game if Tifa would have been in, and how the voice spreads around. I think is because as well as Eight Wolf says is about the meme of Tifa and Kiryu. You know, being the next one is Tifa is louder now because it's a Final Fantasy character than what we got.
All right, Yo-Yo.
All right, so I gotta say a lot because the word gooning pisses me the hell off. Like I'm like every person that uses that be like, bro, go outside. Like I really just want to tell every person that say that. This has been going on since Stellar Blade came out. Cause I'll be like, oh, I like Stellar Blade, and they'd be like, oh my god, you a gooner, and I'm like, come on, bro. Like, first of all, what is wrong with people liking characters that look good and beautiful? Because you play games that appeal to you. That is why we have different taste and outcome when it comes to this type of thing, right? But at the end of the day, it just sucks because like you can't really express that without saying, oh, I like this character because of X thing, or you know, people are like wanting to goon it. Yeah. So in that way, I think Tifa would have obviously been the perfect timeline, the perfect solution, right? And as a fan of Final Fantasy in general, personally, I don't really care. But I wanted Tifa. Everybody wants Tifa. Tifa is a character that fits Tekken because of the fighting, right? The big thing that's the disconnect for me, because I've been around since the release of Tekken 2. I haven't been playing it like competitively, anything like that, but I own all of them and played them as they went on, right? The big difference for the people like Twitter is like y'all bringing up the martial arts thing. A lot of people is just like, that's not even just Tekken. Tekken's just about tossing hands, right? And I think Clive, in my honest opinion, is also a very cool pick because even if I didn't play Final Fantasy 16, what makes him interesting is that he brings something unique to the table of a game that's unorthodox. But like I said earlier, it is frustrating when you got these things in the game that kind of change how the gameplay. Like if he comes out like Leroy Evo Japan broken, I understand their outrage. I get it, right? But I do think what makes the inclusion better because Tifa's at the point. Tifa's at the point of like Sora and Smash. Like I don't think she's not coming still. Like they can still do it, right? Because I think what it is they just didn't use her at this point in time. And Ben, I probably didn't even think about it, was that there's remake, right? And to put Tifa faithfully in Tekken right now, because of remake, you would have to spoil the last part that we haven't gotten yet. Because we know if you play Final Fantasy 7, right? We know she does dolphins, right? Even with Advent Children, if you want to use Advent Children, the movie one, she does some things in there that's later after the events of Final Fantasy 7. So to put that character faithfully in Tekken right now, and they could do it without it, right? You know, they get creative all the time. But even looking at Final Fantasy with inclusions of Clive into Tekken 8, a lot of his movesets, they're spoilers. Most of them shits are spoilers, right? And at that point, they're like, all right, the game's out. Cool. But I think what they would do if they do put Tifa in the game, it'll be the Rebirth remake iteration of Tifa. But at the end of the day, not to go long on it, the whole Gooning conversation is so stupid because you probably saw one random Twitter clip of Tifa getting piped on Twitter and was like, oh my God, you only like her for the boobs. But if you actually play Final Fantasy VII, you know how much of a character she supports Cloud and the world of Final Fantasy VII around her. But you know, people just they watch too much porn. Like there's no other way to sugarcoat it. It's like
yeah, well, that's the point. They do, yeah.
He's valid. He's valid.
Drippy, you want to round it off?
I'd like to agree with pretty much everyone here, but especially with Finn and Blackheart. Finn especially, because he says a lot of the community would request Tifa and request these female characters. I mean, we know the whole meme in like the Tekken community is that Lily mains like dressing up the character, like they play a dressing game, like Lily mains.
So and they do.
They really do. So it's just
and
people requesting these characters. People requesting these characters like Tifa only help the game truly because, you know, it brings in these gooners. It brings in these guys who are just like, damn, I'm solely going to pay for Tekken, a $70 game, and pay for Tifa, who's like $5, I think, and then play Tifa because I think her titties look nice. Like that's very true. It's a very true thing. And the whole gooning argument is partially true because of that. It's partially true because of that.
I don't see that as a negative as you. I don't see that as a negative.
Yeah, I don't see that as a complete negative. I do see people saying Guna way too much. I feel like that's an overused term. It's very stupid though. It is a dumb term. But like for the argument's sake in general, for what it's trying to represent, then yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not also an incorrect thing as well. Yeah. On top of that, I didn't want Tifa. I looked at Tifa and I'm just like, I'm not interested. I'm really not interested. Give me Baki, give me Omar, give me, I don't even know. I completely forgot. Give me Goku. I'd rather have Goku than Clive. Damn. It's borderline Goku. Clive is borderline Goku. Clive is, I mean, you know, I'm Son Dripku.
Oh, shit.
You know, I like Goku and everything.
Goku I'm going to heavily disagree with that.
But I just wasted my time because of that. What?
No, to keep it. Let's try to keep the answers like as short and sweet as possible, so you can get through all the. I want to ask you guys the next one because I've already given my take on this. I completely disagree with what people are saying here with regards to character designs. I think they're looking at it on the surface when people bring up Alex and Roger. It's very clear that those characters are partaking in a fighting style and their fighting styles are somewhat grounded other than them using their tails and whatnot. But a lot of people are asking the question, Tekken 8 has devils, lasers, guns, swords, unblockables, guard breaks, force 50-50s, heat smash, unbreakable throws, but Clive doesn't fit in Tekken 8, right? So just to reiterate, not to make it too long, I think this is not a good talking point because the devils being in there, that's more about the story. It doesn't have too much impact on the gameplay outside of some of the things that Tekken 8 has done, but even then it's not too over the top. Lasers and guns, and the lasers from the devils, again, Kazuya's laser is basically non-existent in gameplay. The only one you really see is the down laser when he's in heat. Other than that, historically in Tekken, you don't see it anywhere. As for guns, I had the same reaction I have now. Guns are stupid. Nina shouldn't be shooting people. So my stance on this is that historically, Tekken has had wacky characters that still take part in the more grounded martial arts. But I want you guys to give your take on this question. We'll start with Blackheart.
There has been, okay, of course, I'm going to defend this opinion, of course, since it's one of my best talking points about this discussion. But I think it's true, actually. I think I agree with Nick Adamus, even if he thinks I interrupt people. It's not true. It's not true, but okay. By the way, I think he's got a point because during the years, during the different Tekkens, we have seen a lot of characters that play not martial arts and they don't play martial arts and joke characters or I don't know, joke moves or like flashy gaming all over the place. Even Tekken characters, I can make a lot of examples. The Bears don't have a real fighting style. They just roll around, you know, do crazy shit. I don't know. If we think about tag games, we have magic cards like Mokujin. Mokujin is basically a magic card that mimics every other card in the game with his gimmicks. We have I don't know. We've had Jinpachi playable in Tekken 5 VR, for example, and he has a lot of bullshit, of course, like fireballs and so on. Jinpachi. We've had True Ogre playable in tag games in Tag 2. In Tag 1, it was playable, fully playable character with a lot of bullshit, flames and so on. I don't know. There was a lot of instances in which we've had characters that played with joke things, with joke gameplay that it's not resembling a true martial art. Because Tekken has never been a fighting game based around serious martial arts. Also that, but it's always been also a joke game with a lot of bullshit and so on. Also, Dr. Boskonovich in Tekken 3 and Tekken 3, not Tekken 7, not Tekken 3. Dr. Boskonovich played around fainting every 2 seconds, or like, I don't know, making electric attacks, I don't know, like going all over the place, running all over the place, and so on. Dr. Boskonovich was a character that basically never stood still, basically. He always fell to the ground and so on. Like, maybe not to this over extreme extent of Clive. Maybe we can agree on this. Like, Clive is by far the most over the top character in this way. But combined with the fact that never been this serious as a fighting game in terms of martial arts, combined with the fact that Tekken 8 is one of the most anime-looking Tekken games ever, combined with the fact that Tekken has already had a Final Fantasy character in Tekken 7 with Noctis that played a little bit like Final Fantasy, I don't see this as a weird addition. You can either tell or not that you don't like this addition, but it's not true that it doesn't fit Tekken. Tekken has never been any pretension of being a serious fighting game that is based only around serious martial arts. That's my point. That's my take, of course.
Finn?
So yeah.
Make it really short. So the comment made a mistake in my opinion, because he lists technical aspects about the game, technical mechanics, to basically describe the absurdity in power level and shit we deal with in Tekken 8. And then says, what is Clive, what is that on top of that shit? Obviously, that is a rational argument, but you can't. I played Akuma in Tekken 7. I played him at a pretty high level. I entered even some online tournaments with him. And for certain characters in Tekken 7, at the end of the lifespan of Tekken 7, if you had asked most characters, do you think Akuma should fuck off out of Tekken, and Negan as well, they would have said yes. Not because, literally because of how Akuma played on Negan, because literally Mike said Negan played basically like a pretty fair Tekken character. It was because they aesthetically and emotionally had a disconnect. Aesthetically and emotionally, these characters should not be here. They don't accept it. You will never get behind this wall. You will never break this wall down. This character could have been completely absurd. It could have been Baki, and maybe he also looked out of place. But if people emotionally accept the character, it doesn't matter how absurd the character is. This character, this Clive guy, Brawl Pro's title was literally, who the fuck is that? Because he didn't know it. He had no emotional connection to him. People don't know this character. They don't, and that is it. The emotional aesthetic connection, if they don't know this character, don't feel anything towards him, they literally do not give a fuck how well he is implemented, how well he is functioned. They do not want him. That's it.
Okay, John?
I think the guy's comment does have some validity in it, but I think Finn just took a lot of what I wanted to say out. Like, a lot of stuff that he's mentioned, it's in the lore-wise of the game. These characters are supposed to have this stuff. Like, it makes sense for them to have it and for it to work, but it does make sense that he's asking, because, Clive, he's got Phoenix and he's got Ifrit and he's got all this stuff. Like, why can't he be a part of Tekken when obviously there's Devil Jin, because he's got the Devil Gene, chainsaws is coming through and all this nonsense, but like, it's just a part of the thing. But I personally think that he does have a point. Why can't it be in there? But it's understandable as to why other characters deserve a more place to be in there than Clive. But yeah, no, the guy's comment does have a bit of a standing. So yeah, that's just my point.
John?
I think that Clive fits Tekken 8, but does not fit Tekken. And Tekken 8 being so detached from the others, from his previous, it makes it like having a little more of a spot. But at the same time, for me, comes down more to the character itself, and the look itself is how a character is implemented. And that's the biggest difference between this guy and all the previous, and Roger, Alex, and all those guys. Taking apart, I'm not talking for characters like True Ogre, because he was clearly the boss character and he was literally over the top. And it's not about having magical things into Tekken, it's about how those magical things move and act. So if Clive would have been in the previous Tekken, it would have been like an absolute no. Now as in Tekken 8, we have a debate because there is the division between the two sides of the fan base, basically. I think it would have been better if this character would have been a bit more toned down on his visual, not on his movesets, but like every time you press a button, looks like you're generating a different color. And when you're not generating an icon, an Esper, how they're called, you have a puppy coming through. So is this over-the-top look, the sword and everything, that I think it pushes a bit too much for me, personally.
Okay. Sandriku?
I think the guy that made the super chat has probably never played Tekken a day in his life or any Tekkens. With the Devils, Devil Jin is only in there to represent Devil Jin's previous moveset with the Mishima style karate. The lasers haven't been of any use besides one Devil Jin combo where you can electric you and do lasers into that. But besides that, the unblockables with the lasers, you can duck it. Like that's never been a thing where people use that all too much, unless if you've played Tekken at such an entry level, like if my niece played Tekken or something, right? Guns, stuff like Nina's guns are ridiculous. I feel like that's mostly because of the way Heat is balanced, but I don't mind Nina's guns. I don't mind Nina's guns being in the game. She's an assassin. She's supposed to have guns. Victor is also he's a top dog in the military. He's part of the UN, the United Nations. So yes, he's supposed to have a gun, and you can duck the high of the gun. He doesn't use it all too much, besides within his combos, and he doesn't use it in his neutral. Like these
I think
are
it's about
parts.
tone for him.
It's not
It's
true.
about the tone of it. What do you think about
Yeah.
the tone of it?
The tone of Clive?
Yeah, no, the tone of like not that the gun is like duckable, like the mechanics or the laser is useless. I mean, I agree with you obviously, but I think for this guy, which I can see, it's about like this gun looks weird. Why is there a gun?
It's about
in
the
Tekken?
concept. It's not about the
concept.
Okay, about the concept within it being Tekken. I mean, as Blackheart did kind of say, I don't 100% agree with this, is that it was never really about serious martial arts. That's the part that I do agree. It wasn't too much about serious martial arts, but with the inclusion of Victor and his gun and all these lasers and everything else, the tone of it doesn't depart from Tekken. Like this, it doesn't at all depart from Tekken, which is why I have such a disdain what I want to use, disdain for Clive, because all of these animations, just like how Gyan said, all of these animations of him throwing out a puppy, him doing these Naruto jutsus where you can summon elements and shit, like every button you touch feels like Goku's charging up a Kamehameha. Like, yeah, it's over the top. It's over the top, and it doesn't fit the nature of Tekken, how Devil Jin's lasers, Nina's guns, Victor's guns, Yoshimitsu's sword, that fits Tekken. That's still in the realm of the universe of Tekken, while Clive, it just doesn't.
Okay. Yo-Yo?
All right. So I got a lot to say. So I'm going to try to speed run it, though, because I was just thinking about it. So for a lot of people, there's a disconnect, right? Because I've been this on Twitter, and I've realized people are talking about the implications of it in gameplay versus Tekken as a concept, right? I'll give you an example, right? Like people bring up like, okay, I understand like the lasers not being good or Devil Jin, etc., things like that, right? In gameplay, I can meet y'all somewhat halfway. But in the world of Tekken, if you've been following Tekken, even from the earliest of Tekken Tag 2, like Clive shouldn't be weird to y'all. Like to me in my head, it's like, I just don't get it. No, because hold on, if you play Tag 2, even if they're not canonical or whatever, right? You know the endings of the game. Alex has a Super Saiyan battle with the kangaroo in the game. He super jumped and fly like this is fighters in the game. You can't do that in the gameplay of Tekken. So I can understand you being frustrated from that aspect. Okay, I'll meet y'all there. But like Tekken's goofy. Like Tekken Tag 2 specifically.
That is true. It is
exactly.
goofy.
But not only Tag 2, every Tekken game.
Hold on. Wait. The thing is, Tekken as a series is like the most serious, unseries series of all time. Unserious. Yeah. So like the big thing is Tekken Tag 2, you had Mario in them in there, bruh. Like at that point, anything random was gonna. That's why I said guests are usually random because Mario was random, right? Even though it was on the Wii, most games that do get Wii ports don't get that type of level of inclusion or connectivity or partnership with Nintendo IPs and masks. You know how hard it is. Fortnite can't even get Samus. Like,
but yeah, can I push back on that slightly, because I don't think the surrounding comedy aspects of the story and the cutscenes has any real bearing on gameplay.
Well, that's why I said it was a disconnect, right?
In what sense?
Meaning that, like, y'all, okay, the way I say it would be too mean. So if y'all want
No,
me to say,
bro, speak your mind, say whatever you want to say.
Okay. If you don't, if you seeing it in terms of the gameplay type of things, you just too old. Because at that point, like at that point, it's like, okay, Tekken 8's been out since January. We've seen Devil Jin freaking double. He has a double dive kick and a combo with a laser that comes out and hits people. And now y'all worried about Clive, right? But they nerfed Devil Jin, so y'all just forget. I literally said in my reaction, I was like, oh, which I was like, okay.
I can't agree.
I want to push back on that as well.
I can't agree.
I want to quickly.
Start with Finn, and then we'll go to Sandraku.
Very quickly.
I can debunk it all.
I don't think you can debunk it, because if you look at, let's say, I play since casually start, but Tekken 6. If you look at the Tekken 6 round of Devil Jin and you look at the Tekken 8 round of Devil Jin, that is what the problem is. In Tekken 8, it's a combination of aesthetics plus the moves we have. I make it really clear, it's one of the most absurd moves ever that we had in Tekken. It's a Psycho Crusher of Devil Jin. The Psycho Crusher of Devil Jin, that is a move that is characteristic for Tekken 8. That move encompasses basically where old heads, if you want to call them that, we said they are too old, yeah? Maybe you're even right. But that is what they have a problem with. This Psycho Crusher move encompasses everything these people have a problem with. If you look at the visual noise on screen, what this move does, what this move is, as a concept, that is what they have a problem with.
Let me ask you a question. Who's the final boss of Tekken 6?
Azazel.
Now, what does he do?
He is... Okay, I know where you where you're getting
that's not a fair comparison.
No, but reason why I'm bringing it up is why I said there's a disconnect. Because from the Tekken player thing, it's like the whole concept of like, oh, like this shouldn't be in this type of thing. And now that's why I said I meet y'all halfway there when y'all see some things about Clive because of fantasy. Because would you argue
it's not about fantasy. It's not about fantasy.
But like the crazy moves been in the game since 2006.
No. They haven't. Wait a minute. Do you play the game like little bit competitively?
No, My point is that y'all. That's why I'm saying the disconnect. Y'all keep forgetting I'm saying this. When I'm saying the disconnect, right, is that like for the players, y'all probably like, oh, this is too crazy. I can't believe Tekken has this. But in the gameplay, not even from the competitive aspect, from the base product, when you turn that game on, it's been crazy since Tekken 6.
Okay, you are not wrong, but okay, I will give you this. You are not wrong, but multiple people in here have 1,000 hours, a few thousand hours in this game, and the problem is 99.5% of that time is spent either in practice mode or ranked.
That's your fault. You
Because you are. You are completely right. If I think about Tekken 7, you're also right. Shit goes down in the story with Akuma. Like he does shit in Shin mode, like in crazy fucked up shit. You are correct, but that shit doesn't happen in the fucking round.
Hold on. You have to realize that before you became a competitive player, you had to be interested in Tekken. You didn't just buy Tekken and go, I'm gonna try to win Evo with this shit.
You're right.
So getting mad at Clive is like you forgetting where you came from.
I'm not getting mad at him.
I actually think.
Mike, can I say something? Mike, can I say something?
Hold on, just before you say something, Blackheart, I don't think that this is a good argument because I don't think any Tekken players, old or new, have ever had an issue with the over-the-top representation of the story. I mean, if you go and look at my live stream of the Tekken 8 story, I absolutely loved it. I love the fact that they went full shonen with the story mode, but I don't want that necessarily spilling into the gameplay. I think that bringing up the story, when we've always known Tekken to have devils and kangaroos and that, doesn't really help anything. All that is like a selling point for you to go, oh, what is this? There's a fighting bear and there's a devil. And then you get into the gameplay and you learn that the gameplay is quite refined and there's a lot of nuance and complexities to it. Where we are now is what Yaya's saying is the cutscenes are starting to spill over into the gameplay, and that is where Tekken players are like, we don't want this. We're okay with it over there. I'm not okay with it over here.
It just sounds like y'all old as hell, like y'all boomer now.
I am old.
The crazy thing is with Yaya. The crazy thing.
Hold on. Just let Blackheart jump in first.
No, Yaya's point is semi valid. The only problem he's doing is that he's using the wrong characters to make his point. If he just used the characters I mentioned before,
I would have used
but if you just use the characters I mentioned, because Sondriku is speaking from a competitive side, from a gameplay side, from characters you can actually use. You can just try to make your argument with the characters I mentioned before, right. with Ogre, with Dr. Boskonovich, with all of these characters. I want to see what Dripko answers to the characters I mentioned before that were actually playable in the game.
So reason with me then. Reason with me.
So Dripko,
Alyssa's a character.
Wait, and then I'm ending my take. Dripko, there was a Jinpachi playable in Tekken 5 DR.
Boss character.
There was Ogre or Ancient Ogres playable in Tag 2, in Tag 1, in all Tekken games. There was Gon in Tekken 3. There was Dr. Boskonovich in Tekken 3. How do you respond to this at this point? Because you're right. We cannot talk about Azazel, of course. We cannot talk about Azazel. He's only in the story. But there were actually real characters in the game doing crazy shit back in the days, even when it was, I don't know, in 1997. So at least how do you respond to that? I want to hear your point.
With Dr. Boskonovich, I haven't seen much gameplay. I remember seeing gameplay of Dr. Boskonovich when I went into the Tekken, rabbit hole when I first got into Tekken, but I don't remember too much of it. I'd have to research that. But with True Ogre, I can actually answer that, mostly because of the fact that True Ogre didn't do anything crazy. True Ogre just had a little bit more range than normal Ogre. He had snakes for arms. Yeah, he looked ridiculous. He looked crazy when you played against him in Tekken Tag 2. He could spit fire, right? But these aren't gameplay aspects that are actually too crazy or outside of the world of Tekken. These are the
but they're weird. They off Tekken's gameplay. They're still weird,
No, but Sandriku is very, very right here. People, I'll let you finish, Sandriku, but he's right. People are looking at True Ogre, who did not play the older Tekken games, and they think they have an argument because he's got a giant snake arm. He's a monster. But if you actually fight True Ogre, he's basically just using Mishima moves and some random moves from like Bruce and whatnot, and he has some silly gimmicks here and there. Nobody was hitting those dumb moves in an actual competitive battle. It wasn't happening
unless if you were like an ultra specialist.
But that was my point, right? Whereas
depends, depends. By the way, depends. Depends.
Yeah.
Let Yaya go.
So that was my point from the beginning when I said there's a disconnect, because like y'all are so far gone into just the gameplay element. I mean, like, yeah, that's fighting games, right? That should be the most important thing, right? The gameplay. But when it comes to Tekken as a product, as a brand name, right? Tekken been crazy, I will argue, since after Tekken 4, right? From like even story stuff. If you don't care about that stuff,
Tekken's been crazy since Tekken 3.
Well, I'm reasoning with people because when I say Tekken 3 and 2, they be like, wow. And
I mean, Heihachi shot his grandson, and then Jin turned into a devil.
But like, even if you saw the Tekken anime that came out recently, like you killed a devil with a pistol, like
I want you to expand on that a little bit.
I don't think the story is relevant.
No, but I think crazy is created the same.
I mean, it depends on the crazy, so maybe not, but like at the same time, like Clive to me is
no, not all crazies made the same.
Well, no, because if you want to argue that, and in the case of Tekken, I will say yes. And the reason why I say that is because Tekken as a game, when you look at it from the gameplay only aspect, I'm like, man, this shit stupid. This is dumb. It's like, okay, I understand you don't like it because for a lot of y'all, Tekken is like the antithesis to VF, right? That's why I see a lot of people are like, yo, VF looks freaking crazy right now. Until y'all see a freaking fireball come out there, ho. Because y'all think it ain't going to be nothing crazy in VF 6. I guarantee you. Clip this. Record this. I'm telling you. Just wait.
No,
You're gonna see a fire or raging demon in there, and then y'all gonna be like,
it's okay if VF has a character that might have a gimmick, but if it overwhelms the gameplay, then people will be annoyed. And the reason that people are annoyed at Tekken 8 is that it's no longer a gimmick; it has become the whole gameplay. Whereas before, when you were saying,
I know that, I know that, right? Because I understand that a lot of companies won't say this, and this is what I'm getting tired of. They won't say this is for new people, right? Because if they say it's for new people, like the player base from previous will go, "This is brain dead. This is not my game."
In Tekken 8, they did that.
Right.
Literally.
They literally said it's for casual players.
They literally
no, they admitted. They actually admitted. They admitted.
Wait, they admitted that. So why the hell are y'all mad?
No, wait.
No. You see, now you see. Now you've lost it. You've lost it.
In the
You've lost it. You've lost it.
If they said that shit, why are
you
Wait.
Guys, don't talk over each other.
No, hold on.
Can I say something?
Let me say this then. No, this has been happening with modern fighting games. I'm going to use since after Street Fighter 5. The company says, "Oh, this is for new players, a new player base," right? The older players come in and tries the new game, and
Not
then
explicitly. They don't explicitly say that.
Yeah.
Well, I could say Arxis does it. Let me.
Okay, Arxis does it. Yeah, you're actually right.
So, but if I ever find that statement that they said, "Oh, we want to garnish a casual audience," like you should have known this was. You should have expected this before you even paid $50, $60, $70, $100 for Tekken 8. Because literally, the big thing with Tekken, where Tekken struggle was, and this is a good thing because that's why people love Tekken. It's a legacy game, and it didn't do too much. Right?
Yeah.
That's the big thing about Tekken. But Tekken knew it had to evolve somewhere and it waited too late. I guarantee y'all, like, because if you watch the earlier Tekken talks when they talk about like the character design choices, and it's the one specific Tekken talk about like why they can't implement like the Rage Quit thing properly and why people start using the Tekken 8 report often, like you'll know the decisions they make. They would probably had these crazy ass laser stuff back on PS2.
The laser stuff was always there. It's not about the laser stuff.
Well, what I'm talking about as it being over. I'm talking about being over the top. That's what I mean.
It's also not. It's not about over the top. The discussion is not the aesthetics of the game. That is not the discussion. The discussion is how this spills over literally into gameplay, where it's just plus frames. Basically, they took Tekken 7. They expanded hitboxes of jabs, down forward ones, whatever, and then they added massive plus frame situations throughout the game. That's it. That's what they did.
Okay,
that's it. They didn't even. You said they needed to evolve the game. They didn't evolve shit. They just put plus frame situation over the whole game.
But see, that's where the disconnect comes in. Because to me, all right, I'll be honest. Evo with Arsenal and Ash last year. Y'all, if you were there, you would know people were asleep, right? At that Evo. No, the Evo Tekken with the Kunimitsu.
Oh, you mean Tekken 7?
Yeah, Tekken 7. People were asleep. And I was like, yo, at this point.
I don't know.
Hold on. Wait. Let me explain this. Let me explain this. The big thing about Tekken was that Tekken, for me, I think Tekken 7 is a phenomenal game. I am a huge, like, I'll be honest with you, if I learned Tekken 7 when it came out, but I think the game is horrible in a lot of other areas, like the loading screens and shit like that, I couldn't do it. But if I learned Tekken 7, I'll probably be with y'all because I like defensive gameplays, right? I like defensive game plans. I liked how backdashing was. I like that type of thing, right? But I will say that was probably the first time I've ever went to sleep. I paid Buddy to go to Evo Bad, y'all. All the way, like everybody else. I was damn near KO.
But you also said that.
Hold on. The big thing I'm saying is, for me, in terms of what I mean by the evolution, right? For a lot of people, how gamers are now, you got to think about gamers nowadays. Keep that in mind. What do they care about first? It's not gameplay. It's how it looks. That's not
true. That's not true.
Most of them.
That is kind of true, but it also kind of
incorrect. Most people nowadays, they won't say it because they get attacked for it. But most people won't play something if it looks ugly. How many people
explain Vampire Survivors to me?
Okay, Vampire Survivors as a game, those type of games are the outlier games, right? And I'm not
explain Rust to me.
Okay, I was about to explain it to you, is that those games come from a very different type of ordeal. Those games present itself where it may not be visual as like Balatro, for example. It's not the most visually appealing game, but the gameplay loop, people got a hold of it by word of mouth and evolved and legitimately got addicting in those ways of form. Same thing with Minecraft. A lot of people think pixel graphics suck. There's so many people right now. Honestly, the best fighting game and this might be a hot take, one of the best fighting games that people are not playing that came out this year. Can you tell me what the best fighting game that came out this year from a mechanical standpoint that everybody should be playing that ain't playing? Because yes, I'm gonna say Uni, right?
Nah,
Uni is one of them.
Literally,
but that's the thing.
I do like Uni.
The way it looks.
Which one?
I'm talking about Uni too.
I want to change the conversation slightly just to move it along, not to stay stuck on something for too long. I want to ask, right? So a lot of people, I've seen people in the chat saying that, and Yaya said you guys are old. They've already told you that the game was going to be more casual. Harada did say in the Tekken talk that they were aiming it more to be more casual. But with that, a lot of people are saying, well, why are you even talking about it then? But I will then bring in Sparking Zero, where they aimed Sparking Zero to be a lot more broken and casual than it ever was before in the Sparking series. And look at how that turned out. And what's happened recently? What's happened recently is they put out a community feedback form. Hold on, guys. They put out a community feedback form, and the feedback came from seasoned players. And Bandai Namco and the team with Jun Furutani openly said that they took that form, and a lot of the changes the seasoned players implemented or asked for, the ones they've implemented. So to that effect, being at the same company, why is it wrong for the older players who know more about Tekken than the newer players to turn around and say, hey, this isn't real Tekken, we want to see these changes? I want to ask you guys one at a time, starting with Blackheart. Do you think it's wrong for older players like myself to trying to get the change made the same way that the older players did for Sparking Zero?
No, because I know some of the old players in this community, and they have the worst takes ever. Most of the times, in terms of balancing, if it was for them, the game would be either boring or maybe even more over the top than it already is. I don't think. Maybe just for a consult, maybe yes. But I think they should just do their job, because honestly, the game could have been even worse than we have right now. I know. You see, every time. Even pro players downplaying their card every day. I'm not going to say names, but a very good pro player with Fang just said that Fang has no 50-50. Imagine, for example, a very experienced
You're talking
player.
about Joker.
So if it was for them, no, I'm not going to say. If it was for them,
yes.
The cards would be even more over the top than they already is. Imagine saying that Fang has no 50-50, for example. Imagine.
Yeah,
just
but you're pulling an example. I'm saying generally
speaking. No, but in general, in general, that's that's something that I see a lot. A lot of people downplaying their cards. For example, even old heads were downplaying their card. People downplaying Nina. People downplaying I don't know, even more broken cards. So no, I don't think that's a good idea, and I will never do it. Because, for example, for Sparking Zero, maybe it's more doable because Sparking Zero is easier to balance, I think, than Tekken. Because Sparking Zero has some common mechanics between all the characters. So when you balance them out, it's basically balanced for every card in the game. But here the situation is far worse because you tweak a little thing in the gameplay, and basically the whole game gets changed. As you can see from when a little thing was changed in mechanics. For one character, I think Devil Jin, the one that basically changed all the balancing around that thing. I remember the change they did to spikes at the wall and then guaranteed stuff after. Before it used to wall bounce again, and now it's not possible anymore because of one single change. So no, and I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. You piece off. I'm actually saying points, straight facts.
Okay,
so no,
I disagree, but I'll pass it on to Finn.
Don't give old people the possibility of choosing the balancing. That's all.
No. That's not what he said. He said if it's okay, if it's justified for him to do that. I think it is. But okay, it's okay. It was your answer. Sorry.
It's not justified, no, because a lot of old people have very, very bad takes, and they couldn't balance this game out. I think they will just make the situation worse.
So I'm not. I actually asked over 20 people. It's actually on a video on my YouTube. I went around in the Twitch streams. I asked over 20 people, not only pro players. The problem is they are all basically old heads, but some of them were casual. Some of them were playing at Kishin rank, Fujin rank, but most of them were naturally high level, because if you go on Twitch, most people who stream are naturally more high level than others. And I was also on a podcast with Federer and Hassan from Saudi Arabia, like legit top champion caliber players, and asked everyone about their opinion without revealing mine, without being giving them already like sort of a notion. And it is literally the case that the more old head you are, the more uniform and negative becomes your opinion. It's just a statistical truth. Federer said he loves this game, he loves Tekken 8, and he plays it every single day. And the more I asked him about his opinion about the game in tournament level specifically, not about going into streams and playing the game in ranked, the more I asked him about the competitive level, where literally every single round could decide if you go out of a tournament who traveled thousands of kilometers to, he became more and more negative. More and more negative. So not only is it your right, but there is also a statistical, it is just, let's say, apparent that literally every single player we all, when you follow competitive tech and deeply respect, share the same key points. It doesn't matter if you asked me, it doesn't matter if you asked Arslan Ash, even Joker, VDX, they all want more defensive options. VDX himself said he prefers Tekken 7 playstyle to Tekken 8, but this is not, if anyone now in the chat thinks, yes, everyone is of the same opinion, they are not. I don't know if you know Tibetano. He's a Spanish top player. He was a Tekken World Tour finalist in, I think, the first season in 2017. He said, and I quote, he said, "I like the aggressive playstyle. I prefer it. It fits more with my playstyle. I love it. I love this." He said, I like this game, but even he, who likes the aggressive design of the game, said they should tone things down. So that's my statement. It is not gray, but the more skilled you are, it is in reality, the more skilled you are at the game. I've asked many people. I was literally in a podcast with top Saudi players. The more skilled you are, the more negative and uniform the opinion becomes in general, but there are also exceptions like Tibetano. That's my statement.
Okay, John?
I feel like there is a way to appeal to the casuals without going out of way of moving from the original style of Tekken. I feel like there is a way to, there is opinion, like, for old heads, or however you want to say it, they do have an opinion of how the game should be originally, and in my opinion, for me, I feel it's okay to have that opinion, because they're just opinions, right? Everyone has their opinion to something, whether it be over the top or whether it be for the betterment of the game, right? Everyone has some validity to how the game should be. My opinion, when the game came in, it was fun being aggressive, but then I saw the nonsense of how I don't have many options to get out of this aggressiveness. And I feel that if this was back in old Tekken, I would have had the ability, or it wouldn't be as of aggressive, and I wouldn't have the ability to be able to defend myself in some or most situations. So I wouldn't say don't give these people, don't have all these content creators, don't let them have the opinion. I think their opinion is warranted to an extent.
Okay, John?
I kind of agree with what has just been said. I think that, especially if all these people that has old as many hours in the game throughout the years as well, all end up having to more or less the same kind of conclusion, that there is no real counterplay, the defensive gameplay is not as much, and that all this is happening because of the decision making of the development team to make the game more aggressive, to give more power to the casual audience. Well, there is a base of truth behind that, if it becomes so clear. And I think as well that what is one of the biggest developers' mistake has been try to appeal the casual player base throughout the wrong route, which is you try to appeal to the players that don't care as much about rank, they don't care as much about grinding the game and study it, by basically giving them a bigger ranks and basically power to beat stronger opponent throughout 50-50 that destroys the knowledge gap between a skilled player and non-skilled player. While there are games like Street Fighter 6, which is doing great, that does this way better, because like I don't play Street Fighter 6, but I even notice now they have this kind of rides in their, I don't know if they call their hub, where now you can beat this AI Bison, which is a AI Bison, but that kind of thing is going to attract way more casual players than people that does ranks, because at the end of the day, even if you make a eased rank system until a certain point, like it is now, until up at the end of the blue ranks, sorry, at the beginning of the blue ranks, casual players, they're just going to get to a higher ranks, but eventually they're going to get against this stone wall that will not manage to get through. And they're going to leave anyway, because then they're going to start to understand that there is no counterplay, because they're going to find people that knows how to use the tools better. So, no, that's I think that the biggest, like, what's really bad here is try to appeal to the casual in the worst way ever, in the worst way possible, throughout the wrong path.
Okay. Sandriku?
You know, I've thought about this for a while, for like a good 2 weeks now. That Sparking Zero and Tekken 8 are becoming like somewhat the same. A lot of what Sparking Zero did in going from Budokai Tenkaichi 3 to Sparking Zero was dumbed down a lot. And this is coming from the perspective of me, a teenager. I'm not even I'm a teenager. This is my first Tekken game. And I think all of this stuff, heat and everything coming around it, is way too much. I like defensive play. I played very defensively back in Dragon Ball FighterZ. I love defensive play. I love when you give people options, and that's a problem that not only Tekken 8 has, but also Sparking Zero has. A lot of things don't have options. You don't have options to deal with stuff. Like with, the Vanish Wars and the super counters in Sparking Zero, a lot of options with heat. You take a heat engager, you're plus 17. I have that old man mindset, but at the same time, I do love the aggression. I do like being high octane. That's why I played anime games. I do love high octane fighting, where everything is happening at once and you got to think in 0.2 seconds and make a decision that has to be the best decision. But in Tekken 8, it's not mitigated very well due to the lack of options, due to the lack of how many moves track you, how many moves you can't sidestep, or backdash is so bad in Tekken 8 right now. And going back to some of the older Tekken games, and going back to Tekken 7, I had a Tekken 7 tournament like 2 months ago at my school. Bro, I love the movement in that game. It feels so much more free. It feels like I have options when fighting against people. And if Tekken 7 had heat with the Tekken 7 movement, I feel like it would be a very good product. I feel like if Tekken 8 was like that, it would be a very good product. It has options. It has aggressiveness. It has things to counteract things, because that's the whole point of these type of fighting games. When you do an option, they should always be one or even multiple options to counteract that. And then the other player has to think about the other option that you're doing and other things like that. That's the most important gameplay loop for any fighting game. That it doesn't matter what fighting game you name, it's the most important gameplay loop. And Tekken 8 has dumbed down a lot of that for casual players, and that's the bad thing. I'm a casual player. I'm in, I think, Kishin rank. I'm basically a casual player. Like, blue ranks are
in Tekken 8. If you're the most popular rank. Sorry for interrupting. In Tekken 8, if you're Kishin ranked, you're a casual. If it was exactly. In Tag 2, if you were a Kishin, you were God, basically.
You were legit a God, yeah.
That's
yeah, literally, I'm a Kishin rank in Tekken 8. I'm playing Jin as my main character. I also play Hwoarang as well. Like, these are characters that are... Oh, not Hwoarang, but Jin is very oppressive. And a lot of the time, I just kind of get free wins. And, when I'm fighting against other people with very oppressive characters, they also kind of get free wins. And it doesn't feel good to do or to have. It's just... I don't know. I just don't... It's not very appealing when a game doesn't have options, like Sparking Zero, like Tekken 8. Every game should have options when it comes to... Because at the end of the day, fighting games are mind games. It's basically a mind game between you and your opponent. It's poker. It's a lot of mind games. That's the most important part about fighting games, is to have options and to keep playing mind games.
Okay. Yaya?
All right. So I got to address a lot of stuff he just said. Son, I want to ask you a question before I go further. This will tell me how hard I go. What is your rank in sparking?
Z rank. I'm almost at Z. I think I'm at like S something, like almost Z, something like that. I don't really play ranked. I hate ranked. I hate it.
Yeah, it's unplayable. It's unplayable, basically.
Okay, so let me tell y'all what happened. Right. So the last sparking patch, right? Okay, let me start further. I was a part of the person that wrote a big portion of the doc that got sent to Bandai. I'm saying it only.
Yeah, I remember reading that doc. Right. That was a very good document.
Now, the big thing is, well, it was organized by a lot of community members that just did not like the state of sparking. And the big thing about sparking compared to Tekken, right, is that the game, the way the game was, right, the cheese, all the unbearableness, like all that stupid stuff in the game, like, is a result of them trying to sell us we don't want to balance the game. But now everybody's quitting the game. They ended up balancing the game, right? Now I mean, it ain't gonna be perfect. The thing of it is the big thing about Tenkaichi 2 and 3, right? As a person who's been playing it and been in that scene, I'm talking about after people moved on from like, you know, the PS2. I've been there since 2011, right? Like how y'all have probably been there longer with Tekken, right? The mechanics of Sparking Zero were solid to fight the broken BS. Well, just Tenkaichi, my bad. But in Sparking, it wasn't like that till 48 hours ago. And 48 hours ago, Vanish Wars are harder to do. Z Burst Dash, they completely nerfed. It costs 2 bars now. They've fixed the damn lock on. Like, you can actually be in front of somebody and it locks on after getting knocked back. This patch is a god patch for probably, I will argue, probably one of the best patches I've seen in fighting game history. Right?
Only for one. If I can interrupt.
Hold on.
Can I interrupt? No. I'm just gonna say one thing. Best patch ever, but it introduced one of the biggest bugs ever in the history.
I was about to say that. I was about to say.
Yeah, but like it's so absurd. It's so absurd, really. It's almost like they don't have testers at Bandai.
No. Hold on. Wait. So again, they're not gonna have testers because the people that are getting to play those games are not the people that play them, right? Like it took me, Dom, to say something about the glitch. By the way, like. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, yeah, it's one of the biggest bugs ever. And that team is a whole different issue. Like, compared to Tekken, I would rather be Tekken than Sparking ever. Because the big truth of the matter is that hot fixes and patches are more common in those games. Sparking Zero getting this patch, y'all don't understand. If you've been a Naruto Storm, a Demon Slayer, we would have had to wait 6 months from now to get
like
the patch.
2 years, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
for real.
Like,
I remember that.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and this might be mean, right? Tekken players are starting to sound like Smash players, right?
Be careful with this.
That's a bit mad.
Let him finish.
No, I didn't catch it.
To be honest, like, I'm not saying y'all don't, but being real, y'all game is like, y'all get everything else everybody wants. Like, I understand the Tekken Shop controversy, but you don't understand how I would love to put some foams on that bland-ass Ryu outfit in Tekken, in Street Fighter, right?
Yeah, but yeah, if we're used to a 5-star meal and you guys are used to 2-star meals, that's not our problem.
But the point is, y'all got a game like, okay, Tekken right now, the state is in, how y'all feel about it. Just to answer the question, I don't think your older players should be invalidated because there's some truth. I understand where y'all coming from because of my main game, Ultimate. I don't like how the game is, like, the game is so good, but when I get down to like the nitty gritty, like comparing it from Melee to all the other things and the gameplay to neutral, it's the whole aggressive thing again, right? And it's like, it's annoying me because, like, at the same time, the older players are not making people want to play the new version of the game they just dropped this year, right?
No, they won't drop. No, they won't drop.
I feel like no.
And
I feel like that's wrong.
No. The reason why I'm saying it is that on a social media front, you see a lot of the older players, and you see it in those Twitch clips. Somebody get hit with some dumbass wild rising move. Man, Tekken ain't fucking ass, bro. Don't buy this shit. I hear that every time I go to somebody's stream.
That's not the reason.
Well, no.
But
I know.
I feel like everyone says
but
that
what,
when they play.
no, but the thing of it is you got to realize that for some people that may be interested, they see how people view these games, like the better players in the space. It's not always one-to-one. Remember, it's social media, right? Just because Twitter says one thing, Twitter says Sword Art Online and Fairy Tail sucks. Go to an American con.
You're correct about that. Yeah.
All you see is Natsu in SAO outfits 24/7. That's all you see, you know. And
I'm not sure that's a fair argument.
If people only listen to Twitter. I mean, if people only listen to Twitter, it's
not even about listening to Twitter. It's that, like, when you're on the outside looking in at another community, you might think, oh, they have everything, what they complain about. But really, that's all that's saying to me is that the community that you're a part of or the game that you play is so down bad that it makes it look like we shouldn't be complaining. But really, when you spend $60 to $70 on a game, we expect a certain standard. Tekken has, for the most part, hit that standard. So if communities from the outside are looking at Tekken players saying, all these guys do is complain, they're never happy, it's because Tekken players, for the most, at least in my experience, are used to experiencing very, very high quality products. And Tekken 8, I'm not saying that it's a bad quality product, but there's a lot of issues with this game that I have not seen before.
There's bumps and roads in it. Yeah, I understand. There's bumps and roads in it. I understand that. But I do feel like, because like, and I can throw the argument, I'm Smash, and if we want to run the numbers, what's the better game? Like, off of
what's the better game or what's the most successful game?
I said. I mean, but like
numbers.
But that's why I said if we throw the numbers, y'all keep taking the parts I say and then saying it's not about that. I'm saying hypothetically, talking about in terms of the game sales. I know it's not about the numbers, but I'm saying like,
I was about to say, is Minecraft the greatest game ever? If that's true.
I mean, you can say that if you played it. Most people feel like that is, right?
I mean, no, I think the numbers will show you what's the most successful game. It won't necessarily show you what's the best game. There's a lot of hidden gems, right, that come out on the PS2 that got no shine whatsoever, but they're absolutely amazing games. You put them against like FIFA or Pro Evo or Madden, those games will probably outsell them, but they're not better games.
That's what happened at the Game Awards. Like, people were like, "Oh my God, Astrobot won," and then because of Wukong, and I'm like, "You thought?" I've literally been roasting that game since it came. Y'all thought Wukong was winning? I was sitting there like,
well, hold on.
Wukong, if it wasn't Astrobot, if Astrobot wasn't the perfect pick for the Game Awards win, Astrobot was the perfect pick for the Game Awards win, and if it wasn't for Astrobot, Wukong would have won. Like, there's no other game on that list that would have won.
Yeah, that's another discussion. We'll have it another day. All
Let's be fair to Wukong though. Wukong won in the players' eyes. So for gamers, Wukong was the game of the year. For the industry, it was Astrobot.
Most of those games there, the finalists was there just because people were voting to get free Primogens, and like 5 of them were gotchas. That's why the player's choice is BS.
Wait a minute, sorry, I forgot the question. Anyway, what was it the person asked?
But the point was, he came out and said something about like the Smash comparison, and I was going to comment on the Smash comparison.
Yeah, so I mean the original. Read out his super chat. It's a horrible comparison. Smash was intended since its inception to have guest characters and a party game. Tekken was not. Namco is just trying to cash in while sacrificing Tekken's identity.
I agree.
But but like, okay, from my perspective, it comes back to that just sounds like you old as hell. Because like when it comes to Tekken, right? Like, okay, Smash has the cheat code of it has the chance to get whatever the hell they want in Smash, right? They want Walter White in the next Smash game, they could probably make that shit happen if they wanted to. But the point is with Tekken's identity, like y'all looking at it from just only gameplay, but Tekken is more than just its gameplay. It's the whole realm of everything built up to it, right? And that's why I say there's a disconnect, because a lot of people are probably like, I don't agree with that. But like, he's been screen sharing these endings, and people talk about these memed endings. Some of them really cool with like Raven versus Yoshi. You got freaking Azu Saint, like
I don't even know them, to be honest.
But that's the thing. Shit. That's the thing, right? Like with Mortal Kombat, right? Most people in the community, I agree Mortal Kombat X was great, now was great. But then you look on Twitter, right, and different other places, they're like, Mortal Kombat's ass, the gameplay's trash. But Mortal Kombat at this point, even if it's struggling right now, it's known more than just its gameplay. People know about the Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 movies, or the toys and other things like that, you know?
Okay.
And I think
I
that's
want to get Finn. Hold on, Black. Hold on. I want to get Finn and the John's take on what you're saying, but just to make it clear on what you're basically saying, that like people are old and that, but I think that you have to look at each game's nature, and the nature of Smash is to be basically a guest party game. It has a level of nuance to it, but that's its nature. That's not Tekken's nature. So I don't think you can just use the old argument.
Okay, let's do Smash Ultimate, right? Smash Bros. Whole ordeal doesn't necessarily start from like the big thing that people talk about with the guest characters. Smash Bros. Whole thing as a game, yes, is the collaboration of Nintendo. So like I agree on that. I didn't say y'all was wrong. Like I agree.
Yeah, I want you to, the way I look at things, and I want Finn to jump in after and then the John. But the way I look at it is I look at things on a pie chart, and I think the majority of what pushes Tekken is its gameplay. And then there are other components like how they market it with the cutscenes and whatnot. There's the graphics and the music. But I think the bulk of Tekken's pushing selling point is its gameplay. I think its nature, the nature of Tekken and what you look at is its gameplay and how true it is to like what it's been historically. Well, I don't look at Smash Bros. The same way. I don't know if Finn, do you feel differently about that?
The problem is we have this. I mean, we all know it, right? We all know Gian, like Blackheart. I don't know about the play hours of the other ones, but I literally have thousands of hours in Tekken. And the problem is this, right? Because we have every single one who has like thousands of hours in this game. Mike has it, Blackheart has it, Gian has it, very high level. The opinion gets uniformed. What can I say? And then you have a problem because we all basically are circle jerking, and then we are not. It is. What can I tell you? You know it is true. And then actually he has a point, right? Because now how am I to counter the numbers I brought up in my own video, right? 5,000 players now. Yes, it is 9 months into the game, but Tekken 7 had 1,700 on PC, and that shit ran on every PC. I don't even know how to explain it. And then I suddenly feel I can't disprove this point he brought with like people care about. He said before this, he said people care about how shit looks. Then I said, obviously, Vampire Survivors, bro. But he has a point. The fact that Tekken 8 was Unreal 5, I'm like, yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe we also have so many players now. But then also Gian said, but maybe they're going to drop off. It doesn't hold them. And I'm like, it's so interesting because I would like to know what's going to happen because I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this is going. Like this whole discussion about presentation, heat, this power level, I don't know. It's interesting. I can't really give an answer, to be honest. I can't give an answer.
Okay, John, do you have a take on it?
Yeah. So yes, Tekken was always about the gameplay, and as I said many times, I was a super casual level player, like green rank for the first 2 seasons of Tekken 7. Okay, and at the time I dropped Tekken 7 because I didn't have anything to do, because I didn't have anything to apply my gameplay to, apart a very unforgiving ranking system. And I think as well, it goes down to what this gameplay gets applied. And that's why I think eventually when this ranking system becomes too much and it's going to become saturated, people is going to start to drop if you don't give them something else to play. The difference that to get back to what you say about Smash as well, what I think is the biggest difference with Smash is that as well, if you put in a room 7 friends, they are not gamers necessarily, they play other things, maybe they play Call of Duty and FIFA, you put them in a room with Tekken, you put them in a room with Smash, they're gonna have way more fun with Smash, and that's the appeal that has that game. That's way different. While Tekken has always been a more technical game, and with the lacking of all the offline stuff, eventually I think it's gonna fall down somewhere, not as good. It's not gonna die or anything.
Can I comment on that right quick?
Yeah, go.
So
what's the question, by the way? I left.
Jesus Christ, I'm not understanding shit anymore, guys. Can I be honest with you?
Let Yaya go. Let Yaya go.
Well, okay. So here's the thing, and this is the truth about fighting games. It doesn't appeal to everybody, and it doesn't hook everybody in, right? I honestly do think, right, like Tekken has its own set of issues because of the Bandai inclusion in it, right? And y'all know I'm not capping because I can do stuff with Bandai all the time. I'm saying it straight from the heart now. And I understand how y'all feel with like you feel like you're like, for example, I understand y'all sentiments on the gameplay because Guilty Gear Strive disappointed me in one aspect for too many seasons, right? And they changed how like 2D fighting game walls work, and I just was not a fan of it. And I wrote it off, and I was sad about it. But the hard truth about this thing is I feel like, and a lot of people say they don't need to do this, nerf the game mechanics or change things up. I strongly feel like they can make a still rich, enriched, powerful game, just market it as good as they do in every areas, right? And I looked this up as we were talking, and then, this is Reddit, this is Twitter. I'm seeing multiple people say this, right? And it's like, why do you like Tekken, right? And like, I get y'all from the comp players, the people that go to locals, the people that are gonna play in the next Evo or Major or even online brackets such as TNS and things like that. I do feel y'all being frustrated playing this game to an extent because it just feels very cheesy and corny to y'all. But I think what's happening with fighting games is that they're evolving, but they're also trying to appeal to everybody in different ways that may be either good or bad for these games, right? The big thing about casual players is that, like, yeah, people drop off of them and they're not always online and playing the game. A lot of people over-exaggerate the Steam chart numbers, and the reason why I bring this up is because, like, Tekken has 5,000 people, and I don't know, maybe 1,000, right? And the truth of it is, when it comes to fighting games, you only need 2 people to play a game with, right? In a game like Overwatch, you saw the drastic drop off since Marvel Rivals, the lowest it's ever been. It's more scary in that game. You need 10 to 12 people, depending on which game mode, to play that game, and thus making queue times even worse than the average fighting game, right? Like, and there's a whole test documentary of this. Games with like 20 people on Steam with fighting games, you'll probably still be able to find somebody faster than waiting 5 minutes in a competitive queue of Overwatch. That is why I deleted Overwatch. I got tired of waiting. I was too damn high up, and I'm like, damn, I'm punished for being fucking cracked, right? But at the same time, I understand where it comes from in the aspect of, I just don't like people getting mad at y'all all the way, like the veteran players, because y'all the reason why Tekken got here before we got here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the truth. I've always watched Tekken. I always loved Tekken. Tekken's been a part of my life, forever. But what I will say is that a lot of fighting game devs have realized we got to evolve this and try to hit areas that we haven't before. And in the process, even if it's not the intention, right, it's going to alienate somebody. And that's a sad thing. While fighting games just now started doing this, I'll say like the pandemic with rollback, we had games 4-5 years earlier, like Fortnite and stuff like that. They're doing their whole accessibility push and things like that of that nature back in PS3 era. We just now getting to that point, like late 2015-ish to even now seeing it heavy more 2020s and PS5. So I do feel like I understand how y'all feel about it. Like, I'm not discrediting none of y'all, statements and things like that. I just think there's another side to it that y'all may not see.
Mike.
Let Blackheart jump in.
No, Mike. I just wanted to tell you that I'm gonna leave for some time. I'm gonna be back soon. Okay?
No problem, dude.
No, yeah. I will come back soon. Sorry.
No problem. That's all right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like we have.
Bye, guys. Bye, chat. Bye.
All right, Black. See you in a bit. We have covered quite a bit here in terms of Clive, the direction of Tekken 8. Was there anything that you wanted to add to this, Finn?
I mean, at the end, there was a new chat coming in. Someone said, he said, when you're trying to make a game, or what was it? Here's the thing. I don't know who he means, but like doesn't get when you try to make a legacy game for everyone, it ends up being a game for no one. I would agree with this, obviously, right from the get-go, but this is where where the disconnect happens, right? Because we are all, not all, but like I said this, right? The more playtime you have in the game, the more time you spend in the game. Like, even like Mike, you're already Supreme, right? Close to GD?
Yeah, I was a match away and someone rage quit me, so good times.
Yeah, obviously, it's like, what do you expect? And the thing is, it is just the case. The more time you invest into this game, the more you learn the gameplay. Joker said he needed Joker said he needed hundreds of hours. Basically, now, he only now realizes what this game truly is. I mean, guys,
look at me.
Look at me. Yeah, we are.
Me.
This is the problem. We have casuals, and we have casuals enjoying this game. It is literally the case. Did you ever visit a lobby, guys? The lobbies there are people there, hundreds of them. They are talking, going to this beach thing, playing Tekken ball and shit. But then you have Kokoma sitting there in the same game in a podcast with Spec saying the game is he said this, a literal casino. A literal casino. Like, where pro players use words like this, we have such an insane disconnect between 5,000 players, more than Tekken 7 had, way more. They enjoy it. We don't see an increment on Twitch. At the same time, we have pro players saying the game is dog shit, a competitive joke to a degree where it's laughable. To even Joker said the game is not competitive. It's not viable at all. And then Kokoma laughs and says literal casino. And then he says, yeah, okay, yeah, literal casino. And then you have Rip sitting there saying Spec asks him, Rip, what do you think? And he says, yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. But I don't have to play competitively, right? He says it. He says, I don't have to play competitively. I don't really care. I have fun with law, right? I do 1-1-2, I win. And this is the thing. We have such an insane disconnect between casual players we don't really see because they are casual. They don't interact with the game in the way we do. They are not in Twitch streams. They are not in Twitter. And the game is successful. So I wonder, in the coming months, it will be extremely interesting for every single one of us. It doesn't matter if you are someone who says, I like Tekken 8, I want to be even more Tekken 8, or if you're someone like, let's be real, the core player base, the Tekken 7 players, at this point legacy players, who almost all, 9 out of 10, say we need drastic changes. It will be an interesting time. Super interesting. At the very least, you have content, Mike. I can tell you this much.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to talk about. John, did you want to add anything on?
Yeah, well, it's not really add in a sense, but it's like, for a lot of the stuff that has been talked about on Twitter, there are a lot of people like myself that don't speak on Twitter or type anything on Twitter, but watch or the whole ordeal go down. And I think those people, in a sense, are the majority of the player base, where they see what's going on. They don't really give their opinion, but they will still play or like the game or whatever, and they'll still enjoy it. Like Finn said, there's a lot of people in like the lobbies, they're talking, they're doing all sorts of things. But then there's the ones that will, talk on Twitter, type, have discussions and stuff with like Mike or Joker or like Neo or whatever on Twitter, have discussions on how on the issues of Tekken and how there should be more defensive options, or the heat mechanic is arse, it shouldn't be changed, or -17 or all this stuff, right? Like, obviously those are the voices that we hear a lot of the time, but the majority of the player base that we don't hear is buying the game, they're playing the game, they're doing whatever, and they're gonna keep playing it. Well, whether we like where Bandai Namco is going with it or not, and they're gonna keep going with it. For me, in my opinion, yes, you can adhere to the casual player base, which is fine, but don't go over the top with the whole flair stuff with moves, and I'm seeing like rainbows and colors on my screen and I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm seeing Virgil Judgment Card on my screen with all this nonsense. Like, I need to I want to play the game. I want to be like this way of Tekken. That's just my opinion. But hopefully for me, I wish Bandai can listen to what people are saying and understand that this is where you're gonna go if you keep doing this. And if you keep going, you're gonna fall off the end. And Mike, I told you, I had this talk with you a while back, where just wait for season 1. Season 1's gonna be a whole shit show. It's always gonna be like that. It happened for Tekken 7. Hopefully they'll sort themselves out for season 2. At the moment now, we've got this new heat thing and it's looking a bit bleak, but maybe they'll listen and they'll change some things around. Me, I'm thinking maybe midway season 2, they'll start to change the stuff that we're having a bit of an issue with. There's a little bit of copium, but the hope is still there.
Okay.
So that's just my thing.
Before I go to John, just to address this super chat, where it says our innovation will be based on realism that will be enjoyed by seasoned players and newcomers. Virtua Fighter 6 will be the cleansing of fighters. I'm not going to hold my breath because I've been disappointed quite a lot in the last couple of years. I do have more faith in Sega because historically Sega has just put out amazing games as far as I'm concerned. They're my favorite publisher, developer, whatever. And I'm holding out hope for Virtua Fighter that they do stick to that and they find new innovative ways to make the game more engaging rather than adding a bunch of anime bullshit into it. I do think that it's also interesting, before I pass it on to John, that back in the day, Virtua Fighter was the dominant one, and then Tekken 3 came about and it sort of tipped everything on its head. We might be experiencing that very same thing about to happen with Tekken. If Tekken is getting more players right now, but if they continue down this road, maybe the retention rates will drop off and people will start yearning for that traditional martial arts type of gameplay. And it could tip on its head, which I'm not against, because everyone here knows that I'm a bit of a floater. I play Tekken, I play Mortal Kombat, I play Soul Calibur, I play Arena Fighters. I'm all over the place. So wherever the good gameplay is, I will go. So I'm interested to see what happens. But I'll let John say whatever he wants to say next.
Me? What was about? What was I lost
if he wants to add anything to the Tekken conversation.
No. I said my piece already. There is I said already what I think about the situation current of the game or anything.
I will say
so the only thing probably I would be about Clive, but I don't want to go back into Clive anymore. So
I want to talk about the Clive thing.
Just before we get to you, Yaya, just to not skip over Sundriku, just if you want to quickly add anything to it, Sundriku.
I think the most important thing for any game publisher to realize fighting games is that casual players, like how Mike says in a lot of his videos, casual players are not dumb. They're not stupid. There are going to be certain casual players who play Tekken and have fun with it, who pick up one of the bears and be like, oh, the bear is so stupid, I like playing the bears, who pick up like, I don't know, like Yoshimitsu looks goofy and he does goofy shit. And then they're going to realize a lot of those things. And then they're like, oh, I actually like playing this game. I want to get better at this game. And then once you reach higher skill ceilings, it's just everything becomes very annoying to deal with. Heat, plus 17, 50-50 situations, unblockables that are out of stance mix-ups. Everything becomes very frustrating. And those things are catered towards casual players. But then there are going to be some casual players that want to continue and play the game at a higher level, at a better level, like me, who saw Tekken and Tekken was cool. And I'm like, oh, Jin looks cool. He literally shoots electricity out of he punches people with electricity. That's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. So like, and then I started playing the game and I want to get better at the game. As I climb up the ranks, I participate in offline tournaments as well. I want to get better at the game and realizing that there's a lot of stupid things about this game that can go for Sparking Zero as well. Casual players are not stupid. They should realize they're not stupid and they shouldn't tone down things or make things so oppressive to try and, cater towards them for the people that will buy Tekken 8, played for 24 hours and then move on back to Fortnite or back to Call of Duty or back to FIFA.
Okay. Yo-Yo?
All right, so number one, I want to say, I know y'all hate most of y'all are like F Clive, but I'm finna play Clive all day, and I'm going back to local. I've gotten my motivation to play this.
No,
game.
I'm also playing Clive.
Right. I've gotten my motivation to play this even further because one of my favorite series ever is in Tekken, and my big thing about Tekken for me personally is that I'm playing it through my granddad's. My granddad is the one that gave me my first copy of Tekken 1 on PS1. So I was like, let me see why he liked it. And I was like, wait, this game's pretty sick. I do feel like developers don't have to dumb things down to an extent. But at the same time, you got to realize with like some game developer, like nowadays, like you can't even put a lady in the game without somebody just yelling something stupid out. Right? And I understand sometimes it can be warranted, sometimes not. But like with Sparking Zero, right? When in the doc, Bandai replied to us, and like the stuff people were like, "Oh, this is too hard." Like the average person can't finish a Vanish War for some reason.
Is that true? There's no way that's
yes.
true.
Yeah, Average
Average
person cannot go like 3 reps of a Vanish War, like 3 keys. They can't go all the way through it, right? And
sometimes you're underestimating the difficulty of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm good at it, so like
Exactly.
I understand that, right? But like now, Sparking.
You know what? That's probably not untrue.
But another thing,
continue,
like another thing, for example, Super Counter, right? And you can see it on Twitter as well, right? Like a lot of people are like, "Oh, Super Counter is fine." Then there's the other half of the player base that you could go on YouTube. Even people are still looking up. If you know how YouTube works now, you can look up what viewers' interest for this game is looking for, and people are still looking for Super Counter guides. It's just up and square, my guy. But like at the point of it is like a lot of people don't get those things. And, you know, when people are better or worse at something, we have our own lenses on it. Like, for example, like it's hard for me to debate, and I apologize to the chat. It's sometimes hard for me to debate like Tekken with people because like I'm a newer person that generally likes crazy shit. My favorite fighting game is Marvel vs. Capcom. I'm waiting.
Did you play Dragon Ball Fighters?
I don't like Dragon Ball Fighters.
That's crazy.
I didn't like my big thing with Dragon Ball. Okay, let me not say I didn't like Dragon Ball Fighters. My thing with Dragon Ball Fighters, before we go back, is that I was too deep into Dragon Ball games because you know I make content for them. So I burnt myself out by the time Fighters came out, and I just couldn't play it that much. That's my thing. But I love Fighters. I like Fighters now, right now. I mean, I know that's the minority.
Fighters right now. Yeah.
Fighters right now is like crazy tag game, but the community doesn't like it. You know what I'm saying? So I just can't fight it because like I wasn't there from. I mean, I was there from the beginning, but I wasn't playing it competitively like I would have. With like in local level with. I still play MVCI, like Hunter and Impact. That's the game I'm waiting on. I'll shut the hell up about Tekken when that game come out. All right, but I understand that for some other people, what people believe Tekken is and what it used to be is that it's very grounded with the fists and things of that nature. And you know, a lot of people on Twitter are saying, you know, the game for y'all should be VF. You know, it's coming to Steam. But I'm like, that's not fair because y'all been fans of this series since the beginning too. And I don't like alienate them. But I do feel like it's a lot of stuff that I feel like with a lot of like Mike's community, like y'all are dope for real because y'all stand on business. That's one thing I like about Mike's community. Like to me in my bubble, like it's my wall. It's like Attack on Titan, like that Wall Maria. I'm like, la, la, la. And then every time I go to Mike's channel and see him talking about, he's like, bro, this game pissing me off. I'm gonna tell y'all how it is, but I'm like, I go to Mike's and I'm like, I like the opinions because at least it comes from reasoning. I hate baseless opinions that some people make that it has no like connection to anything to it. And I personally think Clive, like guest characters and fighting it, like to me, I think Negan's worse, right? Especially when that came out, it was like a year or two later after that season of like, you know, the big, if you know, spoiler, I ain't gonna say what happened, but the big season with Negan thing, like it came later. At that point, the watch numbers of Walking Dead were still pretty decent, but the drop off was heavily like worse than 15 after the it didn't have heavy legs afterwards.
Yeah.
To me, it's the same thing, right? But you know, we passed again. You know,
can I make one final addition to this? Like, because I have to hammer this home, because it's not about the aesthetics. It's not about this. It's not even about this like grounded fist shit. I mean, to a certain extent, you can say it sounds like it is, but the point. Do you play Street Fighter 6?
Yeah.
Or Street Fighter 4 with loop? Or you can take Street Fighter 6 as an example. If you play Ken in Street Fighter 6 and you land a single crouching medium kick, you have your opponent at the wall and you can now throw loop him. That is something that most characters in Street Fighter 6 can, and even in Street Fighter 4, like of the golden age, that game had loopable offense into unblockables.
Yeah.
That shit is, even though Street Fighter is the grounded footsie-based shit, that game had Akuma vortexing you into hell. Tekken is a game that historically is, for until now, even Tekken 7 with rage drives, with rage arts, with power crush, with wall bounces, Tekken 7 is not a game in general in Tekken. You had busted shit in every Tekken. No, I'm not arguing this. You had amazing animations and weird shit in Tekken, always, like EOD throw from Devil Jin, where he lasers you literally through the air. That is what Tekken 5. But the point is, you did not, like in Street Fighter, had to make reads, hard reads, so often for such a reward and risk. That was not the case. Not like this. Like you did not have to make reads this important and so easy. You can create the situation so easy. Obviously, when you get punished in Tekken 7, certain punishers leads into stance, leads into mix, right? Like this is not what people are complaining of. People are complaining about getting punished into mix.
But that's the thing I was saying earlier. Not to cut you off, but I was saying like the disconnect from the gameplay side of things. I reason with y'all because my favorite game got ruined because of Minecraft. I'm a Minecraft hater. If I had a time machine, I would delete Minecraft off the face of the earth. I'm not lying. I would delete that series just so he wouldn't touch Smash Brothers, right? Like literally, the way he plays in that game completely for a period of time killed the game, and a lot of people dropped off, like the competitive players. People started playing other games. A lot of people now have either, the funny thing about it, if you play Smash Bros, and this doesn't even apply just to Steve, Season 2 is kind of like iffy depending on who you are, right? But like there's a pipeline that you play Smash and either went Guilty Gear or Tekken. And I'm currently in the Tekken lane. Even though I tried Tekken 7 when it came out, the first two characters I touched in Tekken 7, because, Christy's not there. That's the character I generally always love. They won't give me her back, right? Whatever. But I tried Eliza, played Akuma, right? And then, like, I got tired of the loading screens. I just stopped playing Tekken. Even though I think the game was amazing, I just stopped. I got tired of waiting for the next battle, man.
Yeah, so in Tekken 7, so you got Tekken, you got Tekken to play Akuma?
Yes, I bought Tekken for Akuma. I'm a Akuma shield. If you check my room, you will see a lot of Akuma. Like, I like Akuma every day.
That's fine. I also played other, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but Tekken, but before that, I literally play Eddie, like I like the Capoeira characters.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I just want to hammer this home. What I just said doesn't go for everyone. I said Tibetano already. Tibetano said he likes the aggressive design, but also wants to tone a few things down. Just want to be clear about this.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate all of the conversation, and what I want to say in sort of rounding this whole thing off is that obviously Clive was going to be very controversial. He's going to be controversial amongst Final Fantasy people because they wanted Tifa as well. And I think that people having discussions about it is a good thing because we've seen discussions have helped other games in the community. I think obviously the way you go about discussion is important. Obviously on Twitter, people just say dumb shit because they're behind the keyboard. But we all know when you get people in Discord conversations or you talk to them face to face, the conversations are a little bit more free flowing and you can actually make some headway. But I do think it's important that when people see a take online they don't like, to not take it as an attack. Because a lot of Final Fantasy fans that I interacted with took my post as attacks on them, which I was just like, that's very, very strange.
Can I say something on that, Mike?
Oh, yeah, just 1 second, just before you guys chime in. I do think that to answer some of the reoccurring question that keeps on coming up in the chat is, there are going to be more fun. There are probably going to be more Final Fantasy characters in Tekken. The reason I say that is that Namco clearly has a relationship with Square Enix. Tekken's not the only game we've seen Final Fantasy Earth. We've seen Square Enix characters in. So I think Tifa will probably show up in Tekken. I'm not going to be pleased about it, just in case anybody's wondering. And when it does happen, you will be hearing from me. But I'm not attacking you personally. It's just my take. That's all it is, okay? So no one has to get offended by it. I like a certain style of Tekken. Someone in there asked, if you like traditional martial arts so much, why don't you play it? I play Feng Wei, so I don't know what you're talking about. And even before that, I used Law before as well. So these are like traditional style characters. I will try Clive out just because I have the season pass already. I'll go into practice mode just so I don't get like destroyed by him, not knowing what he's doing. But I'm not going to play the character. So anyone that knows me, you know how stubborn I am. That ain't gonna happen.
I'm not mad. I'm not even mad at like the Tekken fans. I'm mad at the Final Fantasy. Those the ones that pissing me off because like a lot of them will be like, all right, it's the running joke if you're a Final Fantasy fan. There's two types of Final Fantasy fans, that you like everything or you just like Final Fantasy 7. Somebody brought it up earlier, like that's how people view Final Fantasy 7 as its own thing and not the whole encompass of Final Fantasy. But them going, who is Clive? I'm seeing them say that the most. Who is Clive, right? And they're like you're not gonna lie to me and like you don't know who Clive is when they was revealing Rebirth news and remake news and 16 news all at the same time. Even if you didn't play the game, you've seen the character if you're a Final Fantasy fan. That is my problem.
Like the whole like thing about this is like, well, I kind of got annoyed with that whole like community as well. Like, people is a bloody opinion. Like, it's really not that deep. My man's just trying to ask questions with the Final Fantasy community, and you lot try to drag him down the mud and like roam him through the streets. Like, is really not that deep. I understand Twitter is like a place where people like to chat the most shit, but an opinion is an opinion. Like, people need to calm down. Like, I can understand. Like, for me, I don't think people will come into Final Fantasy to Tekken. I think they're just gonna add one Final Fantasy character and that's it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did like a side mission for Final Fantasy 16, and then Kazuya ends up being there by some mysterious teleportation way, and you end up fighting Kazuya for like a quest or whatever. I can understand if they had like the connection between the two. That's why Clive is in Tekken, so they would have a side quest for Tekken to be in Final Fantasy 16. I can understand it being like that. But like, people, come on, it's really not that deep. Like, you don't need to start slewing people on the internet for this type of shit. Come on, man, be grown-ups.
I do want to add as well that people ask me why I don't want Tifa in the game. The answer is very simple. I just don't. I'm not a big fan of Final Fantasy 7. I like other Final Fantasy games. I think that I wouldn't say she's overrated because I understand the appeal, and she would make more sense than Clive to me. But I just don't like the character.
Wait, what Final Fantasy game then? Who, if you could pick any other Final Fantasy game to be in Tekken, who would you pick? I know you probably don't want them, but like, who would you pick? Like,
who's Tidus's dad, bro? The one with the big broadsword.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
No, I would pick. I know this is going to be again. I just want to stress. I just want to stress. I would not pick a Final Fantasy character, but if I had to, I would pick Cecil. He would be. He would be the one that I'd go to. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
That's fire, though. That's
no, wait, hold on. Let me give you my reasoning. I would not put any Final Fantasy character in Tekken under any circumstances. But if you put the gun to my head, I'll choose my favorite because selfishly, I'm gonna want to play one of my favorite characters in the series. But if you gave me an option between 100 characters, 100 games, Final Fantasy is not on there. I love Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Sora and Riku will never see the time of day in Tekken. I love JoJo's, Jotaro and Josuke and all them. They will never see the time of day in Tekken. If it was up to me, I would try to put characters into Tekken that I feel fit the theme of Tekken that I grew up with. So that's why I always push for Kiryu, because whenever I look at Yakuza, I'm like, it kind of looks like Tekken sometimes, like the way that the graphics are all done and the cutscenes. But having said that, like, I'm happy for people that are happy that Clive's in the game, because the more people playing and everyone having a good time, just because I didn't get my character, the game wasn't made for me. So I'm cool with people being happy with it. I'm okay with that, but I'm going to voice my opinion on how I feel about it because I also bought the game, so I have a right to speak my mind, and that's all it is.
So I agree with that. I think that's a fire choice. Honestly, that would probably be my third best thing. I'm actually surprised somebody else said Cecil, because I was like, if they're having these Soul Calibur isms in Tekken, just put him in there with the Dragoon jump. Everybody would be like, that looks raw at least, you know. But for example, I like the line of thinking because I think of Tekken with the martial arts thing as well, even though I know it's goofy. But for me, because of what's happening in the and y'all might not agree with this, I would probably do like Iron Fist Shang-Chi, because of Marvel's getting ready to ramp up to the next thing with that right now.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. If they put Iron Fist in the game, I would make a hate video. That's the first time you'll see me actually. No one see me hating that hard. I would hate so. If I ever see a Marvel character in Tekken, that is when people are gonna see a hate video come out of me.
Well, why would you hate on? But I mean, like them two specifically. Like, you wouldn't be like, They do hand. Like,
I wouldn't hate Captain America in Tekken though. Like I wouldn't hate that.
The only one that I could see in there, but I still would not like him anyway. Superheroes that would not fit, in my opinion. Again,
I see a lot of people not wanting to have any Marvel character in Tekken. I know,
or DC.
DC or Marvel. None of them shit in Tekken. I know a couple people that wouldn't want them.
With what we see as Tekken, as his legacy and everything, the problem with it is the guest characters that work the most are the other fighting game characters.
Yeah.
Mainly. Because then you have characters like Bucky, and like for me, Bucky, it would be the best pick, even if Bucky is a big anime. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that he's not big, but he's like, again, he's into the one step down into the niche anime. Still being very big, don't get me wrong, he's a matter.
Yeah. But I do want to be clear to everyone that keeps on saying stop asking for guest characters. I live in reality, and the reality is this is just how it's going to be now. Guest characters do push units, depending on which one it is, obviously. I predominantly want Tekken characters in the game. If you asked me if I was Harada and I was making a game that was going to be true and faithful to the community, my season passes would be full of Tekken characters, and there would only be one guest for the entirety of the game. That's how I would want it, but from a business standpoint, I know that's not good. So in reality, if people are talking about guest characters, the reason they're doing that is because it is going to happen whether you like it or not. So the discussions then should be centered around what kind of guest characters and are they good for the games. I'm not really interested in talking about like fantasies where fighting games are no longer going to have guest characters. That's just not going to happen. It's not. We don't live in that world anymore.
I kind of wanted it to not end up like MK, where it was majority guest characters and not MK characters for like Tekken. So like for Tekken, like usually we get 4 characters every season, right? It's the same thing for Tekken 7, if I'm correct. For DLC, so, like, and then we get like 1 guest character thing. So for like season 2, like I would probably want the same thing, just 1 guest character from a different franchise, or maybe 2, depending on that second guest character. But majority, I would like the return of like other Tekken characters to be in the game for Tekken 8. I wouldn't want like a whole bunch of nonsense just coming through left, right, and center. Like I just want like Tekken to keep its thing.
Can I comment on that for a second? So the Mortal Kombat statement, I never got to talk about it. I absolutely hate how Mortal Kombat does their DLC. Like Chaos Reigns made no sense because if you do a single Google search on Warner Bros. And what they have, and the game's struggling, they got the money to do it. Why are you putting Conan in the game? Nobody know who that is.
Because they wanted to pay the rights. Because Warner Bros. Owns the world.
Yeah, but like Warner Bros. Got better things they could choose from. It's like, all right, we had like how you brought up the analogy of the 5-star restaurant. You get the chance to get whatever you want at a 5-star restaurant, right? You go there, sit down, you're like, hey man, I think I'll just only take some bread and some water. Like, why you come here in? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you?
No, Yo-Yo has a point. He has a point. Conan is a very weird pick considering the player base in Mortal Kombat has gotten much younger, and most of them don't know who. Most of them don't even know who the T-1000 is, which blew my mind because
for me the T-1000 is weird.
Like most important action characters in cinema, but a lot of these younger players they don't even know who he is. People were googling who the T-1000 was.
Which is crazy to me.
Yeah, really crazy. It made me feel old.
The most surprising one for me was in Season Pass 1 when you have the redundance of Omni-Man and Homelander, which are clearly 2 different characters completely. But when you see them in the same pass, it's like, wow, you get 2 superhero ultra potent in a cape.
Yeah.
And then like going for the 80s, 90s vibe with Conan. I mean, I think they put Conan just because it was one of the biggest characters that Schwarzenegger made, and they couldn't put the Terminator again, so they wanted to re-push Schwarzenegger. And
they put these characters in because all of those characters are being renewed for TV shows or movies. There's a new Scream coming out. The T-1000 was in the Netflix anime of Terminator, and they will probably use him again because he's super popular. And I believe there's a new Conan show that's being greenlit, or there's a movie coming out, or something's going on. But those characters were intentionally put in there for advertising purposes.
Okay. No, that's fine. I didn't know all of this. That's that's stinky.
I thought it was because Ed Boon really wanted those characters in previous Mortal Kombat games, but wasn't able to get them in. So
it's all cap. Coincidentally got new IPs dropping. It's all for advertising. They're all WB owned products. So they put them in there. It has backfired because MK1 has died. So they probably wasted their time and money. They did not help themselves with that Conan trailer. That was one of the most shambolic things I've ever seen in my life. It looked like a clay fighter to me. So Mortal Kombat's on its way out. Hopefully this will teach them a lesson and they'll fix and it will return to like MKX quality. But that's a discussion for another day.
May I ask a question, Mike?
Yeah.
How much? Because like, let's be really on. I mean, you deal with your opinion about Tekken 8 right now. It's like not the most rosiest, and then you also have to deal with some people coming over from different game telling you what really forced 50-50s are, and you don't know what you're talking about and shit. How much would have your opinion changed at all regarding Clive and how positively or negatively you received him if the game was in a state that you found great? Would that have changed?
No, because when Negan was announced, and for context, Walking Dead was at one point my favorite TV show, and Negan was my favorite character on the show. When they announced him, I remember I was sitting with my friends, we were at a party, and I turned to them and I said, "What the fuck is this? Like, why is Negan in Tekken?" And this is coming from somebody that loves Negan's character. I'm of the mindset that you can like a character and you can like the TV show, you can like the game. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to be in that thing. So Tekken 7 at that time, I know Tekken 7 had like a rough first season. I was one of the people that really, really enjoyed it. And it got better over time and it had dips. But for the most part, my experience with Tekken 7, personally speaking, not objectively, was good. When I saw Negan, who again was my favorite TV show character at the time, I said, this is a load of bullshit. Where are the fighting game characters or the video game characters? So the state of the game really wouldn't have had a bearing on it. Negan gets a pass from me because when we actually got to play him, he just played like a Tekken character. You could have taken Negan's moveset and put it on anybody else, and you would have said, "Oh, it's just a Tekken character."
Was it more? Is the aesthetics of Negan? Was that more a problem for you than because obviously Akuma is a fighting game character, but the way he played in comparison to, like you said, okay, Negan, you didn't like him aesthetically, he didn't fit, but the way he played, you said, okay, it's good. With Akuma, was that like the opposite? Like, oh, this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so that was the exact opposite reaction. When I saw Akuma, I was like, perfect crossover, Akuma and Heihachi fight, and I thought it was like a match made in heaven. Then we saw Akuma gameplay, and I was like, oh my god, what have they done? Like, he was doing jab into Hurricane, he was jumping over people, and I was like, not my Tekken. Like, I went all old man on it. But
can I jump in on? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so with Akuma, I wouldn't mind seeing Akuma in the game, but I would like them to make him more in line with how Tekken plays. I don't need to see Akuma jumping around. I'd like to see Tekken's take on Akuma rather than Tekken taking Street Fighter stuff and putting it in Tekken. Sense. So if you put a fighting game character in a fighting game, I'm always going to lean more towards that than a TV show character. Or, you know, let's say they put Joel from The Last of Us in Tekken. Yeah, people are going to tune in and play because it's Joel. But I'm going to sit there and be like, come on, man, what are we doing? Sorry, John, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so it's like, because for the whole Akuma thing, it was like Akuma has, and this is someone else made a comment as well about Akuma and Clive doesn't have as much lore as Akuma, but like Akuma has a legacy in fighting game compared to what Clive is. Like for Akuma to show up in another fighting game franchise as a DLC, sickest thing. But like what Mike said, when we saw the actual gameplay, everyone was turning heads. Like, did they really talk about this and give the green light to say this was okay? Like, this was all good? But
yeah, people were pissed when Akuma actually, when gameplay dropped, everyone was like, Tekken's finished.
And he was reigning terror for like quite a while.
The thing is, I played him at a quite high level. Like, he was reigning terror at tournament level.
Yeah,
this is why the actual player base, it's a funny character, because actually in ranked he basically didn't exist. Like, everyone here knows, he basically didn't exist. it's a fascinating character in that regard, because for some reason, for the majority of player base, it kind of worked out, because you never saw him. Like, I don't know, it's a weird character.
No, you're right. It did work out. Anyway. No one used him because he was extremely
no one used
difficult.
him, yeah.
And then this is the thing, right? When we see Clive now, it's like, oh shit, Clive doesn't really fit in with Tekken, or some people may not have the best ideal for Clive, right? Wait and see how it is. Let them show us the moves and all this stuff from not just the video. Give it a week or two, maybe we have a different opinion.
Can I just, this super chat, it was not Capcom that introduced the idea of having guest characters in fighting games. As far as I'm aware, it was Soul Calibur, and that would be Namco. Namco is the one where they really popularized it. They had Link in Soul Calibur, Heihachi.
Had Yoda, Darth Vader.
Yoda and Darth Vader, depending on the console.
Yeah, they had the Assassin's Creed guy. I just want to reference this super chat again. These sort, like, I appreciate the super chat. I really appreciate the donations. But if I'm speaking honestly, all this is telling me is that you've piled a bunch of shit on Tekken, and now you want to pile more shit on it, and the player base should just accept it. And I don't agree with that. I don't think just because
perfect amalgamation. Okay,
yeah, I don't think just because they gave Nina guns that they should give Feng Wei a bazooka. I don't think just because Jin can use his lasers a little bit more that somebody else should start shooting Kamehamehas across the screen. I don't think you should continuously up the ante.
I think he means that in a negative way, doesn't he?
I don't know if he means it in a negative way.
You would hope so.
I think he does. Like, isn't an amalgamation? Sorry, the word. isn't that like kind of like a negative? You don't use that like kind in a negative sense.
No,
I think he's actually
just to describe everything, like everything.
Just a neutral description. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was like a negative. That he already means this. Like, yeah, that shit is already in the game. There you have it. It's not. He doesn't like what he sees, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that they've gone down this road. And someone's asking, how is it shit? It's obviously subjective. I don't like seeing weapons in Tekken. I don't mind nunchucks because of Bruce Lee films. I'll give nunchucks a pass. But swords and guns and bazookas and shooting blasts across the screen, and now Clive is flying and shooting ice balls at you. It's just not what I like. If you like it, that's great, fantastic. But it's not for me.
I also don't like.
I don't even mind Victor's sword.
Yeah, it's the thing is, I think it's, do you know when you say, oh, I don't like Victor, I don't like the guns, and then people come with Yoshimitsu, I think it's a bit of an unfair thing when people come with Yoshimitsu, because it is the one character that has a sword, or now two, but it's sort of like unfair, isn't it? Because like, yeah, it's the one character, but do we need more? If people don't like it, I mean, we have a Chainsaw Alisa stuff. People already, I mean, since Mike is correct, right? You said, Mike, like hours ago, you said Tekken 6 like, kind of introduced it, right? With Alisa, like this sort of character design.
Yeah, 100%. Alisa, I feel like, was the tipping point. Yoshimitsu is a bad argument, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I think when people are using Yoshimitsu, they are, again, the same people that are using True Ogre. They're looking at a character, they're seeing a sword, and they're going, what about Yoshimitsu? When you actually play Tekken, you know that historically Yoshimitsu's sword play has been very tame, because if you look at Yoshimitsu in Soul Calibur, that's when you see Yoshimitsu actually using his sword properly. In Tekken,
you're right.
That wasn't really happening. So again, people are saying Yoshimitsu. I have to imagine Tekken 8 is your first Tekken game, or you just don't play Tekken and you've looked at a picture on Google Images, you've seen a sword and you're going, what about this guy? Yeah. That's not how it works.
Or it's literally dishonest, because when you look at Noctis, a character that had the, like, what is it, the engine sword, like the royal armory, basically. The range he had on that shit. Like, do you remember it, right? The running,
it was
running one, like that, or like standing 1+2. Yeah, standing 1+2 or forward 1+2, a move to this day where people are like, how did that move even make it forward 1+2? Homing, counter launcher, save. It's actually amazing, actually. But you're right, because that was a character that actually used swords and weapons, and he had the range on it. You're correct. Yoshimitsu never had the range you would expect from a real sword. He played way more in fist range with it, not in fucking sword range.
Yeah,
it's correct. Yeah.
And same with Kunimitsu as well. At Tekken 7, like, obviously they pushed Kunimitsu a little bit more with the ninjutsu and whatnot. But historically, that's how these games have played. Now, if you're just referencing Tekken 8, Yoshimitsu is still kind of tame, I would say, for someone using a sword. he's got a lot of dumb gimmicks in the game, but using Yoshimitsu as the outlier for Tekken, because he was the outlier for a long time, to then say, okay, let's just pile it on. Let's just keep on adding it. I mean, it's like, I don't know, Yaya, if you can really touch on this, but in Smash Brothers, I remember there was a point where people were like, stop adding Fire Emblem characters. It's just over and over and over again. I kept on hearing that online. And just because you had one Fire Emblem character, it's like, when are you going to stop?
So the truth of that is like a lot of people say that up front, and then like the statistic turns out they're the most played characters.
But is that because they're strong?
No. Like Byleth's not even strong. They was calling her garbage.
Is it just because of the franchise?
It's the franchise. The franchise is
very
like the franchise across the years have grown so much. Like you gotta remember, most people didn't know it's like Fire Emblem until like 3DS, like Awakening. People only knew of Marth, Roy, and Ike because of Smash Brothers. But outside of that, it grew a lot once it came to 3DS, and then they started getting like 3 houses. It just grew over time. But yeah, a lot of people are like, yo, stop adding, which is why I see y'all perspective, because I'm like, yo, stop adding these. That's the thing with Mortal Kombat. Stop adding these old, bogus 1980s movie characters that nobody know or talk about today.
Yeah, I want to make this clear to the players, the people in the chat. Obviously, again, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but Mortal Kombat started adding guest characters in abundance with Mortal Kombat 10. We had them in MK9. There was a fair few in there, and they were pretty good ones in MK9. But they started adding them in abundance, and you can see from MK10 is when it really started. People started saying there's too many guests. Like you're adding all these characters, and even though they fit in the theme, if Tekken continuously goes down this road that MK's at, we might not be there right now. But MK should be a cautionary tale to other fighting game developers that focus more on like stepping outside the realms of what made their games popular and entertain other franchises in the attempt to bring in new people. It might work for some time, but Mortal Kombat has shown us that even in the games that were successful, there were people saying, yo, there's too many guests. Like, where are the mainstay Mortal Kombat characters?
Just to add to that, because I know somebody will bring it up, right? Just to add to that, a lot of the times it's the result of with fighting games, you can't ever please everybody with a roster. Like even in the utmost roster, for some people, you just can't please everybody. Like honestly, in my honest opinion, I looked at Tekken 8 and I was like, wait, this roster might be one of the best of all time. For a base roster, in my mind, it was crazy. I know that my favorite character is now a damn Echo Fighter, may never come back, right? So, and the other character they just forgot about her. I was like, damn, no Katarina? Like, I was like, okay. And then he came out and Harada came out and said something, but I was like, oh, I guess I just didn't like a popular
base
character.
roster Tekken 8 is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I think base rocker Tekken 8 is good, but you can't please everybody. While in Mortal Kombat's case, reason why I can't fight for that game, even though I love the gameplay of it, right? I will be playing that game every day because I just like tag games or assist games. There's no damn Sonya. Like, in my mind, like people call me crazy, like, well, she's in the game. No, she's not.
Yeah,
y'all know.
It's a bit of a weird thing that they did with the.
You cannot play Sonya in Mortal Kombat 11.
She's a cameo, I think.
She's cameo character.
Wow.
So she just checks in for an assist, basically.
Yeah, which was a crazy thing that they did, and I think the way that they're going with it is like they're not listening, and they need to like, and I want Tekken to do this. They need to listen to the people, because if they don't, it's gonna go down a path that they end up gonna regret doing for their game.
I suppose we're gonna see what happens, but I think we've covered everything that we need to cover. We've done about 4 hours. So I wanted to say to everybody that has been in. Oh shit! Took everyone out. My bad. I want to say to everyone that has joined, you guys on the panel, thank you so much. I really. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Might have a special guest that's just popped in. Jay, can you hear us? We were literally about to close off, but do you want to like give your 2 cents on the whole fiasco of Tekken before we do?
Yeah, no, definitely, man. So basically, obviously, shout out to everyone that's in there. Appreciate you lot for even, having interest in fighting games. It means a lot. It means a lot. Clive, interesting character. So I did watch the fighting. The dev talk. The dev talk was very interesting. The second one. I don't think Clive should be in. I don't know. I don't think Clive should be in Tekken still. I still feel like that's a very honest opinion. I think Clive should not be in it at all. I think I will grow. I would probably like him because I like Final Fantasy, but I just feel like there's too much going on the screen. And what I said about it could potentially kill the game is not just Clive. I'm just talking about the direction of the game. The direction of the game is moving too far away from what Tekken actually feels like or what it was meant to be. When I look at Virtual Fighter and I look at I'd say 8 seconds what they shown, I was like, yeah, this feels like a different direction of Virtual Fighter, but it's a direction that I like. It feels like a fighting game. There's too much effects. There's too much laser beams and stuff like that. And I know people will say, oh, but Devil Jin has it, but so does Kazuya. But it's like, those were exceptions to me. Those are characters that are like, that these characters have the Devil Gene, they're overpowered, that's cool. But then you would then say, okay, look at Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu has a sword. Yes, Yoshimitsu was a unique cyber ninja that had a sword. You look at Kunimitsu, you would then give it like, okay, these are exceptions. The thing is, when you keep bringing characters like this, like, the Victor that has a sword, daggers, guns, it kind of just feels like, it don't feel like Tekken anymore, right? We have 3 sword wheelers, right? We have Clive now. We have Victor. We have Yoshimitsu. For me, it feels like it's a bit too much. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm not gonna stop playing Tekken. I'm not sitting here and saying, oh, I don't like Tekken and I'm gonna stop playing it. It's just, I generally feel like if we keep doing this, yes, they want a new audience, and they know that the people that like Tekken are gonna play Tekken anyways. But what's happening now is people are now saying, oh, this is not it. You know what I mean? So I generally feel like this game.
Yeah, you're right. Season 2 is gonna be a boiling point.
Yeah, I think season 2 is literally the boiling point, because season 1 was the boiling point for me, if I be completely honest. I'm like, right, this last
trailer and shit,
yeah, like the last character, I'm like, man, this has to be good. And I'm like, Clive. Do you get what I'm saying? That was my initial reaction. It's like, Clive, like, why? There's so many more characters that could be brought back. Like, they said they weren't going to do guest characters for now. Right, that wasn't their concentration, but there is a guest character in season 1.
Oh, you're right. They actually said this, didn't they?
But they always lie.
Yeah, they
always lie.
lied.
They always lie. Come on, guys, we all know that.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're
you
right.
can just lie, bro.
It's like they signed the contract. Like they said, they didn't have a guest character planned, and the contract was already signed, something like that. So
they also said Hachi's completely dead.
So like I hear it, but like, you can't keep lying to people and saying this and other. When they said, I knew there was going to be a guest character. I was saying there was going to be a guest character. I was way off of the characters that they did choose. Like I said, I don't think anyone really chose Clive. I think Avatar Yaya, you might have chose Clive. I think I did see your tweet before saying that you did choose Clive.
So
yeah, he did choose him.
I did. I literally 2 days after I even said this, and my friends got mad at me. 2 days after 16 came out, I was like, he's gonna be in Tekken, literally because of the wing. I just felt it in my soul, and I was like, go ahead and put him in Tekken 8, just get it out the way. And then it actually happened, and I was like, okay. And then I started getting a suspicion earlier this year when they apparently nerfed Devil Jin, right? And I was like, it's weird. Why is I'm thinking he should be cracked. I've been hearing it for years. Me new coming into Tekken, trying to learn it at a somewhat competent, competitive level.
Picked him in Tekken 7, bro.
Yeah, but I'm sitting there thinking, like, why is he not cracked? And then the Game Awards happened, and when they revealed Rebirth on PC, I was like, why didn't they just go into the Tifa trailer, right? Because that came out earlier, and then I heard the dun. I was like, I instantly knew. I wasn't even looking at the screen. Like, you could go watch my thing. I wouldn't even look at the screen. I was like, oh, that's Tekken. Like, I instantly knew that was. I was kind of sad. I was like, damn, I want Tifa. Like, I have a Tifa fight stick, but literally, my favorite characters start from Tifa. Like that's how I like a lot of my character designs. But I was like, yo, I really like Clive. He's one of my favorite Final Fantasy things. So that was the big thing.
Jay was saying that he was you picked Yuji, right?
Yeah, no, so I picked so I thought it was gonna be a Jujutsu Kaisen character. I think that would have been
been crazy.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have wanted Jujutsu Kaisen.
I don't like Jujutsu. I don't like JJK.
Hold on. I am not saying that's what I wanted. I'm just saying that would have been the best choice just because of everything. Like you have it in Shibuya, Tekken World Tour Finals, you announce the character there. You have they have made a Tekken game. They made a Jujutsu Kaisen game via Bandai Namco. So it just made sense. But they went with Clive, and like I said, the guest characters that they choose, I don't know if Clive is going to bring new players. Like I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, and I will always keep saying this because people feel like when I say something, it's like, oh, I'm trying to give a bad take because I want everyone to be hating on me. No, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, but I generally don't feel like this was the right collab to save the game. If we look at the Tekken World Tour Finals, for example, that was struggling to even get 10K viewers.
Okay, but
that's a final.
But we have 3 times the player numbers on PC right now than Tekken had 10 months into the game.
We have three.
Yeah, but you cannot compare this numbers.
But what does that mean though?
That
because what Clive is the Clive.
No. But right now, like this month after Heihachi, we have 3 times the numbers that Tekken 7 had 10 months into the game. And the PC, we only have PC numbers, and the PC version has more higher hardware system requirements than Tekken 7 had.
I mean, that's all. I don't have anything to say to that. It's still not.
I think
good.
we have it's just a disconnect between players like you and me, which are like really high level, and unfortunately, because Madara said the same thing. Madara said, no one is playing the game, no one is watching the game. And when I looked at the Twitch numbers, I said again, the Twitch engagement is not there for a game that you would expect with like 3 times the player numbers. We have it, but the engagement with the game is not there, which speaks for, I think, a point Mike made, where he said, you or Gian as well, like we are attracting these casual audience, but will they stay? Will they stay?
I mean, the only way those type of audience will stay is if there's stuff that is for the casuals. So when you say something like that, you have a good point. And again, like I never really thought about that. You know, these people that are playing, that are contributing to these Steam numbers, are the casuals, right?
And this is why you don't see them.
Right, but there's nothing for the casuals. Because like if you really check it like this, right? Okay, cool. I boot up Tekken. What can I do in Tekken 8? What, play Tekken Ball?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
What, okay, who goes in Fight Lounge? They need to add something like so I was thinking in Fight Lounge, why don't you have like every time you update the game, you have someone difficult to fight in the Fight Lounge, which is kind of like an offline thing. So it might be like, I don't know, Super Devil Kazuya, Super Devil
said
Jin.
this with Bison. Yeah,
I said it. It's like that's how you retain casual. No, I said they should do like why Street Fighter still now has 5,000 viewers only on Twitch, and the game is way more active than Tekken. It's because you have a casual fan base that has something to do that is not playing ranked. Because that's not the damage pool. That's what I've been saying for ages. But as well, I just want to say something very quickly about the numbers, and is that, in my opinion, you shouldn't be comparing the numbers of the first 10 months of Tekken 8 with the numbers of the first 10 months of Tekken 7. But what you should compare is more like the numbers of the first 10 months of Tekken 8 with the numbers of towards the end of Tekken 7, or a bit before, like third and fourth quarter of Tekken.
No,
because that's what you have to consider kind of your starting point, because that's the kind of fan base that is going to be translating most of them into Tekken 8.
You have a point. Okay,
that's my point of view.
You have a point there, but I concede you have a bit of a point there, but I mean, I don't know. We also had a fresh marketing campaign on top of that, right? I mean,
that's why the numbers were way bigger in the first month.
Hold on. I object on that. You can't, like, remember Tekken 7 had how many years to do what they're doing? You cannot. That's like me saying, all right, cool. You're gonna compare 10 months of the start of something where they're trying to figure out things to something that they had 7 years
we also
to figure it out
as a boost,
right?
On my point of view, that's because that fan base that is, but after you have that game there for like 6 years, you're looking at their numbers. That kind of people, most of them, they're hardcore fans, and they're gonna translocate into Tekken 8. Then yes, you might lose some of them because the game is wacky and everything. But at the end of the day, the starting numbers, they're gonna be different. Because you already, like, Tekken 7 started from a community that was distracted. You rebuilt it. But Tekken 8 is not starting from a community that is distracted. That community is just being rebuilt and is moving into Tekken 8. That's my point of view. That's why, in my opinion, you cannot compare the first 10-month number to Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, especially because for the fighting games was a completely different
I think you can
era.
compare them. I think John made a fair point there, to be honest with you. Coming off Tekken Tag 2, we didn't have a player base anymore. The Tekken player base is basically destroyed. So Tekken 7 is the highest selling Tekken game. A lot of people are going to migrate from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, where those people didn't exist in Tag 2 because the game failed, right? So I think a better indicator will be like a year or so from now to see where the game really is and if people are stuck around.
Yeah. I mean, also if he has a point, I have to concede this because he has a point. I can't deny this. So if we go by that comparison that you made, which I have to agree is actually, I mean, you have a point. We built a core audience. Like for example, people like A. Richie picked up the game in COVID and got pro. So when you take this into consideration, then actually King J's original point stands more than I thought, actually, because then the increase we now see is actually pretty small. If we consider that Tekken, our Tekken 8 fan base, our Tekken 8 player base still consists of, because even then Madara says he doesn't want to play the game, he obviously still plays the game. We all play the game, yeah. So.
Bro, we're addicted, bro. We're addicted.
Of course.
I don't even mean to cut you. We're addicted. As much as people say, "Oh, I don't like the game," I say I don't like the game, but I'm addicted to rank. I'm addicted to those points. I want those win bonus.
Yeah, of course.
I'd like to add, I am not addicted. I play it once a week now.
Really? Listen.
Don't play that much anymore.
You're not really. You like Tekken, but you don't breathe it. I love Tekken, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I love it. I'm addicted. I just don't like how things are being done on this game, and this is why when I say stuff, I say it and it comes from the heart. It's like I don't want them to keep doing the same stuff because they're gonna make the same mistakes. That's it.
I want to very quickly, because this is the only chance I can ever tell this in person. King J, once I played with Akuma against your Leo, and you took time out of your stream to help me basically and said I should use Akuma's down forward 3, the 12 mid more. Was very pleasant from you to do this. Thank you.
Just to answer that question in the chat, it sounds like Mike, you're not really a Tekken head. No, I just don't like torturing myself. If I don't like something and it pisses me off, I stop playing. It doesn't matter where it is. Mortal Kombat people tried to say that to me as well. Oh, you're not really an MK head, when I'm probably been playing the game longer than they were. I play all of these games, but if a game is pissing me off, I turn it off. I got better things to do. Jay and all the pro players, like, they get paid on Tekken. Tekken's been like in the competitive circuit. That's been their thing. I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1, so I've probably been playing Tekken longer than most of the player base alive right now. But if it get like when Tekken Revolution came out, I'm not sitting there torturing myself over that shit because it's Tekken. I'm gonna go play something else. I'll go play Helldivers. I'm not gonna sit there and ruin my day because Tekken's doing things I don't like. I still like Tekken 8, but I don't like Tekken 8 the way I liked Tekken 7. Tekken 7, I could sit there in one death match for 3 hours and play with somebody and have a great time. You sit on ranked for an hour, you feel like your hair's turned a different color. I'm not gonna do it to myself. I'll go play a different game.
A lot of people like in this space that hate Tekken and continues to play it to drown themselves in sorrow. Like, just take a book out of Max Page, but just go outside and
go to
unstress yourself, because the way these people are talking on Twitter and Reddit about how they hate these certain characters or they hate the way that people do things and blah blah blah, bro. Breathe air, go outside.
It's the same with the Mortal Kombat community, right? Mortal Kombat, to be fair to them, a lot of them have dropped off, but there are certain people who still play it and absolutely hate the game. I can tell you right now, there is like no Sikander, game.
Or like who is it?
No, not Sikander. There's other people. I'm not going to say his name to give him free press, but he's a fucking idiot. But there are
okay, I know what you're talking about.
You know who I'm talking about. But there are loads of people that play games that they hate, and I can tell everybody in the chat right now there is not a single game that I will sit down and play that I hate. There's games that I play that have elements that annoy me, like Tekken 8, but I don't hate Tekken 8 at all. I have no hate for Tekken 8. I have things I dislike. So you'll never catch me playing a game I hate. And that is why a lot of the time people come to the stream and they're like, why aren't you playing this game? Why are you playing that game? I don't play games I don't like. It's that simple. So if you see me criticizing Tekken 8, it's because I'm playing a game that has things in it that I don't like. It's not that I hate it. They're two different things.
Hey man, I just played Sparking for the bag so I could buy a new computer.
I respect it. I respect it.
I say that every video.
Can I say something about so you know, one thing that has kind of swayed my opinion about Clive is the fact that in Final Fantasy 16 he has loads of different summons, right? And when they were talking about it in the dev talk, they kind of implemented it into his gameplay. So he has he has 8 icons. Icons are the summons powers that he has, right?
8.
And there's 8. There's 8 of them. From what I know, I think there's 8. So the way how he works in the game can be quite technical. And I've always liked the technical aspect of Tekken. Obviously, his combos, from what I hear, will be like, one button presses like square, triangle, 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 X, 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 circle, circle, circle. But that's because they want the entry level of players to enjoy the game and make it look like what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Yeah. The one thing I want for Tekken 8 in Season 2, for the love of everything good, please stop giving these characters stances and installs. Please. This is the way how it's just irritating me, because it's like every character's starting to feel the same. It's like, oh, you do a move, you go into stance, you get a mix up. Like, bro, Tekken doesn't need to be like that. There's characters and things that you can just like, for example, Bob never has a stance. So I don't want Bob to come back and then all of a sudden he has a stance. Like, he does wave dash, he does, the hook punch, and he does his 50-50s from his wave dash. Please leave it like that. I don't like Jack having a stance. Who thought in a million years Jack is going to have a stance?
On the other
hand, you get what I'm saying?
Yo, guys, hello. I'm back. Hello. Yo, Kinja, what's up? Nice to.
I have a question for you, Jay. Actually, it's something that I brought up earlier, because I was thinking about the stances. Now, at the end, with the 4th character, we saw that every single character had stances. Installs, no stances. Installs, stances as well, but installs. Do you see the chance that more around Season 3 they're just gonna update everyone and add more moves, and every single character in the game is gonna have an install?
Nah, I think
you don't see that happening.
No, I think the install stuff is coming from. So basically, they're trying to make characters more, interesting. So all the base roster characters, I don't know any to have installs. If you lot can correct me, does any have installs?
Yeah, plenty.
Asuka,
Brian.
Yeah, they do have.
Bro, you play Asuka. You play Asuka.
Wait, hold on.
But her install is like a power up instead of like.
So when I mean installs.
You mean stacks?
Yes,
okay.
When
like
you stack it up.
Okay, no,
yes,
I mean just installs. I speak just installs, like just installs, just power-ups.
Oh, okay. So like Brian, Asuka, they definitely have those like power-ups and stuff. I think there's gonna be characters that have it. I think, well, as you know, Clive has a stack what goes up to level 5, and if he goes up to level 5, he does this move where he hits you. It takes like close to half of your health.
Do you know if you can do it just?
Let's go, Clive. Let's go.
Huh?
Can you do the move only at level 5?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it at the. Well, I don't know. From what I saw, I watched Dev Talk. It says you get it up to level 5. It carries over to rounds.
Oh yeah.
If you get to level 5,
you bet your ass. You better your ass is gonna. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do not get. I'm just saying to you lot from now, don't get hit by that move, because if he gets to level 5 and he starts hitting you with that move, it sounds even crazy. Me even saying.
Here we go with the complaining.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm gonna play the character, but I do think that those type of moves kind of puts people off the game. Like even like Heihachi's warrior instinct is like, pops Warrior Instinct, and then he just
It is
overpowers
stupid,
you.
actually.
And it's like, oh, like I don't think Tekken. I'm gonna say this from now. I'm gonna say it here. I've never said it ever anywhere else, but I do think, honestly, Tekken is not a competitive fighting game anymore. I think it's more.
Let's go. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So
preach.
I mean, if people want to say that, you know, I don't hate Tekken, but it's a party game. From when you can have installs or moves that do like half your bar, and you got a character that takes off your gray health, and like Heihachi's Warrior Instinct 3. Where's the balancing? Do you get what I'm saying? It's kind of like
I agree.
But
you know, a lot of pro players have said that they've been calling it a party game. I think for people that are like looking from the outside in, hearing people say it's a party game, because Tekken's always been known to be a really tough fighting game next to Virtua Fighter. It might sound crazy, but comparative to other Tekken games, if you were to ask me what are like the stupid, goofy, gimmicky party type Tekken games, I would say it's Tekken Revolution and Tekken 8. If you were asking me honestly, Tekken Revolution is really
wow. Tekken Revolution is something.
The Tekken Revolution is a bad part. It's a bad stain of Tekken's history. Let's pretend it never happened.
Yeah, let's keep that locked up in the corner of the room.
But I feel like there were things about Tekken Revolution they carried over. I played it the other day and I was like, this feels like the first iteration of bullshit. Like, you know, you've got like heat engagers that have like power crush mechanics on there, like some invincibility here and there. I hadn't seen that stuff in Tekken before, and it's in Tekken 7 where you've got power crush moves and that, but like invincibility and like there was this weird thing in Tekken Revolution where the screen would sort of go like almost phased out.
There was like
some moves had
invincibility, power crush. You would get in iframes. It's like
you could skill
like
that as
3+4.
right?
I don't think Tekken is a full party game right now, but it's in a great spot. Let's say some things are very party like, not gonna lie. Some things are still competitive, you know, movement with punishing, all this stuff. But in other areas it has become more of a party game. It's not a full party game though, in my opinion. It's not, but it definitely less competitive than before, because when a game like it makes everything more bland for everybody, you know. This game it tends to put more players at the same level. Let's say, like we have gray areas in the gray areas in intermediate level. The real ones, the real good ones, are the top players. But in the intermediate areas, there's no much difference anymore because of the 50-50s anymore. Yeah. Of course, the top players are still going to be top players.
That's my question, though. Why is always them winning then? It's like, I don't think that...
No, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's the truth.
Competitive at all. Until a certain extent, it's less competitive than the 7. Definitely. Way less competitive. But you cannot see it's not competitive, because at the end of the day, the names...
I really want to answer that question.
Yeah, I actually want to hear your opinion on this.
I can also answer that question, I think.
So, you watched the Tekken World Tour Finals, right?
Yeah, I did, obviously.
You saw how many Dragunovs there were, right?
There were plenty. If you take the old 4 days, I have the numbers. I don't want to pull them.
There was a lot of Jins.
Exactly.
There were a lot of Jins were way more constant. 25% of the top 16 was Jins.
Right. So the people that are still winning are picking the top 7. I would like to say top 7 to 10 characters, right? I know Brian is one of those characters where people be like, they think that he's like at the top, or not like top 3 or top 5, but he's very, very strong, very, very stupid. I still think he still suffers from the same problems from the previous games. His moves are slow, right? When you look at Kuma, this character is I did call it from early, and I said Kuma's stupid. Like, I think Kuma's just such a dumb character. I'm not taking away from Rangchu's win. I was calling this from before and saying this character is just dumb. Even when I played him, Tekken God, easy. It was no struggle.
Yeah, it's a stupid card. It's a stupid character by far.
Yeah, it's a stupid character. But these characters, like the Ninas, the Dragunovs, the Kumas, all these characters, you pop heat, you're scared. Like, you are legit scared of your life. And that's what I'm saying. This game is a party game now, because it's like, okay, cool, you pop heat. Oh, I have to be scared now. Like, why is Nina's, while standing 13 frame punish, pushing you all the way to the wall and then wall splatting you? Like, while standing 1 into the gun shooting.
It's not a full party game, but it has some party elements. That's what.
Wait, his question.
But why, Blackheart? Why do you say that? Why don't you think this is a party game?
Because I don't think it's fully a party game, because there's still a lot of skill in order to play this game. A lot of knowledge with all the matchups, a lot of movement, a lot of decision making. But it has party elements.
Decision making.
Decision making in your offense, in your defense, because even like for example, even at high level, okay, even if you're -7, you still it's way more overwhelming than before. But Rancho stepped with Kuma at -7 against Dragon, for example. It's still decision making. It's worse. It's far worse, but there is still some level of skill. I'm not saying it's only skill, because there's a lot of party game right now, but it's not full party game. That's my point only. It's like there's still some skill involved in order to win. Like the good players still win. The only bad thing is that it destroys the the skill level is a little bit less in intermediate level of play. But good players are still gonna win over bad players. Maybe there can happen more. I don't know, more upsets than before, but not like it's completely like you pop it and you win against Ranchu. It's not it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
So his question, but his question was, Gian, why are the same names winning, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand basically, because even pro players are saying this, but the end is always them there.
You are correct. I asked someone the same question, like, bruv, you are telling me this is like a casino, you idiot. Why are the same names winning? It doesn't make sense. And he had a very simple answer for me. His answer was, basically your answer from earlier goes into that. You said we have taken the Tekken 7 player base with us to Tekken 8, right? Which is true. So the new players are starting out. In 9 months, no one can become pro enough to even beat someone like Rangshu's Caliber in Tekken 8. They need time. Even IORIGI needed 2 years of like full grind, I think. 2.5 to 3 years of full grind to win Red Bull. They need time.
But still, you have people that was already very high level earlier that played the game for years. It just never got there. So if
but then I will give you a name. Even. Do you know Nino, the German bear player?
Yeah, I know.
He does some numbers now suddenly with the skeletons.
Bro, I just gave you the answer though.
Well, yeah,
I just said it's the top 10 characters, bro. Like the top 10
it's
characters.
always been like this. It's always been like this.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
In Tekken 7, which character did you see in tournament often?
Bro, you saw upsets with some characters. Bro.
Yeah,
bro,
yeah, of
course. You're not seeing a Leroy do anything. You're not seeing a Jun or any of these characters do anything. Now I'm saying Jun is.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah. So like you're seeing Kuma, Nina, Jin, right? Cherry Bay Mango, Rife, yeah, Jin at the top, right? You're seeing Kuma, right? Nino is like dominating over in Europe, right?
Haven't seen a Leo yet doing anything, yeah.
Yeah, you won't because Leo's a struggle. Leroy, you're not gonna see nothing.
Jay, you made my dog mad. She could started barking like.
Next time, I'm not mentioning nothing about.
No, I'm joking. Yeah. Okay,
the question was the names, right? Why are the names the same? Because everyone can pick the top 10.
But they don't like those characters. Like for example, let's say Nee plays a lot of different characters, but Nee is playing Brian. Yeah. And yeah, don't get me wrong, he's doing good, and obviously, like I would like for him to place at near the top, but he's struggling right now, right? When he played Feng,
but because he cannot adapt to Tekken 8's play style, I think.
To be fair,
I don't know. When he played Feng, he was doing all right.
I wouldn't say that, but it's like everybody has the option to pick the top like 6 characters or whatever, right? But everybody has a preference of what character they want to play.
Right, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's exactly what he's saying. Like, you can't be like, oh, why can't these people do this? Well, they can, but like, I'm not gonna pick those characters because it's the best. I want to play my character. I want to play Raven. I think that's
a little bit of a bad argument though, because the Tekken World Tour last chance qualified 600 people there. They were there to win, right? A lot of them flew in to Japan to play the game. Tournament players will usually pick the strongest players, and the same people are winning. So within the realms of Tekken, I think Tekken 8, if you were to just look at Tekken, would be the party one. But in the grand scope of things, amongst all fighting games, I wouldn't say it's a party game. It's just not it doesn't require what it used to of you, but the same people are winning because it's still Tekken. It's just got more anime gimmicky bullshit
in the universe of Tekken. It surely is a party game a little bit more, but in general scheme of things, it's still hard to win in Tekken. In general scheme of things,
yeah, because I'll be like, speaking honestly, like I can't beat Blackheart in the first turn. I can't beat King J.
Of course, your ass.
Shut up.
Of course.
I can't beat them in the first 10, but I can take games now. I've beaten you before, Blackheart. I've beaten King J before. I probably couldn't do that before. Let's just be honest.
It's not true, by the way, chat. Don't listen to me. Never.
It's on video.
It's not true. It's not.
Hey, someone get the tapes. Get the tapes.
There are ways around the fence. That's the point with Force 50/50 and all the Tekken 8 problem that we've been talking over.
Yeah, the skill gap is definitely closed for Tekken 8. If I'll be honest, like, but I still think when you look at things, like for example, if I lost to Heihachi and he's got Warrior Instinct, he's popped that open for the round, and I have all my grey health just being removed by stuff, I'm not gonna look at this game and take it serious. Like, I'm just not. Like, I'm looking at my health go. Like, there's no recover health, but then I'm attacking him and he's got recoverable health as well. It's that aspect of it for me personally makes it into a party game. And then if you look at, like, for example, which other characters, like what Kuma has a better Godfist in my opinion than the Mishimas. Special mid Godfist.
He is the best.
Like, and he's got and you can charge it and be +9. Like, why are we thinking that this game it's not a party game?
You would, but what I hear, you also in the end would say it is a system thing, right? Like every move you describe to me now is like somewhere connected to like the system. Chip damage, the heat electric.
Yep.
Right?
What is that?
What is going on?
No, it's my sorry. It's my start the seat.
Sorry. You opened the window in Italy. That's in our country.
Is everything okay over there?
So
it's okay.
Can I ask a yes or no question quickly from top to bottom? Like, if you could remove heat and everything associated with the system in Tekken 8, like literally you can remove chip damage and the complete heat system now, would you do it? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll answer first. So objectively, based on that poll, heat seems to be more. People seem to enjoy it more than they don't, which was a surprise to me. So if I was looking out for the player base right now, I don't know. If you're asking me personally, I would remove it. I've done streams where we do no heat. We burn the heat at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, true.
And
wow, that's fun.
So much more fun than they are.
That's fun. Heat. Oh my god.
Yeah, we burn it at the beginning and we play for 8 hours and no one complains, and the streams have always been very successful. So I would get rid of heat. I don't like heat myself. I think it's a bit shit. I don't like any of its applications. I don't like anything that it gives these characters. And I play Feng Wei, right? And I get a lot of power through heat. I still don't like it. So I would.
So we should play Tekken 7.5.
Wait, we are going from top to bottom, Wolves?
Personally, I wouldn't remove heat. It's what made Tekken 8 as it is. So removing it is gonna disappoint a lot of people who don't speak up about the game, and they're gonna end up leaving. Personally, I feel like it should still be in here, but they do need to sort their shit out with the heat system. They need to.
Yeah, they just need to balance it a little bit more. They just wait.
So yeah, so it's more of a not really get rid of heat, but like sort their shit out, to set things straight, iron out the clothes.
Exactly, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I basically agree with Hayden. It's like I have a couple of ideas in mind of how heat should stay. Like, I honestly now I see heat as a revolution, and a revolution is, a non-reversible change. So I think
how would you balance it? How would you
should stay? That is like heat burst. It leaves you only alpha charge. Heat enhanced move, they consume a lot of your heat bars. Like Kuma can do 2 to 3 electrics, depending if it's an heat engager or not. Heat dash doesn't combo anymore. It smashes, they do less life, and they don't combo. Sorry, they don't wall splat. They don't. You limit it.
Let's not play heat at this point. I agree. I agree. Should be banned.
I've been playing Brian for most of the time. I started to play Fang. Okay, Easy smash, when you connect it, is the most stupid bullshit that there is. And they're even stronger than him. Nina's wide standing announce move. It was flashy from the other side. If you're in the Mishima state, you can basically wall to wall with a warrior.
Yeah, but that's stupid. That's stupid.
And then combo. These bullshit things should not stay in the game. 1-1-1 country launchers, 10 frame country launchers, guys. All these things is too much. Is this is not having a mechanic like I launch you. My character doesn't have a great wall carry, but because now I'm in it, I can do a hit dash and reach the wall this time. That's something that I can see working more. But there are some other over-the-top things that really should not stay in the game.
No, but I agree. But like,
honestly,
I don't. But I also don't want Heat to be destroyed, though. The opposite. I want
the
it
point
to be
is
a
that
little
we'll
bit
be
more
still
balanced.
strong with these things in, man.
I thought the question was, would you remove it or keep it?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, would you remove
that's why I said I will keep it, but I will turn it down a lot.
Yeah, if I had the chance to balance it, I made a whole video on how I would balance it. I wouldn't give people heat, I'd make them earn it. I would give different moves, different applications, so you can maybe gain a bit more meter back using certain things. I would not allow you to get full damage from pressing the heat smash attack when you have literally a smidgen of heat left. That doesn't make any sense to me. I would limit the amount that you can actually do in heat as well, because I don't want it to overwhelm the game. That's if I'm balancing it.
That's the point. If you're talking a balance, leaving heat like this, keeping it like this or not, I say no. It's better without heat if this is the heat we get. But if we balance it properly, it can be a nice resource.
I will tell you my idea.
Wait, hold on, Black. Hold on, it's not your turn yet. It's Sundripku's turn. I don't know if he's still there. Maybe he's not there. We'll move on to King J.
Okay.
You're lost in the thing, bro. You came in last.
Bro.
Oh man.
I was just saying one thing. Okay. You know what? Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. So I wouldn't remove heat at all. I think heat needs it just needs to be just fixed overall. I think heat smashes should be able to have power. Should be able to be power crushed. I don't think it should be. I don't think none of them should wall crush. If any of them are plus, they should push the opponent away if it's been blocked. I think heat dashes recovering health. I don't think that should be a thing. In my opinion, I think even if you burn the heat dash should just be something that you just do and doesn't recover. I also feel like it shouldn't take 50 damage. I think it should take a lot less. Like it should take, I'd say maybe 10 damage less. I think the heat mechanic, they focus way too much on it in Tekken 8. Like it needs to just be toned down overall. It is what I watch, and I think it's exciting when they do the heat, and then if it runs out, it's like, what are they gonna do? I think heat is pretty exciting, but it needs to be toned down on a competitive level. I think it's not good. The competitive level, he is a problem. It's not allowing people to play their characters the way how they want to play them, depending on which character you're using and depending on what your perks are. Like seeing some of the perks with some of the heats, it's like, damn, they've got way much more than the other person has. And it's, like if we look at like Yoshimitsu in heat, ridiculous character. Nina in heat, ridiculous. And so forth. Even Dragunov can do an unbreakable tackle in heat. Or, it's insane what the characters can do. But I feel like across the board, they just need to kind of like just have a look at it. I've seen that they're doing full crouch mix-ups on heat engagers. I thought season 2 was gonna change everything and sort it out, but yeah, they've just added even more carnage to it.
Yeah,
so.
that's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid as fuck.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I think heat is a big part of Tekken. So I think changing it now, you're just gonna have Tekken 7.5, and we don't want Tekken 7.5. They just need to work on heat. It's just not good at the current stage at the minute. And yeah, that's my answer.
So what can I ask you guys? What do you think is gonna happen to the play? Let's say the core player base, right? Like the old, more veteran players. Do you think that people are gonna stick around if they make heat even more powerful in season 2? We'll start with Finn. Oh wait, sorry, Black Hole. We'll start with you. We didn't get your answer last time.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. No. I think players will still play this game for now. I think even if it gets powered up, because a lot of people actually work with this game. So I think for these players, unless it becomes unplayable, they'll still go around and play this game. For the most part of the other players, instead, if they continue to make it even stronger and stronger, probably at a certain point they're gonna abandon the game, I think, because I will be probably the first one to abandon the game if it gets too overwhelming. But I think they know. I think they are aware that most of the community doesn't like Heat. I seriously hope.
It's not true that most of the community doesn't like Heat.
What?
Yeah, it's not most.
It's not true that most of the community doesn't like Heat.
No, I mean, they don't like the aggressiveness, the overwhelmingness of how Heat is right now. Most of the community, I think, doesn't like Heat. I think everybody, even at lower levels, I think. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I don't know. We should make a poll. I don't know.
They did. One guy did at a tournament, even in 127 people or something. He asked.
I think we're talking more about like the hardcore community rather than the wider community.
Than the casual community.
That's a shocking thing. It was at the tournament. It was also casual players, but.
What tournament was it? What was this?
It was some tournament in East. Some guy made a YouTube video about it, and it was very, very split. You wouldn't believe it. Like, it was really, really split. I will look it up.
I mean,
that tells you something. That tells you something. It's very split because at these tournaments you don't have only pro players. So if there are a lot of people that actually don't like,
Exactly. You don't have only pro players. So you get a.
So my point is that most of even lower players, they don't like Heat. No, they don't like the game.
Well, you said basically we can't say it. It's like basically it's split. It's split. We have legit like two camps.
Yeah, but if it's split, and it's not only the pro players, it makes the view even stronger of how Heat is not liked by everybody.
Heat is not liked
because
by everybody.
Most casuals will say, okay, I like Heat. It should be we should be still in a minority of people. Instead, if you say it's split,
it's because these players are silent. Spec, because we have a podcast now. Spec has a podcast now. Kokoma calls the game a casino. I said this. I asked over 20 people, and the higher level you are in this game, the more refined your opinion is, but also the more negative it became. In everyone I asked, the more lower level they were, the more they said, no, I don't think they should change the game, or maybe change a little bit.
And that's what I was saying as well when it comes to Twitter and all the stuff like online. The voices that we don't hear or don't want to speak up, they're the ones playing the game, majority of them, and they're the ones that like Heat. So like obviously we are talking about it. Obviously you guys are up on the higher ranks and stuff, and everyone else that do competitive and all that stuff and go to tournaments. You lot are speaking on it. Majority of you lot don't like Heat, understandable. But there are more people that don't speak, don't go to tournaments, don't talk on Twitter, don't talk on Reddit. These lot outnumber you lot in terms of like
probably. I don't know.
Probably, but like I would say a lot of these people that don't speak, they like Heat. They don't want it to change. And
how do you argue with that? Because this is the problem. How do you argue with these people? Because now you have a core player base that will tell them you only like it because you are bad at the game.
Yeah, and that's the issue. We don't know. We can't argue it because we can't speak to these people.
That might be the cold hard reality of it, though. The reality is that he is popular because it holds your hand.
100%, bro. That's why the casual players are like, if you put them on a game like Tekken 5, they're not gonna survive. Put them in Tekken 6, they're not gonna survive. Like, this is just the truth, right? You put that any of these casual players that play me on Tekken 5, I'll be able to move in, move out, know how to whiff punish, know how to do things. It's very difficult for you to get in, right? If you look at Tekken 8 now, you're getting beaten up, whatever. Pop Heat. Oh, your character has good heat. Damn. At any level, you have to be careful. You can't get hit by things.
Yeah, you're right.
But I think I don't know. I'm not sure of this, but I think if you go, I don't know, back in Tekken 2 times, there will be players saying, but if we go back to Tekken 6, players from Tekken 2 wouldn't be able to do a shit. It's, I think, a loop. I think.
No, I don't think that would happen. No. Tekken 6 players, it's the other way around.
But I know stories of this. that happened.
Blackheart could tell you 100%.
Maybe not to that frequency.
No one said that of Tekken Tag 2 to Tekken 6.
Bro, I'm a tag veteran, bro. Like,
yeah, you played Ganryu, right?
Like,
And,
bro, that's where
you
I
know,
moved
when I
behind.
play Tekken 7, a lot of people say, yeah, but if this was Tag 2 with your Noctis, you wouldn't do a single shit.
No, I've never heard this. I have to be honest here. I have to correct myself. I've never heard this in Tekken 7 that someone said this.
Huh?
I've never heard that. Has
You've
anyone
been
here
lucky
heard this
then.
in
You've been
Tekken
lucky
7?
then.
No, I mean
Wow.
specifically with Tag 2, that is not the game that people say, oh, you like if you Tekken 6 or the Tekken 6 players would not be saying, oh, you wouldn't survive over here in Tekken 6. I can assure you, Tekken Tag 2 was much more rough to play than Tekken 6 was. Tekken 6 was easier.
I'm just telling you, it happened to me personally. This is very personal, but it happened to me.
Man, them on Tag 2 would get bullied, bro. But Tag 2 was a very serious game, and if you didn't know how to defend,
I got relaunched. Yeah,
it was a slaughterfest.
Yeah, you just need to know, like, even like there's stuff like tag crash setup. So if you tag crash, I can like sidestep around, then launch you. Like that game, yeah, nah.
But
that game was very deadly.
Jay, you can speak to this as well because I played Tag 2 a lot, and I think I met you when Tag 2 came out. And
yeah,
from my understanding of Tag 2, even though I was a much lower level player at the time, even though Tag 2 was extremely rough and you really had to be on point, you still had all of your faculties in place. There was a lot of freedom in the movement, and it was more often than not a situation where you didn't feel like you were locked into something. You kind of had ways out. You just had to be on point at all times.
Yeah, but there was a lot of bullshit.
There was bullshit in the game.
No, there was bullshit in the game, but what you're saying is true. It's like you had to move in, move out. Like if you like, but you know what though? Saying that, when I think about it, if I think about Marduk in Heat and a couple others like Miguel and all those characters in Heat,
I don't want
they can lock you down. Like, so for example, with Marduk, if I done down 3 in Heat, down 3, down 4, or if I done launch and stuff like that, bro, a lot of your health is coming off. Miguel down back 4, like even like him going into stance and doing that punch, but it takes a lot of damage. So that is like Heat. Like in Heat, they do these stuff. And they kind of lock you down, and you have to guess. You have to guess either standing or you have to guess crouching. So, yeah, obviously in Tekken Tag 2 though, the combo damage was outrageous. So that's the thing that's difference between Tag 2 and Tekken
8. Bruce, Eddie, dead. You're basically dead. Bruce plus Eddie, you're dead, basically.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, I feel like we've pretty much covered everything. We've been there for like almost 6 hours. Was there anything that anybody wants to close with? Just quickly, like round up their statements.
I got something. Very quickly. Very quickly. There's a lot of people on Twitter trying to get at me, yeah. And there's a lot of people that are trying to do indirects.
This is streaming on Twitter, by the way, as well.
Is it? Shout out to Twitter. I'm about. Anyways, a lot of people are not speaking the truth about Clive because they're worried about their paychecks. And I'm not going to pull up names. Remember, I've built up my audience and done what I've needed to do. I can say what I want. But a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, it's not going to do this. It's not going to do that. But these are the same people that are saying they didn't want guest characters in Tekken 7. So make it make sense. There's a lot of people that are talking, pro players, all of this stuff, that are saying, oh, yeah, no, they that Clive looks good. And that's like, nah. You were saying you don't like Geese. You're saying you don't like Akuma. What changed? What, Clive? Clive changed all of a sudden?
2D, is he?
I can assure you personally, very personally, that I'm not paid by Namco. I'm not paid by, very personally, I want to assure everybody, I'm just completely lost in Clive's eyes. I think every time I see Clive, okay.
Wait, Jay, Jay, are you saying that there are people that are being paid off to smile about Clive's inclusion?
I believe so. I believe that there's people there that they're being told don't talk bad about the game, otherwise situations will happen. I am not saying it's going to be in that dramatic, but I do believe that certain people are in situations that if you do talk up and you say, oh, I don't like this, then you probably might not be in certain situations after that. So everyone's trying to do this kind of like damage control and act like they're in the nice light for Bandai Namco. When really and truly, you should just be honest. Like, I know, like, we're in a place where, we're in 2024 right now, where you can't speak up about certain things, but you should be able to say
but wait a minute,
whether you like or you don't like something.
but didn't you say yourself? But didn't you
Go on.
yourself say, wait a minute, Clive, he actually has like these 8 modes, and you know, actually he seems like kind of. But
I did.
Okay, so obvious. Okay, so there is. Okay, so you thinking about probably specific people right now where we don't have the necessary context why it is unbelievable for you that they would say this, right? Because you are saying you're actually not that negative about Clive.
No, I definitely was at the start, for sure. Like, I still don't think Clive, I'm still not backtracking on what I said. I still think Clive is not really suited for a game like Tekken 8, right? I'm still saying that. But then looking at these trailers and looking at what they've done and implementing stuff that they took from a game that I really like and putting it into Tekken, I've said, bro, they've actually put a lot of thought into this character, and it's good. I'm not gonna say one thing that might be perceived as negative and then go all 100% negative. If I think something is good, I'm gonna give them their props. Like, that's just how I am as a person, right? If I'm wrong with what I say, I will also say I'm wrong. Like I said, I guessed the character wrong. I put mine up and said, okay, I was wrong about the characters that I guess. There's nothing bad about saying when you're wrong about doing something. But what I don't like is when I see people saying on Twitter, oh yeah, no, this character is good. But you was the same people that was saying you don't like guest characters. You don't like Akuma. You don't like Geese. You don't like this character. But then all of a sudden now, because like, you know, this character is getting a bit of heat, all of a sudden, this character, let's give it time. Where was that when Geese was around? Or
Casino is just
I am. And I'm seeing it with my eyes, and I'm like, huh?
Okay, are you gonna?
What's going on?
Are you gonna?
From what we can tell, my guys.
No. For their safety,
From what we can tell, Mike is not paid by Namco. definitely not, Mike.
I would.
He shits on Clive 10,000 hours a day. Thank you, Mike.
I just think
No,
it's dangerous territory.
No.
Stop. I do not shit on Clive. I just told I have the game. I like Final Fantasy 16. It's a good game. Clive's a good
look at him. Look at him.
This is one of the best Final Fantasy games I've played.
Look at him now.
No, see, Blackheart, the problem is, and I mean this respectfully, bro, I love you, but you must be lacking in brain cells right now.
Wow. I'm gonna sue this guy.
You understand that I can like this game. I can say this is one of their best endeavors, but I don't want it in Tekken. Can everyone see the screen right now? Who's that? Vegeta, my favorite Dragon Ball character. Do you think I want to see his ass in Tekken? No. Doesn't mean I hate Vegeta.
You want to save Tekken? Thank you, Mike. Thank you. You want to save Tekken? Thank you.
Save Tekken is a good Tekken.
You know what?
Mike. This is a good. That's exactly how I feel about Clive. I think Clive is
I'm the main man's slave. I just have to defend him when I see this shit. Because someone said, yeah, I can't help it. I'm sorry, I can't help it. But he said like TMM hated Mixbox and hit called it cheating. I think my bro, he talked about specifically, if you remember, the cross-up. The cross-up controller cheater, not Mixbox. I have to state this because otherwise this is turning into like main man comments. I have to.
I think they're referring to SOCD cancel not being on neutral.
But I think
you can basically charging move when you were holding back and forth together, and you can use.
You're right, move. But where he used the word cheating was in the cross-up, the specific cross-up controller, not.
I don't know about the controller. It's like.
You know what though, Clive over Kiryu or Majima is kind of crazy when I think about it.
But Kiryu's going in Virtua Fighter, guys. Just resign the idea. 100%. Is in Virtua Fighter. If you are lucky, we get Akira in season 2 or 3 whenever Virtua Fighter.
No, what Virtua Fighter needs to do is they need to look at the fact that the Yakuza games basically have their own fighting game roster and just migrate everyone over. Virtua Fighter,
the guest characters.
I'm telling you, if Virtua Fighter does that, and they merge Yakuza and Virtua Fighter together, and they put Majima, Watase, Kiryu, Akiyama, whoever. Virtua Fighter, Tekken's gonna have a problem. Tekken is going to. I'm guaranteed Tekken will have a problem if Sega take the initiative.
I'll lose my shit.
I doubt
that from Clive in Tekken 8 is probably Final Fantasy 16 is gonna take more gains than what Tekken is gonna get. from this collaboration.
100%.
Because like
100%.
I have been playing Final Fantasy for ages. I played most of them. I completed a couple of them, and I like the old ones, like not super old ones, but I like the PS1 ones are my favorites. But the 9 especially. But like I didn't like the semi-action direction that he took, and with 16 being basically full action, I didn't even play it. I watched some of the stuff and everything, and now when I saw today the Tekken talks and everything, and I saw the character, I'm not interested as much in the character into the game in Tekken, but I was on Amazon checking how much was the price for Final Fantasy 16. Because yeah, that's like exactly that's how it works, guys. That's why they put guest characters around and they do collaborations. But I don't see much people that is still maybe play 16 now saying, "Oh, look, Tekken, what is a fighting game?"
No, you're 100% right. Final Fantasy is going to benefit from this more than Tekken.
See each other when the Steam sales will be on about the Clive in Tekken. We'll see each other again. Don't worry.
No, Clive. I reckon Clive will probably sell pretty well. I reckon he will. But my issue with Clive is
you will be the first one. I
already have the season pass.
You'll be the first one, day one. Okay, let's see how Clive plays. I'm seeing you.
But I'm worried. The thing, Blackheart, the proof is on my channel. I am stubborn. I don't want to play Clive. I've got no interest. You messaged me last night. What did I say to you? I don't want to play. I'm not interested. I went back to Helldivers.
He did say that he would do Clive on the training ground to see how it is, so he doesn't get fucking slewed online.
Yeah.
But that's as much as he'll do. He's not gonna play the character. Mike is very adamant.
I'm gonna play the shit out of this character.
Play him until your eyes are red, bro. I don't give a shit. Okay,
I'm gonna fucking destroy my eyes.
You can play him until your face is turned blue. I'm not.
My God.
In all honesty, with how Clive is, just give him like 2 or 3 weeks just to see. Like, let's see how it is, and let's see how the sales would do. Like we'll see at the end of the day. Like, is that's how it's gonna be?
They did a pretty good job so far with the DLC.
Balancing DLCs, all right.
All right. Okay, let's say all right. Let's say all right.
No, but all right, it's way better than
all right.
It's better than the past.
Yeah, all right is better than we've got before.
They designed him well. He looks very cool.
What do you think of Clive mains?
What do I think of them? I'm probably gonna. Well, we'll see when he drops. But if he's anything like Victor, then I'm gonna have a very low opinion.
Not just.
Nah, he will be better than Victor in my opinion. I think
he'll have his own unique way of doing things.
No, he's trash tier. Buff Clive, he's trash tier. I know.
There we go. But I think we've covered everything. So I need to get to the gym. But before we close off, I want to say thank you to everyone that donated. There was a lot of donations that came in today, so thanks to everyone that did. Thank you to the chat, both on YouTube and Twitter and wherever else they're watching, and obviously to everyone that joined the panel today. It's been a good conversation. I am going to pick up this conversation again when Clive comes out, maybe like a week after. So if you guys want to join back,
give me one sentence, please.
Yes, please.
For everyone that is asking to do like a viewer-based one where more people jump in, I will do that. I'm just learning how to use StreamYard, so we'll do that. But I'm going to close it off now, guys. So thank you to everyone. I hope you will have a good day.
Yeah,
fuck Victor players. No, I'm joking.
Hey, no,
I'm joking.
You were doing so good. I'm
joking. But no, I appreciate all of you, and I don't hate anyone because they like Victor. So for anyone,
Clive is more
objective,
bro.
Thank you.
Blackheart, remember to brush your teeth after you take Clive's dick out your mouth, bro.
Whoa! Right, I'm gonna. Guys, have a good one.
You know, I like that taste in my mouth. Okay. Stay longer. Bye.